to my world.
What a flop! A full house against quads? Oh, come on!
Please don't bluff. But you bluff also. You have nothing.
It's a four-way all-in with 3 players at risk. And we get a triple elimination.
Got an EPTs first. That is awesome.
Yes. Living the dream.
And Popal has done it! He has won his second EPT title.
I only got one question.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. This is the 3rd day of our live coverage. It's day 4 of the main event, live from King's Casino at the Hilton Prague, the day when we play down from 42 to the final 2 tables. Our ambition today is to get down to the final 16 players. And we still have 2 days of coverage to follow after today. Tomorrow, they are going to play down to the final table. And then on Wednesday, March 16th, they will play down to a champion. We are going to pay a 7-figure score and present a main event trophy to the winner of this Prague main event. Live every day at 12:30 Central European Time. Hello, everyone. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Joe, we love, or rather tolerate hearing from our audience, so please get in touch. Hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Suffice to say, if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can use the live chat and we will read selective questions and comments. That's twitch.tv/PokerStars, youtube.com/PokerStars. So day 4 of 6, 42 players returning. And let's check on the biggest stacks. These are the chip leaders. Now, interestingly, Joe, Gab Yong Kim, who is the chip leader coming into today, had a deep run the last time there was a main event in Prague. 2019, the year that Nikolai Pobal won his second EPT title. Gab Yong Kim bubbled the official final table, finishing in 9th.
Young Gabba Gabba. I'm into it. Redemption.
No surprise to see Turn Mulder among the chip leaders, a player we have followed a lot online over the last 2 years. And Jack Sinclair from the UK had a deep run here in Prague in 2017, made the top 50, one of the biggest stacks with the blinds at 10-20.
Just one.
90-minute levels, potentially 4 to 5 levels being played today. And these are the players we'll be watching on the main stage. This is our first featured table, headlined by one of 3 former EPT champions still in the field. Adrian Mateos, champion in Monte Carlo in 2015. He's at the feature table. At the outer tables, we have Dimitar Danchev, PCA 2013 winner, and Hussein Ensan. Yes, Hussein is probably best known as a World Series of Poker main event winner.
But first known.
Absolutely, for winning here in Prague in 2015. And that is the storyline which I think everyone is following, Joe. Can Hussein Ensan win the same live EPT twice?
And when he wins it, it'll be 1.033 million euros.
I love your confidence. When, not if. Yeah, we're looking at 6-figure scores for the final 7, bar the winner who'll get a 7-figure score. The current payout, close to 18K. And that is the trophy that will be presented to the champion. And looks like play is about to get underway as the players take their seats. 1,190 entries here in Prague. Prize pool of 5.77 million euros. And still most of that prize pool to be awarded.
For me, it's okay.
Seat open here, and this is closed, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So there was some confusion yesterday, and I see that chaos reigns on YouTube as usual. There is a King's Casino in Rozvadov, that is correct. There is also a King's Casino here in Prague. It's in the atrium of the Hilton Prague Hotel, and that is where this event is being played. So first hand of the day, 10-20 blinds, big blind ante of 20k, also posted. I guess we should point out, Joe, that the shot clock balance will have been reset, or rather refreshed at the start of day 4.
Not added to, refreshed.
No, added to. So
Okay.
if you did manage to bag any time bank cards, if you didn't use them all yesterday, you carry them over, plus you get an additional 5 at the start of play. Those time bank cards worth 30 seconds each. Each decision, 30 seconds on the clock, as managed by our dear friend Bernard the Lizard.
Uzbeka thinking that maybe he woke up with the best hand, relatively late position, but Colonius on the button, dominating. Not a big stack, though.
And this is likely to get called, especially as David Uzbeka is the chip leader at this table. One of the big stacks coming into day 4. Uzbeka, a player with more than 300k in live cashes, lives here in Prague, makes the call, putting Alexandros Colonius, #1 on the Greek all-time money list, at risk. But yes, Joe, it is domination in Colonius' favor, and he is almost a 3-1 favorite to double up here.
What a way to start things off. You go to bed, you say, hey, if I can get a quick double up, I'm right back in this. And that double up is looking pretty likely. You think those eyes are rooting for a club?
Well, it's the jack, so a little bit of hope for Uzbeka. 2 outs. Colonius has to fade those jacks to double up and survive. And Colonius is going to get the double up. Guys, I don't want the entire conversation today to be dominated by COVID protocols and rules and regulations, but just so you're aware, and we have got the command prompt on Twitch chat, the rules did change in the Czech Republic overnight. As of midnight, the mask mandate has ended. The wearing of masks is now optional for players. Staff and dealers will continue to wear face coverings.
Hi everyone, sorry, just a quick reminder. Can you please put your cards in the box as soon as you get them? Just wait a few seconds and then...
Oh, there is still a mandate for players to show us their whole cards.
I was going to say, someone was getting ready to be like, oh wait, it's whole cards, okay.
Yes, via the RFID scanners. On to the second hand of the day, and hearing there's been a big hand at one of the outer tables. A big double up for Andrea Cortellazzi, doubling up through Jack Sinclair, and Cortellazzi was not short, 1.1 million, so that's a huge swing, and that means Jack Sinclair, who came into the day 10th on the leaderboard, is now pretty short.
Oh no.
Cortellazzi now playing more than 2 million, Sinclair with a bowl of rice.
Ugh. Looking forward to another day of watching one of the world's best here on the feature table.
Mateos raising the button here to 40,000 with King 4 of Hearts.
What are you playing?
And
Close to 5 at the beginning.
Close to 5.
Robert Hydorn has a better king, King 9. So, obviously we've got Hussein Ensan in the field, Joe, and Hussein was the winner of the World Series of Poker main event. Robert Hydorn, the guy who bubbled the final table, 10th place finisher.
Wow. Congratulations.
I mean, that was still worth 800K, and the guy's got $2.9 million in live tournament cashes, so don't cry for him too much.
I like that, you know, obviously folks are still voluntarily wearing masks, but the halfway thing is still kind of funny.
Chaos wins that one with a bet on the flop. Mateos playing a 27 big blind stack. So at the lower end of the chip counts, but not in the danger zone. Steve Mark is now on day 8 of 14 of hotel quarantine and has just realized he's going to need some new live content to watch after Wednesday, after this event concludes. Hashtag PokerStars TV if you'd like to comment on Twitter as we see the action folded to Mateos in the cutoff.
Chiriac eventually coming to the right decision based on Mateos' hand. You can think about, see why he would think about it. Late position raise could easily be far worse than ace-queen or ace-6. We have a 9-4 defend from Konakchev, which is a single gutter at this point. Yep. But between the 6, the 9, the 4, still had 30% equity here. On Twitch, Aranha says, Mateos win. Is that a spoiler? Could he possibly know that at this point?
I mean, win this hand or win the tournament?
I assume they mean win the tournament.
150.
No, that will be a hashtag fake fact.
Okay. A raise, all right. A little semi-bluff.
Konakchev making it 150,000. Mateos calls, and ace high still the best hand. Mateos now a 4-1 favorite.
Mateos fires again. Probably will be the end of this hand. The likelihood goes up that the 9s and 4s aren't live anymore.
Yeah. Action goes check, check, and this hand goes to the river. The deuce of diamonds, so ace high, still ahead for Mateos.
And this is why position is so important. Konakchev probably doesn't want to show down 9 high.
No.
But do you really want to bet on this board when you've made, you know, no attempt
but he can put Mateos to the test here. 410,000 in the middle. The effective stack, 365K.
I don't know. Adrian is, we've seen him call and be right. Yesterday we saw him call and be wrong. Both of those things are scary.
Of course. And if there is anyone capable of calling all in with ace high, if they think they could be ahead, it is Mateos.
Owing.
There it is.
Shoves on Mateos. It's all in to call. Mateos just has ace high, but that is the best hand.
This will be a hell of a way to start the day. Absolute soul read, snap off, ace high, double up.
I imagine those time bank cards will be used here. Mateos will not want to make a snap decision.
He rarely does. Also, yeah, you know, we're focusing on Mateos here at Konakchev.
Yeah.
This looks easy, right? This looks easy. I have 9 high. I can put my opponent all in. Not as easy as it looks.
A very bold move by Konakchev. And will we see an awesome hero call from Adrian Mateos, a very skilled live and online player. Worst case scenario, 10K high roller starts today.
I mean, that's a pretty bad case for most of us. Oh, I get to lose this tournament and spend another 10K? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What did he just pick up on? I would be freaking out right now.
Only the third hand of the day. And it's a doozy. Mateos is running out of time. And he folds. He lays down the best hand. Konakchev's bluff gets through. Meanwhile, you may have noticed that the field ticker just went down from 42 to 41. I referenced that on the first hand of the day, Jack Sinclair lost most of his chips, doubling up Andrea Cortellazzi. A couple of hands later, Sinclair gets it in with ace-8 against Gabion Kim's sixes. Jack Sinclair did not win the race and is out in 42nd place for 17,780 euros, and that sucks. You come in 10th in chips out of a field of 42 and you go out first.
That is a bummer. You can tell that fold isn't sitting well with Adrian.
No balls.
Yeah. Here's the sick thing, James. He came that close to calling with ace high. What do you think he would have done with a pair?
So now we have Alexandros Kolonius, who doubled up on the first hand of the day, opening with King 7 of hearts. Round to the big blind. That being two-time World Series of Poker main event finalist Antoine Saut.
And this is huge. You know, Kolonius has got 20 big blinds. If you can steal once in orbit, or a little bit more than that, I mean, it is just as good as playing a big pot.
And we've lost another player from the outer tables. Nikolai Tulin, who's gone out. It was a short stack, fewer than 10 big blinds. Got it in with ace-10, was called by queen-5, and queen-5 got there. So that means we are down to 5 tables. And I think the empty seat on the main stage is about to be filled, because we should
45.
have 5 tables of 8 now with 40 remaining.
You play something like 800?
Yeah, 8, 9.
So David Specker considering defending with queen-9 after Heidorn opened with ace-10.
No defend. 2 raise and take it's.
So new player coming in, it is Ezekiel Weigel, a player with 1.27 million in live earnings.
Hello. Sure.
Won the 2018 W Coupe main event for $1.5 million.
What?
Weigel bringing his chips to the main stage.
That is pretty impressive.
Thank you.
We saw a lot of George Kiriak yesterday at the feature table. Here he has 10s under the gun +1. And Kiriak is on the short side, and he is moving all in for his last 180K. Most of his stack actually went on the last hand of day 3 when he tried to bluff Matt Szymanski.
Whoops. Konakchev contemplating a flip. There is still action tack behind. You have to consider if you call here, do you maybe get put in a bad spot by someone who's got a little bit more chips? Ultimately has made the decision, gonna take that risk onto the big blind. Safe. We are flipping for Chiriak's tournament life. Like TikTok versus Vine, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Crucially, Kiriak needs to win this race to survive. And it's all diamonds and all low, so looking pretty good for Kiriak. 85% equity in what is the year of Romania.
Pretty hopeful flop.
Decent turn. And Konakchev looking for a king or a jack. 4 cards for Kiriak to fade on the river. It's a blank, and Kiriak does indeed double up.
Love that dealer flip. One of my pet peeves when the dealer looks at the card first. We don't really get that on the EPT very much, but every once in a while you're like, no. We'll all see it at the same time. Thank you.
20 bigs now for George. And we have Pavel on YouTube asking, where can I find the list of players still in the game? Bearing in mind that they are spread across 5 tables, and only one of those tables is on the main stage. Yes, but there is a warning that comes with that, Joe, because wherever you go on the internet to find that information, the most obvious place being somewhere like the PokerStars blog or Poker News, bear in mind that the live reports of hands from the outer tables are live. We are on a 30-minute delay. So if players get moved around, there is the prospect of spoilers.
It's kind of like if you're watching Avengers Endgame and it's a Captain America scene, but you want to find out like what's going on with Hulk. That's fine, but you might end up spoiling things. So we recommend just stay here with us, my babies, because eventually we're going to have it all. Man, men will limp in the small blind with 7-3 suited just to avoid therapy.
Antonius completes in the small. Mateos raises from the big with a better 7, ace-7.
Fair enough. Let it go. Moving on. Contempt 007 says that creaking is horrid. My lord. Does he mean like the chip stack noises?
Must be.
Again? Let's not make a habit out of this, but they are on the way now. There you go.
Right on time.
That's different than
Somebody put adult content up on the screen again.
Jer Al Salcero says, no, it's the jig. Someone's dancing the jig on the tournament floor?
That's cool. Wait, so you're saying that those clicking noises aren't chips but a jig?
Yep. Huh. I mean, we encourage players not to hide their emotions when playing poker. If someone wants to get up from the table and dance, we're all for it.
Antonius raising with some Broadway cards. In position. LTA, last to act. Uh-oh. Both players starting this hand with around 20 big blinds. All in. This is a pretty tough call off with Queen 10. Pass.
The shove gets through.
Those sexy sevens.
Beyond the clattering of chips and the players dancing a jig on the floor, I've no idea what these other noises people are referring to. I suggest that maybe you upgrade your laptop. Maybe you need one with better speakers, or maybe invest in a better pair of headphones.
Sometimes for me is I have another tab open.
Yes.
Playing, you know, whatever. Tri-towers, snood, and that's the noise coming through.
Yeah. For those of you asking about further live coverage from the EPT, the next stop will be in Monte Carlo, and we'll be streaming the last 5 days, the final table of the Super High Roller and the last 4 days of the main event. I believe that's from May 2nd to May 7th.
Cool. Pretty excited about that. But let's not focus on the future. We got live poker right now.
Absolutely, and we've still got, including today, 3 days to play before we have a winner here in Prague. 1 million euros up top, and the prospect of a potential 2-time winner. I guess the other narrative, which would be quite exciting, would be Tuan Mulder's big live breakthrough, right? Tino Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, a player we've watched crush online throughout 2020 and 2021, and a player who won the 25K earlier in this festival and is now in the final 40 of the EPT main.
It's pretty dope. Do you remember, James, back in the day when old school poker was just poker, and there were these internet kids coming on the scene, and everyone was like, are they going to be able to make the transition? Are they going to be able? I don't think so. I don't think, you know, they're not going to have the skills it takes. And now that transition is such a joke. They're all so good at both online and live. Mateus with a very strong starting hand, also just below 20 big blinds. James, today might be the day that I gotta dust off the cranking machine. The cooler crank. Because this is gonna be a real game of chicken as we try to thin out this field.
I mean, I don't want to get down to 16 players after 2.5 levels, Joe.
Not right away.
Yeah, just maybe.
But you see the dynamic here is that it's going to be a lot of open, shove, fold.
Let's see how things pan out. And if we need you to step into a private area to crank it, then we'll make that decision later in the day.
Because I haven't cranked it in front of you in a while.
That's true.
I've only been cranking it at home.
Just to be clear, the cooler machine shipped over from the PokerStars arena. We are going to be back in the arena on Tuesday, the 22nd of March, for the last day of the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. Have you sorted out the shipping to make sure that it's back in the arena in time?
It does take a minute to get it through customs.
Right.
But the trick is I disassemble it. Reassemble it on the other side.
$40,000 from Alexandros Kolonius, opening with Ace-Jack.
How much you playing?
I think 100.
Uh-oh, big blind asking for a count.
Owing.
Okie dokie.
Colonius has to call all in to continue in this hand.
Oh, goodness. See this? See that number there, 40? And that number there?
Right, so next player out gets 17,780 euros. If you can survive to 39th place, you get an additional 3K.
Might be a reason to avoid what is generally going to be a flip at best.
Good observation.
Ace-Jack might be just a little too strong, though. This is a very difficult decision. Relatively unlikely you're going to be dominated, but sometimes you will be. Sometimes you'll just have the live jack. Sometimes you'll just have the live ace. But most of the time you're going to be flipping. Very small percentage of the time you will be dominating. And does avoid the confrontation.
Folds the ace-jack. And Konakchev ships that pot.
All right, we got our first chat pro comment of the day here. Vat Tour 4 says you're going to have him dominated 80% of the time with ace-jack there.
Can you just double check that, Joe? Because I think it's actually close to 80.7%. Can you run it through the machine?
We can agree that it's 80 or above.
Okay. Action starts here with David Huspeka. Pocket tens opens under the gun. Makes it 40K. Still at the 10-20 blind level. Uh-oh. Nines for Mateos. And with his stack size, Joe, I fear for his future in this tournament. Wow.
Yeah.
Just a call from Mateos.
I mean, I think that the couple of big blinds he's picked up over the last couple hands make a big difference as to whether or not he's going to ship there. And over 20 big blinds, people don't look at that stack the same way they did a few years ago.
Well, Ezekiel Weigel, who recently joined the table, is sitting there with ace-queen. And Weigel has elected just to call. No squeeze. Ace-king for Konakchev in the small.
4 premium to just about premium hands.
This is why I told you to hold off on the cranking.
I mean, it kind of feels like I have cranked the cooler machine, that is. It looks like such a squeeze spot, too.
220,000 the 3-bet.
Oh, come on, 5 deuce, really? What a bummer.
Okay, so back on the original razor.
You play 750 behind.
If a specker gets involved here,
Yeah, it's
maybe
Re-involved?
maybe this saves Mateos.
Yes. Yes, I think that's pretty likely to happen. I don't see, I mean, if his specker gets involved, I see him getting involved. I mean, this is, he's got everybody covered. Tens is too strong to fold. I don't think he thinks Konechiev is going to be messing around here too often.
Yeah.
Like, I just, you know, even though it looks like a squeeze spot, I don't think people are just going to be squeezing for the sake of it here too often with the table chip leader raising under the gun.
So Huspeka moves all in, and he's got everyone else covered. Mateos quickly folds the nines. Weigel out with ace-queen. Konechiev checks back. Ace-king is the hand. It's all into call. And Joe, you highlighted the money jump that happens at 39. He's looking back. What's happening to the other tables?
Such a sick spot. Because Huspeka's range is so narrow now.
Playing a time bank card. The clock will be reset. He will get an additional 30 seconds. Do your work, Bernie.
Jima says he should call because he'd be ahead 82% of the time. I mean, this range is super, super narrow now. It's tens, it's jacks. I don't even think it's ace-queen, honestly, very often. Tens, jacks, queens, kings, aces, ace-king, which obviously you're blocking some of those. I don't even know if nines do this. I think it's going to be exactly this matchup most of the time. Tens, jacks, queens.
He's made the call, and we're off to the races. Konechiev with the overs, Huspeka with the pocket pair, and it is the Bulgarian who's at risk here.
Like AC versus DC. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Obviously, we saw the ace-queen folded by Weigel, so it's not quite 50-50. Huspeka close to a 6-4 favorite. The flop is king high, top pair for Konechiev, and likely to double up now. This is a huge pot, 2,060,000.
Club's not a factor.
There's Mateos' 9.
Really saved him, didn't it?
Konechiev just has to fade a 10 on the river. And Konechiev doubles up to probably take the chip lead now. He's going to have more than 2 million. And Huspeka has just been Sinclaired. He's gone from being a big stack to having crumbs. Just over 100K.
Crumb, crumb, crumb.
More than 100 big blinds at this late stage of an EPT main event.
What a flipper.
6 big blinds. Woof.
Man, can you imagine? I mean, I'm sure he's imagining it, that if the flip goes the other way.
Danu on YouTube says, unfair flop. And to quote the Clint Eastwood classic, Unforgiven, fair's got nothing to do with it. Actually, it's a misquote. It's deserved's got nothing to do with it, but it works either way. Fair has nothing to do with it.
Fair has nothing to do with it. It's your quote.
I can't see deck anymore. Deck.
I'd like to thank whoever in chat made it so that we had to block the term chicken moron. Thank you for your comment.
Yeah, I'm seeing some pretty poor analysis today, guys. I'm sorry, but it is not Chat Pro Saturday, and you're just all plain wrong. Colonius has queens.
It was a joke. My English is not so good.
Yeah, okay, no problem.
I understand some American jokes.
For Kyriak. Now round to Weigel. He's out.
40?
Robert Hydorn, King Jack in the cutoff. Already cashed the Eureka main event earlier this week for 4K, the biggest Eureka main event in history.
But just after like 12 hours of playing in pairs each day.
It's 40? 40,000.
And with his super short stack, Specker has a 7.
Well, we know it's always coming 7. But it's probably going to have to come more than 1-7 for Huspeka to survive an all-in.
I mean, look, Huspeka, after he's played through the blinds, is going to have a whole orbit to potentially ladder.
The thing of leaving the cell phone.
That's a solid point.
The thing of leaving the cell phone there is new. I mean, the rule.
It's weird that you go from being chip leader at the table, eyes on €1 million. Now you're like, well, hopefully I can make 3,000 more.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's sometimes, but
Priorities change.
ask Adrian, he's used to the TV show.
Constantly adapting. It's one of the qualities you need
Is
to
it
play an
normal to put the
MTT.
phone away?
Colonius hovering around the 18 big blind mark.
Not at everyone, but PokerStars maybe.
Guys, we have a rule about bad lookalikes on our streams. Actually, there are 2 rules.
Yep.
Rule number 1 is we actively encourage them because we love a bad lookalike. However, rule number 2 is really important. The lookalike has to be someone who's not in poker. So saying one poker player looks like another poker player is boring and disallowed. Has to be someone who is famous outside of the poker world.
And we're very generous with what we'll allow as long as it's not a poker player. Now, we may mock you relentlessly.
If you want to say that Kyriak looks like Sean Astin, for example, that's a bad lookalike. But Sean Astin is proper famous. I'm sorry, Olivier Busquet, you're not proper famous. So to be compared to Colonius, that's not a bad lookalike. That's disallowed under the rules of the game.
You guys got it? There you go. Kyriak looks like a buff Jerry O'Connell. Fine. Drink asks, when is Monaco? I think you meant to ask, where is Monaco? It's in the south of France. Thank you for your question.
It's actually a principality in the south of France. I don't want people to think that Monaco is part of France.
Right.
They're very proud of their independence.
It is technically in the south of France.
On the French Riviera. There we go. That one.
It's inside France.
A6 versus King Queen. And it is a king high flop. Mateos, 77% equity.
What a dream. What a dream. Raised with king, queen, and hit a king. Huh? Okay.
Colonius not in a position to be making speculative calls, doesn't have the chips. Also knows Mateos unlikely to be betting light with his chip stack. Folds the ace-6. Next hand.
How about the bad look like the table looks like a putting green?
I guess you could repurpose poker tables to make very, very small, crazy golf holes.
We just lost the river flipper dealer. This guy better bring it. I want to see some flair. I want to see some pitching. I want to see some spinning. Oh, yes! What a wash. All-star dealers here on the EPT.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about how enthusiastic the players were coming into Prague and the amazing atmosphere amongst the poker community. Of course, for the dealers, also coming in hugely enthusiastic, many of them having not worked for the last 2 years.
Yeah. It's been pretty rough on the dealers. Could I say Kiriak looks like my friend Scott's cousin Matt?
No, has to be someone who everyone knows.
Got it.
A few suggestions that he does look a little bit like Liev Schreiber.
Liev Schreiber?
Meanwhile, we've got Heidorn opening with 10s. Round to the blinds. Colonius in the small. Jack 5 of clubs. Folds. Mateos in the big. Sevens.
Mateos with a hand a couple of notches lower than nines now, closing the action. Still has better than 20 big blinds. Not facing a late position raise, but a relatively early one. Ooh, surprising.
Adrian Mateos is all in with sevens. Heidorn has him crushed with 10s. Hasn't called yet, though.
I don't see. This is I don't think this is a slow roll or a nit roll. I think this is a, I guess it's a nit roll because he's not at risk. So waiting to see if another player busts during the hand doesn't really mean much, unless he's doing it for Mateos.
So Mateos not quite all in. 3-bet to 445, left himself 30 back. Of course, everyone just trying to stay across what's happening at the other tables, hoping that someone goes out in 40th, knowing there's a money jump when we're down to 39.
Yeah, I don't know, Milko. That was a strange delay.
I think I heard Heidorn actually say to Mateos, I am calling, but I'll use my time. It's like a...
I mean, it's courteous to Mateos, but not whoever's about to go broke on the other table.
Well, looks like there isn't any action on the other table. So here we go. Mateos all in with sevens. Heidorn has him covered and has the dominating hand, pocket 10s.
Could be it for your boy. Amadi Amoline.
Flop has a 10 on it. Not looking good for Mateos. He knows he's drawing super thin now.
It is incredibly likely to be lights out.
Yeah, likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Do we want a sweat? Why not?
Love a good sweat. We do not get the sweat, and Adrian Mateos is eliminated in 40th place, cashing for just shy of 18,000 euros. We started the day with 3 former EPT champs, now just 2 remain, Danchev and Ensan, as Mateos exits the stage.
Buenos dias, Adrian. Or in this case, adios.
That's him.
High Dawn up to 1.37 million, almost 70 big blinds.
More like, hey, Dorn. It has been a long time since I heard Stapes' Senior James impression. Do I do a character called Senior James?
No idea what they're talking about.
Are they talking about when I used to go on break and El Comatador would come in?
Maybe.
Senior James. Yeah, I do like the Daniel Craig, Robert Hydorn shout, though. That's solid.
Doing the nasty work.
Action.
Doing the nasty work.
Folded to Antoine Saut.
Legend.
Queen 5 in the hijack, that goes in the muck. Hey, David Husbecker laddered. Now guaranteed close to 21,000 euros. And he is all in with Queen 9 of diamonds. Ace 7 offsuit for Alexandros Kolonius. He's got the spraggy.
Husbecker's gonna get action. Was very likely to get action to begin with from whatever was in the big blind.
So the next pay jump will be when we're down to 31. To answer your question, Dana Craven, thank you for tagging your tweet, PokerStars TV.
What up, Dana?
Kolonius also all in. Oh no, I thought he said all in. He said call.
I mean, it's a big chunk of his stack.
No small blind in this hand, just the big blind of Kyriak, who has ace 4 off.
Hey, there's no small blinds ever. Just small people.
And, okay, Kyriak calling as well. So, one player all in, potential action on the side. Ace, King, 4. Good night, Kolonius. No way he does not put the rest of his chips in on this flop, but it is domination rotation with Kyriak flopping 2 pair. Kyriak has checked. That is the red triangle of death that's been presented to Husbecker, and it's not looking good for him, just 3%.
Definitely going to live up to its name on this one. Possibly twice.
60?
Kolonius is playing this weirdly. The pre-flop call, the bet of 60,000 on the flop. Kyriak shoves on him.
I mean, can Kolonius fold now?
No, he calls it off. So 3-way all in, 2 players at risk, and we could get a double KO here. Kyriak is 70% favorite.
You think if he jams ace 7 pre-flop that Kyriak folds ace 4? Probably, right? Seen a little funky pre-flop play.
That was very funky. I mean, maybe Colonius has been watching our live streams. We do have evidence that moving all in with ace-7 offsuit does not work out. CF Spraggy.
Moving all in with pocket sevens didn't work out either for Amati. And that was a bit of a surprise.
Turn card is the 3 of clubs. And Husbeka is drawing dead. He is definitely out. Colonius has a few outs, but not many. River card is a jack, and aces and fours hold, and it is a double elimination. Husbeka and Colonius both hit the rail and both cash for 20,890 euros, and we are down to 37 players.
You know, Colonius is still just steaming over the flip, right? I mean, you win that coin flip. Sorry, Husbeka, excuse me.
So we are going to hold the deal. We're not going to play this short-handed. We need to balance the remaining tables. 5 tables still in action. Elise is going to get some players. And I think it's really easy to say in retrospect that ace-7 pre should have been a reshove.
I also, like, he just did the easy one. Easy one for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the rationale is of just calling. And but when I say I'm not sure, I'm just trying to talk it out, right? Like, is it so that if Kuriak shoved, would he have folded ace-7 after calling?
Maybe he wants to fold it.
Of course, yeah. Super normal. Super normal. You're not calling all in for sure.
So Osman Askzu has been drawn to the main stage, but he's currently still involved in a hand. They'd already given him the assignment that he was going to be the player coming up to the stage, I guess, to take Mateos' empty seat. But we're waiting for him to finish playing his hand, which is why the deal has been paused at the feature table right now.
Sounds like the players sitting at the table think it should have been a shove with ace-7 also.
Yeah, and retrospect, the ability to see all the whole cards, hindsight, we know that Kuriak would have folded, it would have played out differently.
I want to with his king table.
For me? I was committed, basically.
Yeah.
So reminder that when we are wrapped here in Prague, Joe and I will be returning to the PokerStars Arena because we've got the Sunday Million 16th anniversary coming up this weekend. The must-play MTT of the year starts on Sunday, March 20th, and we will have cards-up coverage of the final day of this $10 million guaranteed event on Twitch and YouTube, Tuesday, March 22nd.
How much did Vanessa Cade win last year in this thing?
1.5 mil. So we're expecting, in fact we know that first prize will be at least $1 million.
You can stay where he is.
Yeah.
We could end up with $1 million for first and second, though, right?
Not me in the tail.
I think that is pretty much guaranteed. 7-figure scores for the winner and the runner-up. Suffice to say, guys, satellites are still running, including special edition spin and goes. If you want to play yourself, registration will be open until the start of day 2. But if you just want to watch the action, Joe and I will be streaming the final day in the company of Nick Walsh and Sam Grafton on Tuesday, March 22nd.
I gotta tell you, I can't wait to get back to calling online poker.
I don't know where Jack is.
I can't handle all this emotion. All these faces, all this talking, all these clothes.
I mean, he didn't bust.
Sensory overload.
So I think we're due to get 2 new players at the feature table, Joe. And just a reminder, one of them, the player who was already drawn to take a seat on the main stage before that last hand played out, Osman Aksu. but he is still playing a hand at his current table.
Let me ask you this. Who else is coming?
I think Elise is just deciding that now.
Is she doing eeny, meeny, miny, mo?
Nope, she is taking the player who is due to post the big blind next.
That's your friend? Could be yours. Not my friend, but I know him.
I would have done 1 potato, 2 potato.
In London for like a 2K tournament.
Yeah, I think poker players prefer there to be more formularity to how decisions are made.
You know that when you run like a randomizer online, all they're doing is 1 potato, 2 potato. They just do it real fast. Sometimes they're doing ink-a-dink.
So Osman Aksu will be joining us shortly. The other player who is coming to the feature table is Duco ten Haven. And he will be taking the 2 seat, and he is bringing a stack of 1.2 million to the main stage.
Gonna get us a Duke. Kick-ass Duke. No, we're supposed to be bringing people to the feature table, not losing them. Get back here.
It'll be the classic, as we're ready to restart the action, as we're ready to deal again, everyone would have wandered off somewhere.
Rushing back.
Yeah.
So, we have Duco coming in on 6-2.
At least bringing Duco's chips to the table. This is all because of that double KO on the last hand. We don't want to continue short-handed, so we do want to keep the tables balanced. But we're still waiting for Osman Aksu to finish playing the hand he's in at the outer table before he moves to the feature table.
No, because we are getting another player on C3, so C3 would be the leader button.
Wait, what if Osman Aksu goes out during this hand?
Oh, don't. That's Elise's headache. I'm not going to worry about that.
We just get to get the name, but. Imaginary asks, why is paused? Why are you asking this question? We just went over this.
Yeah, so while we are waiting for the action to resume, let's talk about the next live event we're going to be covering, Joe. We've talked about the Sunday Million anniversary. That's happening next week. But fast forward a couple of months, we're going to be back in Monaco because the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino is taking place from April 28th to May 7th. There's going to be a 100K super high roller on the schedule, plus the 5K main event, and we're going to be streaming both of those events. You're going to get 5 consecutive days of live coverage, starting with the super high roller final table and concluding with the late stages of the main event. Apologies, I gave you the wrong dates earlier on. It's May 3rd to 7th for the stream. So May 3rd to May 7th inclusive for 5 days of live coverage from the next EPT, which is in Monte Carlo. And again, you want to be there, you want to play the main event, satellite's running now.
I would recommend winning a package if you want to play Monaco.
Steve Mark asks, shouldn't Colonius have reshoved pre-flop? We've been over this.
They've been over it. We've been over it.
Oh, where are my time bags actually?
Yeah, out of time bank, 0.
No, I did have time bags.
So this is Duco ten Haven who's just taken the 2 seat. And looks like the chips of Osman Aksu and the man himself are finally with us.
Could be worse. Could be worse.
Can I get it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're mine.
Yeah, jackpot.
He looks nonplussed to be at the TV table.
So once we are down
Didn't see anything.
to the final table, we're looking at really huge sums of money. 6-figure scores guaranteed
She told me
for
that.
the top 7. The 7-figure score, rather, for the winner. More than $1 million to the champion of EPT Prague. And a reminder, the current payout, 20,890 euros. It'll jump to 24K when we are down to 31.
That's been a very big pot, actually. Sure.
We're finally dealing cards again.
You got like 9, right?
No, he's 1.2. Oof.
Then fold. This one fold. 16 folds. 3 folds.
Love it. We wait for this guy for an eternity. He folds the,
Oh,
the
come on,
first
dude.
hand he plays.
Have a little respect.
So this is blind v blind. Kyriak in the small with Jack 8. And Weigel in the big with 10-9 suited. He's got the Grafton.
Great hand for the big blind. Elects to just check.
King 10-6. The power of the 10-9 still in effect.
Didn't Aksu fold King 10 on the button even?
Expect 25,000.
$25K from Kyriak. Weigel, 3-1 favorite, makes the call. Turn card is 3 of diamonds. Weigel now a huge favorite.
Slow it down, Kyriak. Rein it in, pump the brakes. There we go. See if Weigel already just wants to get to showdown.
Joe, I know you love it when you get a compliment. So Trish Howard gets in touch on YouTube.
Hey, Trish.
Buzzing to get to chat to you live. Just to say I love you both commentating. You're by far the most easy to listen to, and Joe's lines are top notch. And James, you're great. Keep it up, from Trish in Ireland.
Does YouTube even allow comments like that?
I was so stunned that it somehow got through the filter that I felt I had to read it.
Did they add racism to it or anything? Thank you, Trish.
So as far as the players remaining are concerned, I know people are interested to know if there are any, quote, big names, unquote. I mean, we've got a former W Cube champion here. Ezekiel Weigel took down the World Championship of Online Poker main event in 2018. That was worth about $1.5 million. As far as players you may be familiar with from the EPT, we've got 2 former champs. We did lose Adrian Mateos a short while ago from the feature table. We've still got Hussein Ensan, Prague winner 2015, World Series of Poker main event winner 2019, plus Dimitar Danchev, PCA winner from 2013, and a player I'm excited to see and I'm hoping we can bring to the feature table a bit later today, Tuan Mulder.
Tino E. Mulder.
Spirit of the horse.
Only had him on the stream for a short time yesterday, but he did not disappoint.
Weigel with 8-7 off in the small blind.
Blind on blind, and or sort of a little extra blind, considering we can only see one card.
Yeah, we know Hydorn has a 10. We know that Weigel has a pair.
Set 9 bets 45,000.
Hydorn's bet of 45,000 called by Weigel. I wonder what that other card is.
It's weird playing these, you know, the sweat with hands where we'll cover up a player's cards, play from one player's perspective.
Yeah.
This is interesting to just get half the information. Based on half the information, I like a pair of sevens. Blind on blind. Maybe there's a spade under there. 10 seems, excuse me, a king seems kind of unlikely. Based on the
135,000.
Oh, that's a pretty big bet. More than half pot. Putting a pair of sevens in a spot here. Isn't it terrible that I can eliminate a bunch of hands from Hydorn's range because of the 10 of hearts and I still don't know if this 7 should make the call? Did this go? Yeah, well, we're going to find out. Did this go limp raise? Well, 7's no good. Queen 10. Couple folks in chat got it. It's okay if you want to say nice river. Probably would have thrown a queen 10 out there myself if I'd remembered what the pre-flop action was. But I didn't.
We're now into the final 30 minutes of this level. We've got down from 42 to 37, so 5 eliminations so far today. The ambition on day 4 is to play down to the final 16, the final 2 tables.
If we don't get to the final 2 tables, we're in trouble. We're in big trouble.
Should be able to do it in the 5 levels that are planned for today. I mean, there's a few caveats in place. Like, you know, if we get to 16 inside of like 3 levels, we'll carry on. Want to play at least 4 levels today.
Yeah.
If we get to the end of the 5th level of the day and we're still at 17 or 18 players, it's fine. We can still come back with that number tomorrow.
Well, I recorded something this morning that said we were going to get down to the last 2 tables, so I really need that to happen.
So you weren't actually listening during the production meeting we had before you went up to record?
I said the goal today is to play down to the final 2 tables.
That's fine. That's fine. That holds.
That guy's name is Tenhaven. That's amazing.
Will Meister says, I want to know what James thought of the new Bond film. In which case, you should listen to the Poker in the Ears podcast, specifically the episode from last year where we discussed it in great detail. Thank you, Raksha. So Weigel's opened on the button with Jack-9, King-Queen of strawberries for Heidorn.
$145.
Sit 9 raises to 145,000. Sit 10 fold.
It's a nice little re-raise here with Queen suited. Gonna stack another 80K on top of Heidorn's chips.
That's mine.
Frosty Nug Farm says, I've never seen ante same as big blind except the local tourneys I play at. The big blind pays the big blind and big ante, and nobody else pays ante, just big blind. Is that what they are doing here? Yes. Thank you for your question.
It's something that was introduced, I guess, 2018, 2019 is when it really started to become the norm on the live poker circuit and major live events.
It's kind of embarrassing how long it took poker to come up with the big blind ante concept.
But the weird thing is, just as we'd all adjusted to the big blind ante in live poker, we go back to covering online poker for 2 years, where of course
it makes way less sense.
It's all automated, so every individual player posts an ante. So now you have to get back into the habit of explaining it again.
Mini Cooler asks, which Poker in the Years episode is it where you discuss the movie? That would be the episode with No Time to Die. Thank you for your question.
Shall I be nice and try and find it for them?
I'm sure it's in the description, right?
It will definitely be in the description. It might not be in the title.
I don't remember who the guest was, so
Let's
why
have
not?
a look. I know roughly when it would have been. Okay, it's episode 228, the one featuring GJ, Reggie, and Magin, which was released on the 27th of October, 2021. So if you go to your podcast platform of choice, be that Apple, Google, Spotify, Stitcher, SoundCloud, episode 228 of the Poker in the Years podcast featuring GJ and Magin has our spoiler-filled review of No Time to Die.
Raise and take it for Aksu. Under Green Thunder on Twitch says it took them this long to come up with the concept, and then they still couldn't do it right and adjust it for the amount of players on the table. I'll tell you what, I'm going to adjust chat for one less person. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
Seems fair.
Peace and love, peace and love. Welcome, peace and lovers.
Liam 0077 asks, what's wrong with the chairs? Some players find them a little bit too small. You might remember a few years back, Luke Marsh stacked his chairs.
Nice one, Marsh.
So that he could be elevated. He then became Luke the Umpire Marsh.
Somebody in this very room likes to stack their chairs.
Joe, I've got a bad lookalike for Duco Tenhaven. Wait till the camera's back on him, though.
Duco Tenhaven sounds like a name from the Star Wars universe.
And the lookalike is someone from the Star Wars universe.
Nice. Okay, cool. These are my friends Mace Windu and Duco Tenhaven. Was there ever a character in any movie that you anticipated more and did less in a movie than Mace Windu?
I think you can say that about a lot of characters in the prequels.
Yeah.
Soat with 9-4 off, folds.
Okay, hit me.
I can't remember the actor's name. The Irish guy who plays General Hux.
Oh, the guy from all the the Love Actually movies. Gleason.
Donald Gleason.
Yeah, all right. The top of his face looks like Donald Gleason.
I'm working with what I've got here, buddy.
General Tenhaven.
Raise and take it.
He was in that movie About Time, which I liked quite a bit. Richard Curtis, that's why I said all those Love Actually movies.
Which movie is About Time?
It's the one where his dad teaches him that he can go back in time. I can't remember if it's only to like a particular moment. Like he can, it's almost like a Groundhog Day sort of thing.
He's one of the Weasleys in the Harry Potter movies.
Oh.
He was in that film with Oscar Isaac, Ex Machina. He's in a really good Black Mirror episode. He's been in loads of things.
He's good. He's good. It's good look like. Yeah, Oh No's liked it. There's like a really, really heart-wrenching twist in that movie that I'm kind of getting. I went and saw it by myself in London, actually. I think I cried alone in the theater. To be fair, I do that during most movies. Dread. I forgot he was in Dread. Dread was a gem. Bit of a ripoff of a lot of movies. Most recently, The Raid, but still pretty likable.
Those films were kind of almost made simultaneously, which made it even harder because The Raid came out first.
Yeah, by like a month or two.
Yeah, yeah.
But they're all like a ripoff of like Assault on Precinct 13.
Yeah.
Which I think itself may have been a ripoff of an earlier Asian movie.
So the break is imminent, guys. During the break, which will be about 20 minutes long, there will be a chance to revisit what happened on day 3. We'll have the recap video, the roundup, the highlights of day 3.
Scott. Jack Sinclair is not still in. More like Jack's out clear.
Kiriak versus Aksu. And ace high, still the best hand. Wheel draw as well for Aksu. Aksu has made it 70,000. And Kiriak does not call. So after the break, we are going to be switching feature tables, and table 1 is going to be coming up to the main stage. Now, that probably doesn't mean much to you, but I can tell you that one of our former champs, Dimitar Danchev, is at that table. Also at table 1, Turn Mulder.
Nice. Spirit of the horse.
And he is among the chip leaders right now. He's got close to 2 million.
All right. Oh no has asked a question I think I know the answer to, but I have a follow-up that I don't know the answer to. Any chance that James is knighted and becomes Sir James Hartigan? I think that there's a very low chance of that, but my real question would be, would you accept it?
Probably not.
Sick. That's such a boss move. More like 10-8 having. I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. I can't even believe there's a guy whose name is 10 having, and I am just discovering this now.
Oh, that is a good, bad lookalike, Johnny. Axu looks like Johnny Sachs from The Sopranos. That is a great lookalike.
Is Johnny Sachs Uncle Johnny?
He's the guy from New York. I'll help you out with Google, Joe.
Okay. We're down at 36 in the field. He does look like
Okay, just let you know, after the break, you will be back on your table. Right?
Sorry? Okay. Yeah.
After the break, you will
Y'all
be
blew it.
back.
You're not ready for television.
So, don't worry about it.
Just kidding. You were lovely.
$45.
Raised to 45,000. 3 folds.
Tenhaven with ace 3 of spades. Opens to 45,000.
Can I do this every hand? We're like ace 3 having. I don't even for me. I don't think I can do it.
You're going to get punched.
Probably by him. It's on a 30-minute delay, so he'll be on the screen. I'll just look over in the corner. He's going to be standing there.
Things are coming down a little bit after all the bloodshed.
Do you remember when Ralphie made a joke about Johnny Sachs' wife, Jeannie, and Johnny wanted to have Ralph whacked?
No, I don't remember. Ralph is
Joe Pantoliano.
Joey Pants, yeah, okay. That I remember, at least.
God, I love that show. I need to watch it again from the beginning.
Everyone was watching because of Mateos.
I think I watched a lot of that show in Prague.
Yeah. 2 folds, 3 folds.
Gonna be tough to beat that really good bad lookalike.
I definitely remember running out of Sopranos episodes. This is how long ago it was when I was watching the show, and going to a DVD store in Berlin.
That's right, I came with you.
Yeah, to buy like season 5 or 6.
Weigel opening from the cutoff with pocket 5s. Antoine Saut with ace 10 in the big blind. He moves all in. And Weigel asks for a count. It is a not insignificant percentage of Weigel's remaining chips to call this all in.
We're going to get flippy with the chippies.
Do we play like 25k next one? Play the blinds? Right? 10-25. Nope.
No flippy.
Nope, and the clock has just ticked to 0, and we are going on break. Jacek Pustula out in 37th place from one of the outer tables. That's why we are down to 36. We will come back from break with 36 players in 20 minutes' time with a new feature table on the main stage, headlined by former EPT champ, former PCA champ, Dimitar Danchev, and Turn Mulder, the online beast, spirit of a horse. These are the stacks of players we've been watching over the last 90 minutes. Another 90-minute level just around the corner. 20-minute break, then the blinds go to 10,000, 25,000. More live action from the EPT here in Prague.
Coming up, breaking down the prize pool, checking on the chip leaders, and hearing from the legend that is Hussein Ensan. This and more in the Daily Roundup from EPT Prague.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague. I'm James Hartigan here with the headlines on day 3 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour main event. We're into the money, but there's still a long way to go until we reach the final table and pay out that 7-figure score to the winner.
Hussein Ensan is one of 3 former EPT champs who made it through day 3. In addition to taking down Prague in 2015, he won the World Series of Poker main event in 2019. We asked for the secret behind his success.
Today is day 3, and I started with like 80, 90 bigs, but I am always confident in every tournament. I like EPT and EPT Prague. I have good memorized. I won this one already, and my secret is play always my A game, try to sleep well, and be fair on the table.
These are the big stacks at the end of the day. The chip leaders advancing into day 4. They include Gabyon Kim, David Kuluberda, and Dmitro Kamenita, a player who spent significant time at the feature table and won the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Andreas Bowling raised to 22,000 from the hijack, with Ace of Hearts, Jack of Spades. Dmitro Kamenita 3-bet to 65k from the cutoff with Queen 9 of Hearts. Action folded back to Burling, who made the call. The flop saw Burling hit top pair, top kicker. Kamenita had a flush draw. After a bet and a call, the 6 of Hearts completed the flush for Kamenita. He decided to spring the trap by checking, and Burling took the bait. He bet, and Kamenita deceptively just called. A blank on the river, and Kamenita checked for a final time. And what happened next shook us to the core.
All in.
Like he was all in.
He shoves the river, gets called, and that will see the elimination of Andreas Burling as the biggest pot of the day so far gets shipped to Dmitro Kamenita. 1.5 million in the middle there.
While Adrian Mateos is sitting comfortably in the standings, but he knows better than anyone, anything can happen to a big stack. Earlier in the week, in the 50k Super High Roller, Mateos went into the final day as commanding chip leader with just 5 players remaining. Guess where he finished? 5th place.
My style is pretty aggressive, so sometimes make me cheerleader, sometimes make me bust soon. So the last day of the 50k, things doesn't go my way, but that's how poker works. So my tournament is going pretty good right now. I just win a big pot, so I'm still in and really happy to be here.
Another big stack is Turn Mulder, aka Tino Mulder. He won the single day 25k high roller at the start of the festival. We asked the Dutchman about his success.
My main event is going pretty well. I have 400k now and it was 30k starting, so yeah, doing pretty decent. I am playing already on PokerStars for like 9 years. And now I won the 25k high roller a year for 250k, so that's also, yeah, pretty happy with that.
And now another hand from the feature table. This one played between Kolm Chan and Dimitar Danchev. Chan raised the button with King 6 off. Danchev defended his big blind with Ace Deuce off. The board, King 10-4. Chan with top pair. He c-bet, and that was called by Danchev. 3 of hearts on the turn gave Danchev a gut shot. Both players checked, and an irrelevant jack of clubs hit the river. Danchev made a small bet, 7,000 into 63,000. Pretty quickly, however, Chan raised to 27,000 with just top pair. After spending 1 time bank card worth 30 seconds, Danchev then did the almost unthinkable.
Oh my days. Danchev responds with a re-raise to 100,000, and Chan's thinking, why didn't I just call that 7K? He makes the call.
Wow.
Let's go. Good call with a pair of kings and wins a huge pot from Dmitry Danchev.
Well, the booth was in awe of that call. Chan himself, moderately unimpressed.
I didn't think he had much value there to 3-bet with, and I felt like I was on top of my range with the low king. I wasn't going to check all my kings, so I just called it.
We also saw plenty of bust-outs on day 3, getting down from 119 to 42. Dominic Panka, Daniel Dvoris, Masato Yokosawa, Martin Cabral, Rafael Moraes, Connor Beresford, and Ana Marquez all hit the rail. We caught up with Daniel Dvoris and asked him what it was like playing live after such a long time.
It's just been forever since I played an EPT. It seems like an eternity ago, but it was 2019 in December, and the online schedule has just been really intense during the last 2 to 3 years. Between live and online, right now my preference is definitely live. I haven't touched cards in over 2 years, which is insane, and I've just been itching to play a little bit of live poker, so this one seemed like the natural first stop to make after the long hiatus.
And a quick recap of the payouts which were confirmed on day 2. The prize pool, 5.77 million euros, with more than $1 million going to the winner. Finish 2nd through 7th, you're guaranteed a 6-figure score. The current payout is 17,780 euros.
So day 4 will see us play down to the final 2 tables. Make sure you subscribe to the PokerStars YouTube channel so you can continue following our live coverage. And let us know in the comments if you think we're going to see another 2-time EPT champ.
Call. And Brandon calls.
Oh, kings versus queens here. Ristine raises to 50,000 and Schaefer flats with the queens. No re-raise. And it's a queen high flop.
Reverse setup.
Marcus first. Mark checks.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark Ristine. You didn't deserve this.
He's setting a trap, but his trap is actually inside Brandon Schaefer's much bigger, more disguised trap.
Mark raises to 100,000.
It's actually a pretty nice spot for a check raise as well with the kings.
And Brandon calls.
I think both players are playing this hand really soundly so far. I guess more commonly going to see the 3-bet pre-flop, but sorry, the re-raise pre-flop.
Thank you.
Brandon checks. River card.
Check now.
8.
And an 8 on the river.
Really great card for Ristine as well, pairing the 4. He beats Queen Jack now, of course. Orban and called.
Oh,
man. Wow, what a cooler.
And that is the end of Mark Ristine, cashing out in 3rd place for 40,500 euros. And we are going heads up in Deauville. A round of applause from James Hartigan at the back.
Well, we know Brandon Schaefer loves 10-7.
Suited in diamonds. And oh, looks like the Desperados have arrived on the rail. Yep, 29-year-old James Hartigan is swigging away.
I think that might be a Heine. All right, so we have a defend with the 4-3 of hearts. And flops about as good as you could hope.
Carl bets 120,000.
Hey, John Gale.
Yeah.
Come on.
All in announced.
Top pair versus bottom pair in a draw. It's a tale as old as time.
James Hartigan watches on in the background. There's the call.
Carl calls. We have an all-in the final of the French Open. We see the hands. 10-7 for Brendan.
So top pair against a flush draw, a straight flush draw.
Top pair, not the favorite.
Turquoise, a 9 of spades.
Now it is.
No help for Carl.
And it is a blank on the river, which sees Brandon Schaefer win the Deauville leg of season 1 of the European Poker Tour.
Brandon Schaefer, 144,000. First prize, Brandon Schaefer, runner-up, Carl Olsen. This prize money, 80,000.
Blinds now 61-20. Ferez has ace-9.
Hey, that's his lucky hand. That's the hand he busted Johnny with.
He raises to 310,000. Mateos with 7-4 of spades.
Hey, we are heads up, and Mateos is going to have the post-flop advantage, so a call here is perfectly reasonable.
He defends. And what a flop. Top pair for Ferez, 2 pair for Mateos.
That is some post-flop edge, but also what a cooler. Heads up, this is a bigger cooler than the one where they keep a cryogenically frozen Marlon Brando.
425,000, the C-bet from Ferez.
It's got to be very tempting to raise here.
Mateos does check raise. He makes it 1.1 million.
Ferez might just think Mateos is trying to push him around, the big bad pro.
Three bet coming. 2.675 million.
Ferez has also got backdoor hearts. And once he's shown himself to have something here, it's entirely possible Mateos goes to play this fast as, which I am totally on board with.
All in. Mateos moves all in.
Too many chips in the middle to fold now.
Ferez calls, and the cards go on their backs.
Dobles contra as-9. Doble stopper, sí.
Ferez has run pretty good this whole tournament, but that can all change in a blink of an eye.
Ace of hearts, 9 of clubs, pair of aces. Adrian.
The turn card. Jack of diamonds. So Ferez spikes an ace, jack, or 9 on the river. He's the grand final champion. 8 cards that give Ferez the win.
It's a blank. A huge turning point in the match.
That was the big double-up opportunity he was waiting for. Now he's in the lead. Now he can put it away.
Adrian Mateos now has a 7-1 chip lead over Muhyiddin Ferez. And his friends and fans know that we are on the verge of crowning the first ever Spanish EPT champion. Back to the action. Mateos, commanding chip leader.
Well, this is a different story than before, eh?
Ferez with a6 of spades. He raises to 410,000. Mateos has him dominated with ace-8. He shoves on Ferez.
Ace on ace, heads up, one player short. This could be for all the monies.
Ferez calls! And this could be it.
He doesn't need an ocho, he just needs no seis.
More than half the time, Mateos seals the deal here. Here comes the flop. And there's the ocho!
That is just about gonna do it. It might finally be Ferez Bueller's day off.
It could be over on the turn. Spain has been waiting for its first win on the EPT for 11 seasons. And the wait is over! Adrian Mateos takes down the EPT 11 Grand Final! And a great showing from amateur player Muhyiddin Ferez, who finishes second.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. One level down, potentially 4 more to come on our quest to get down to the final 16 players on day 4 of this EPT main event. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan, joined by Nick Walsh.
Hello everybody, thank you very much for having me back. We're locked in, let's do it.
So the chip leaders coming back from break. Dimitro Kamenita is the single biggest stack right now, 2.5 million. Just ahead of start of day chip leader Gab Yong Kim. Turn Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, is third on the leaderboard right now with close to 2 million chips. And Nick, he is headlining our new feature table. We're going to get to see the player who has crushed the highest stakes online for the last 2 years play at an EPT feature table.
I wasn't. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I'm very excited.
Yeah. Now, we lost Adrian Mateos during the first level of the day. We still have 2 former champs. Hussein Ensan is on one of the outer tables. Dimitar Danchev is at the feature table. A little bit short right now with 545k. Blinds going to 10,000, 25,000 with a 25k big blind ante. And a reminder of the prize money in this main event. The current payout with more than 32 players remaining is 20,890 euros. Once we're down to 31, everyone will have locked up 24K, more than a milli up top. Yeah, right now we are at 36. So 4 away from the next table being broken. There will be a redraw at 24. Going to play at least 4 levels today. If we should get to 16 during the 5th and final level, we'll stop there. If we get to the end of the 5th level and we still have more than 16, we'll stop there. Clear? Good. No more questions. Let's go.
Let's get it on, James. I cannot wait. We're getting really into the thick of it now. 36 remain. And this is where it really counts. This is a great final table, feature table to return to. These are some of the greatest players to have ever graced the felt. So again, seeing that behind the scenes, cards up, action, getting to see what they're doing behind the scenes is going to be, it's a real treat. And this is what we came here to see.
There is Danchev under the gun with ace-3 of clubs. Number 1 on the Bulgarian all-time money list. Not going to play this hand. In the 1 seat. Spirit of the horse. It's Tino Mulder himself. Ace-queen in the hijack. And he's raising to 50,000. Victor Katzenberger. So this is a player with nearly 800K in live earnings. And we have folded around to the big blind. Juan Carlos Vecino Duenas. Spanish player who lives in Estonia, flats the raise, king, queen of strawberries, 5-4 deuce on the flop. Ace high still the best hand. Mulder with the straight draw, the wheel draw.
Yeah, it's one of those hands, king, queen. You're going to feel really confident about playing it. And really, in terms of this dynamic where you've got the hijack open, you're playing the big blind, it's going to be towards the top of your range, I think. And unfortunately, dominated in this scenario, although this isn't really a texture where I think you're going to lose too many chips, right? If it came queen high, obviously a different story.
$35,000 the C-bet from Mulder, and Vecino calls.
Oh, what was I just saying, James?
Top pair for both players. The ace kicker very much deciding things.
Oh, this is such a murder card because the ace-queen has all of the justification to want to continue in this scenario. The only thing that might slow down ace-queen is the fact that the effective stack depth now, the SPR, the stack to pot ratio, is about 1.5. So he might be a bit concerned about getting check raised by a flop straight or a 2-pair or something like that. But I think for the most part, we're just going to see him continue here because it is a very, very meaningful card for ace-queen.
$55,000. And this is getting expensive for a player who only has 330 behind.
Okay, looks like a call. I mean, you're definitely not going to float and then give up when you've turned top pair, am I right? Oh, but this is the kind of river that might slow down ace-queen, right? The 6 completing a lot of straights. You've got a ton of showdown. The big blind defend is going to have plenty of stuff here that makes this straight and possibly 2-pair, like 5-6, 4-6, that kind of thing. Even, as weak as 6 deuce suited might even be calling in the big blind here versus the pure min pre-flop. Never mind. I take it back.
Mulder does not slow down. Moves all in. Vecino calls all in and is all out.
Oh
36th place finisher, and we might have a new chip leader. Mulder now playing 2.4 million. We have seen this guy play so much poker in the last 2 years. He plays as Tino Mulder on PokerStars, where he has more than $6.7 million in online winnings, 2 Scoop titles, a W Coop title, and when we covered the W Coop main event in September of 2020, we saw him come third for a 7-figure score, $1.1 million. He's got plenty of live cashes as well, Nick, and just a few days ago took down the 25K high roller here in Prague for $250,000.
Oh my days. And I mean, that goes to show you exactly why he's one of the best, right? That's a situation where it's a scare card river, right? You just got the top pair and the board is highly coordinated, but he just knows where his opponent's at and he goes for that max value in a situation where I think a lot of people, I don't know, you guys tell me in the chat, would definitely find the slowdown, but there you go, absolutely max value. That's a great way to kick off today's coverage, or at least my stint in today's coverage, I should say.
Absolutely, and more than or nearly 100 big blinds now for Mulder. Yeah, obviously, Joe was alongside me for the first 11 of the day, and I know a lot of people are fascinated to know what Joe does during his break. Things are a little bit different when we're at a live event. We don't have the plethora of hot dog stands that the PokerStars Arena offers spectators. So Joe normally takes the opportunity to take a nap. More on that in a moment, because Coliberda's woken up with aces under the gun. And looks like it's raise and take it. Now, Joe is one of those people, and I'm really envious of this. He can fall asleep anywhere. He's that special breed who can sleep on planes. I still can't sleep on planes, Nick, after all these years. If there is a couch, if there is an empty square footage of floor, he can do it. Now, conveniently, inside our broadcast center here at King's Casino Hilton Prague, Joe has found a handy closet that he can curl up in and go to sleep. So I will now provide live commentary of what is happening across the room. He's getting into the closet, curling up in the closet. Now he's closing the closet, going to sleep in the closet. He's dreaming in the closet.
He's not exaggerating, people. This is actually happening in real time. And I mean, you know, talk about facilities. This is what we need sometimes.
Now he takes out his gun. Danchev, ace king in the small blind.
All right, little blind v blind action. I like it. He's going to make it a straight 3x here. Seven-3 suited in the big blinds. It's not that absurd to think that he might want to defend here. I mean, the blind v blind dynamic is so interesting, and when you look at these spots, very frequently, pretty much any suited combo is going to be involved in at least a call. And sure enough, 7-3 of diamonds comes along. I know it seems kind of crazy to some, especially when you're looking at, you know, the hand matrix, the combo matrix, and how far down this hand is in strength. But you just can't be giving up your big blinds so easily, and you do need to defend the correct percentage. Otherwise, you are going to be exploited by these players. And these are the guys. These are the kings of exploit. Ace-King doesn't improve. Still the best hand now, but it's obviously a combination that is still going to feel somewhat confident to continue on this board. The paired board for him is really nice here, too. Obviously, Ace-King is going to be the best hand a little bit more often now. I think he's probably just going to want to slow down again. But, you know, I don't know. Like, at this point, you can kind of justify trying to, quote-unquote, protect your hand, but generally speaking, players who are going to slow down are just going to try and take that all the way to showdown, and of course, that's a great river for Ace-King as well. The interesting thing here, though, of course, is if you're going to defend 7-3 suited in the big blind, you have to understand how to play against, you know, the kind of range that's going to be coming in the small. And so in this scenario, Ace-King slows down on 9-10 queen. This is a board that he can c-bet liberally, right? So when he's slowing down, it doesn't necessarily indicate weakness. It actually might indicate more strength or more confidence to continue on later streets. So just because your opponent slows down and you've defended doesn't mean you can go blasting off. And I think 7-3 is right in just, you know, just giving up more or less. No problem at all. Yeah, very, very nice. It seems simple, but these are spots where I think a lot of people end up getting trapped. And there's absolutely no chance ace-king is folding on that paired board turn. Not a single chance.
David Kiloberta is a player I don't know a lot about. $137,000 in live earnings. Best live result came from a UK IPT event in 2016. And oh my, look who's coming to the feature table.
Yes.
The other former EPT champ. We've got Dimitar Danchev, and now we've got Hussein Ensan, who won here in Prague in 2015, is also a former World Series of Poker main event winner.
And he's got a wall of chips, James. A wall. He's like, sorry guys, don't mind me. I'm just building a bridge over here.
Well, all my Christmases have come at once. We've got Danchev, we've got Mulder, we've got Ensan, all three of them on the main stage at our feature table.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping for this. You know, we don't always get a say in who makes it onto this table, but I was hoping to see a little bit more action
50.
From the former EPT champion. And Christmas has come early, indeed.
How much are you playing? This one bought, I think, like a little bit less than 6.
Okay. Ace-10, ace-10.
Danchev has raised to 50,000 on the button. Turn Mulder.
All in. All in.
All in from the big blind, shoving on Danchev.
Yep, this is basically what you're going to do every single time in this scenario. You've got a dealer button open. You've got ace-10 off. You got him covered significantly. He's only got about 20-ish big blinds behind. Pretty easy. I mean, this is just every single time. Yep.
Well, most of the time, this is going to result in some singing.
They said the word, James. They used the word.
There is always the prospect of some nastiness. Spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs.
This is one of those, isn't it, James? You got all the flush draws, and they're not coordinated with each other.
Both players with live suits. And it will be Mulder who's free rolling with 2 spades on the flop.
I mean, how do you feel free rolling in this situation, in this tournament, on this day? Gone. Just give him the sweat, minimum.
I mean, if you're going to get done by a 4 flush, at least make it a raw flush.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
Brick on the turn. This will be a chop pot. Nick, you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
We got mad respect last time for the harmonization, but I feel like with 2, it's not quite a barbershop quartet, is it? A barbershop duet, perhaps.
I was going to say the very definition of a barbershop quartet is 4.
I know. Agent Mulder, love it. Were you a fan of the X-Files, James?
No.
I couldn't really get into it myself.
It's not that I dislike it, it's just that I never got into it.
Yeah, I understand. I think it was more of an American phenomenon anyway.
I thought you were American.
Yeah, I left when I was young, though, didn't I? Stalking Geek says I was an octave too high. I got to work on that. I knew I was going a little bit sharp. All right, so UTG +1 here. Shahade makes it ace. 25,000 with ace of spades, a jack of clubs.
Yeah, this is Luigi Shahada, who's already cashed both the 1K Eureka main event and the 2K Eureka high roller.
Got to get those cashes. Got to pay for those hotel rooms, James. All right. 155,000. So a little cheeky 3-bet there from Hussein Ensan. Checking his cards again, and in the muck they go. Very interesting. It is a difficult position to play from there, James, and I think that's also one of the things that Hussein Ensan knows as well. That's exactly why he'd rather play his hand as a 3-bet, potentially get some folds from much better hands like Ace-Jack. I don't blame him, right? Ace Jack is a hand that you can defend in a lot of spots, but when you're just UTG +1, it just gets really ugly really fast, especially when you're playing against very successful players who know how to turn on the pressure. Ooh, that looks like ace-king to me. From the cutoff, I'm expecting him to make it 50,000. There it is, 50K.
David Kiliberda, one of the big stacks, starts the hand with nearly 1.5 million. Is raised to 50,000. Mulder's on the button.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Oh. What a time. What a time to have the sweat.
A mini sweat. 150,000 is the size of the 3-bet. Meanwhile, we have just dropped to 34 players. We say goodbye to David Viniagamurvi from Norway, who's just gone out in 35th for nearly 21,000 euros.
These are really, really difficult spots, James. I mean, you have ace-king, right? I'm not saying he doesn't have an absolutely primo hand, but these guys are relatively deep if you look at it in relation to sort of tournament stacks and on average.
Yeah.
And you don't want to just be dumping this in when you have enough chips behind to go ahead and slow it down and play the hand as is. And you're not really shallow enough to justify just banging it in as a 4-bet shove or even just 4-betting and getting it in, really. So he's just going to opt for the call instead, which I appreciate. And these deeper stack situations are really where fortunes are won and made. You know, this is where these are some of the really difficult situations to try and study for and prepare for, and they can be the most meaningful in a tournament like this. Okay, so the check on that flop, to me, suggests that Mulder is going to turn up here with ace-queen, ace-king, that kind of thing quite often. That's not to say that he can't have aces and slow down. He might be thinking, you know, I don't want to inflate the size of the pot if this guy is just calling with 5s, 8s, 7s. You know, this could just be for pot control. It's, if you have aces, it kind of disguises the strength of your hand, but also it means that you're not going to inflate the pot on the flop where you're going to end up doing your stack on later streets. So if he does have aces, I think now is the time when he would want to probably up the ante. If he was going to actually find the miss c-bet on the flop.
Still goes check, check.
Okay.
And the 4 of clubs on the river.
So it might be a little bit premature, James. If we don't see any action on this river, I think it might be the old choppy choppy. I mean, his opponent hasn't shown a lot of aggression, so that was an opportunity for him to try and rep something, but I don't know if he's telling the right story, you know what I mean, James? Like, if you did have a 7 or an 8 or you had some sort of a draw, you probably would have represented it at this point, turned it into a semi-bluff or tried to protect the equity of your made hand.
Yeah.
I'm kind of expecting just a check-check river here, given the action on flop and turn. Never mind. He's proved me wrong once already today with that ace-queen, king-queen situation. He does make a river bet. Perhaps he's thinking, I think I might be free-rolling here. If I bet this river, there's a chance that I can just get him off a similar kind of hand. Although perhaps he wouldn't put him exactly on ace-king.
120,000 is the river bet. Alberta buying some time, plays a 30-second time bank card.
It's a really, really wet board, James. This is it's not easy. I think he kind of knows that he's not being completely out of line by considering a call with ace king here, but given the action, is he calling for a chop? You know what I mean? This is such a tricky one, and that's why this river is so crucial. Makes a call.
We're going to see Mulder's other card. Ace 5 of diamonds. He had artisanal sourdough.
Easy game.
And it was domination rotation. Makes the thin value bet on the river and gets paid off there.
Absolutely. And these are the situations I'd absolutely love to be wrong. You know, Mulder just finding these spots, just playing way out of the box, and that's exactly what we came here to see. Genuinely thrilled to see him turn over such a thin value bet on that river, and indeed not the combo that we thought he had given the action played. It's really exciting. This is what we came here for, guys.
Mulder now up to 2.74 million. Ensan, the second biggest stack at this table, still
couldn't resist.
4 other tables in action as well. We'll be at 4 total tables when we're down to 32, redraw at 24, and stopping play today when we're down to 16. Tomorrow playing down to the final table, Wednesday playing down to a winner.
You was the minimum there.
You 4-bet, I 5-bet, then you call, and then...
Ace 5 like aces, so...
Probably it's better.
That's nice to see. A little bit of camaraderie at the table.
The less damage.
So this is a player who was on the feature table yesterday. It's Carl Shaw from the UK. And he's folded, so that's going to be a walk for the big blind. Anticlimactic.
Easy game, as they say.
Do something fun in Prague?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Always.
What did you do? Were you out to party?
No. I was busy all the time.
All the time playing, yeah, me too, yeah.
I'm playing. And you? Yesterday?
All the time playing.
Yeah.
So many to play, so much to play.
Yeah.
Katzenberger. This is Victor Katzenberger, who you might remember came 3rd in Monte Carlo in 2019. That was the event won by Manik Lerza. Katzenberger has raised with ace-king, and Luigi Shihada has ace-4, folds the small. Hussein Ensan, king-8 in the big blind. Defends. Checks in the dark. Normally when players do this, I absolutely abhor it. But when Hussein Ensan does it, I think boss move.
I love that. Yeah, he is pretty bossy.
Katzenberger wins that one with a continuation bet. He's playing a 26 big blind stack. That third place finish in Monte Carlo, by the way, was worth more than 500,000 euros. And that makes up for most of his live earnings, which total nearly $800,000.
Mulder passing king 7 in UTG +1.
Round to the button, Luigi Shahada. King, queen.
Yep, this is fairly standard. Just the straight min raise from king queen on the dealer button. Danchev waking up with ace jack. I think he's just going to ship it. That would make sense. And yep, that would make a ton of sense, including the big blind ante in there. There is quite a lot of dead money. It is difficult to play this hand well from out of position. The suited counterpart obviously having better playability if you do want to see flop turn river. Makes a call. Danchev, the slight mathematical favorite here, but it's pretty close. King, queen still live cards.
So Danchev has been called, and Danchev is at risk. Does have the edge as we deal out the community cards, starting with the flop. And it is an ace high flop. There's a king as well.
Yep, still a glimmer of hope.
As things stand, Danchev an 85% favorite to double up. Well, Danchev now a 9-1 favorite. He will survive unless there is a king or a jack on the river. The river is a 3, and Danchev doubles.
Very nice. Best hand holds up. A little bit of a sweat there with the king available and then the potential straight, but he will take it.
The narrative of the EPT 2-time is something that started in Season 1 when there were a couple of close calls. Ram Vaswani, having won Dublin in Season 1 of the European Poker Tour, then came second in Copenhagen, the very next leg of the tour, so nearly went back-to-back. Brandon Schaefer won Deauville in Season 1, came second in the Grand Final in Monte Carlo. But, spoiler alert, it took 10 seasons before there was finally a 2-time winner when Victoria Coren-Mitchell took down San Remo. Since then, Nikolai Pabal has done it, won Barcelona in 2012 and won here in Prague in 2019. And if you include the EPT online main event, which does count as an actual EPT, it awards exactly the same trophy, that has run twice, and it's been won twice by the same player. What if God?
Yeah, absolutely. That was really exciting to cover as well. We were on comms for both of those events, in fact, and what an amazing finish. I mean, to beat those kinds of fields, especially the online fields, we know they are particularly tough, James. To come back and do it twice in a row online is just absolutely unbelievable. Serious scores as well.
So Hussein Ensan and Dimitar Danchev, the two players here in Prague who could potentially win their second European Poker Tour trophy in this event. And this is Ensan versus Mulder. King high, still good on a 9-5 deuce flop.
Yeah, guys, keep your eye on this one. He's been playing some absolutely outstanding poker. Thinking on that level that many of us just simply do not. He does take the check on this board. Ensan does have the opportunity to take some aggressive action. He does have queen high though, so it's not completely unreasonable to think that he might still have the best hand. I think a lot of the weaker stuff that Mulder might have would have c-bet the flop though.
Meanwhile, we've ticked down to 33 players. Antoine Sote, more like Antoine out, in 34th place for 20,890 euros. The two-time World Series of Poker main event finalist is gone. And now we're down to 32. We've lost another player.
Checks again. Ensan is going to look at his cards now. That glance could be interpreted as a tell, but in this case, I think he might be trying to represent some kind of a suited combo or something like that. And that's indeed what he's going to try and do on the turn. Makes it 60K. And Mulder gets the fold. Ensan gets the fold.
Elvis Petcu from Romania is the player we just lost in 33rd place, taking us down to 32, taking us down to the final 4 tables. That means we're going to be balanced again, and we'll be 8-handed at all remaining tables. We're also on a money jump, Nick, worth highlighting.
Very nice.
So next player out, 20,890 euros. If you can ladder up one spot, you're guaranteed 24,070.
Not too shabby.
Yes, indeed, one full step. Elvis has left the building. Actually, he's probably still inside the building, but he's no longer in his seat at the table in the main event.
Mr. Shaw makes it 50K to go under the gun. Mulder, big blind suited hand, must call. Seems pretty expected, especially from a player who can play the way he's been playing so far. And that is a very nice board for 2 clubs. $40,000 is the bet. Jack 10 just with the straight draw. Still the best hand, of course, with Jack high too, but Mulder is going to be going absolutely nowhere with his flush draw. It just depends if he wants to play it as a check raise or if he's going to play it as a call, really.
Always love an open-ender against a flush draw. Literally 50-50. And 40,000 apiece takes us to the turn, which is...
There it is.
A club.
Quick check.
Love it.
We know how aggressive these high-level players are, James. Is he going to fire? No, he decides that he's just going to check turn instead. Oh.
Well, that's a bit of an action killer.
It is indeed. How many clubs in this deck, James?
13. Next question.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Suppose technically Mulder should have more ace of clubs in his range. Sorry, Shaw, excuse me, should have more ace of clubs in his range than Mulder. So the pot was 215. Mulder decides to make it 60K. So around 1/4 pot river.
Shaw has jack high.
I mean, there's no reason why Shaw couldn't raise this river. As I said, he should have a couple more ace of clubs in his range, being the UTG opener. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. Really, really like this play. Mulder is definitely the kind of guy who is capable of making the call, though.
Question, Nick.
Yeah.
If Shaw has a big club in his hand, would he check back the turn?
That's a great question. I think if he had a hand like ace 10, ace jack with the ace of clubs, he might try and take the free card once in a while. But I don't know. Like I said, these guys are so aggressive. When you've got the blocker, I think you're probably going to go ahead and bet quite frequently.
And Mulder sniffs it out, calls the bluff, calls the river, and wins another pot. He is very much table captain, not just because he's got the biggest stack.
Yep.
But also, he just seems to be owning every other player.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I still really like the play. I think if he was playing any other player, there's a chance he actually might pull that off. But like James is saying, I'm not really sure if the ace of clubs makes too much sense when he's slowed down on the turn. But that's not to say it's impossible.
Might have flashed your first card. Yeah.
So we are 8-handed once again, as I said. 4 tables remaining with 32 left from the 1,190 total entries in this Prague main event.
It's fine.
He's got the heart, though, James. He's got the heart. That's what we like to see.
Round to the blinds. This could be Mulder versus Shaw, round 2. By the way, it's Manuel Lebu, the French player, the French qualifier, who's just joined the feature table. Well, this is all Shaw. Top pair, flush draw, going nowhere.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful flop for Jack 5 of clubs. You know, when you're defending these kinds of hands and playing these wider ranges that you're expected to play, especially small blind versus big blind, it doesn't get much better than this, right? I got Jack 5 of clubs. What's a good flop for me? 2 pair maybe, or you know, top pair flush draw. That's pretty juicy too.
Just takes it down on the flop, adds 25k to his stack. Just find it so ironic, having streamed so many online events, so many high rollers from the PokerStars arena since the summer of 2020, and how much we've stared at that horse avatar, Nick. And now we get to stare at the man's face as he sits at a table in a live poker tournament, but is still playing at the his top level.
Yeah, absolutely.
And still achieving success.
Yeah, we are pretty lucky. We have seen a lot of very, very high level poker over the last couple of years. Okay, ace-8 coming in at UTG.
Seems, I don't know, look, I wouldn't with that stack, but
he does have quite a few players to get around. And
that's what I mean.
And also one of the greatest players ever on the button with a big stack.
Seems to have worked on this occasion. And the under the gun raise gets through.
Yep, picked his spot well. It's a pretty considerable increase in his stack there.
Well, I can tell you right now that Carl's brothers, Owen and Deckard, are not happy with how Mulder has been treating their baby brother. You don't mess with the Shores.
You don't mess with the Shores.
Just ask Vin Diesel and his family.
Family.
Danchev, ace deuce of diamonds, opens to 50,000.
Yep, very pretty ace there. Moment of thought here.
Yeah.
So we only know one of David Calaberda's hole cards, which is the king of diamonds.
Makes it 150 to go.
$150,000.
All in.
Oh my days.
Pocket nines.
4-bet cold jam.
Carl Shaw all in, gets through Danchev. Calaberda asks for a count. $340,000 to call. What are you thinking, King Queen?
Well, if it was ace king or kings, he'd probably be putting that money in snappy. So, you know, we've seen a lot of these players using king queen suited from relative position as a 3-bet. Makes the call.
So nine's the hand for sure, the at-risk player. Calaberda tables. King of diamonds, queen of spades.
Good read, James. Yeah, absolutely. I think given how many chips are in the middle, this isn't that unreasonable, considering Shaw's stack. And indeed has plenty of equity. If you want him to have a hand here, James, pocket nines is pretty okay. It's pretty okay.
Well, Shaw needs this pair to hold.
Whoa.
And here we have the open-ended straight draw for Calaberda. Shaw does not want to turn a step.
Yeah, but he does have those nines, so he is heavily blocking the bottom end of this straight draw. And time to all just in case.
Calaberda with 11 outs.
Whoa, deuce of clubs, such a brick.
Still 11 cards for Carl Shaw to fade to survive in the EPT Prague main event. The river is a king, and that will see Carl Shaw eliminated. Now, it seems that there was a bust out just now on one of the outer tables. Ezekiel Weigel, a former W Coupe main event winner, just went out in 30 seconds. So actually, Carl Shaw is our 31st place finisher, and that means Shaw gets the money jump. Weigel cashing out for 20,890. Shaw actually gets 24,070.
That's a nice little bonus, isn't it, James? I mean, he probably isn't aware of that just yet. He's focused on this hand. But when he gets over to the cash desk, hey, buddy, you get a bonus 4K.
And we are actually down to 30. We'll tick down in just a second.
Hello, guys. Hello.
And Mulder continues to play the chip lead, 2.95 million. Calaberda up to 1.72 million. Shahada now the low man at the table with 265K. I don't necessarily agree with this analysis, J. Matthew. King Queen tank just to give the guy a pay jump. What a nice guy. I think it was a legitimate decision with King Queen, and I don't actually think that anyone was aware what was happening at the other tables and was thinking about the pay jump at that point.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, James. I mean, he needed to do some math there. He needed the count, which immediately already slowed things down. But he also needed to, consider the dead money and, what kind of pot odds he was getting on his call. And I think once there was an initial opener, it kind of just tipped it in favor of the call. King-Queen is one of those hands that just performs really well, and it will sneak into these sort of 20 big blind effective calls versus shoves. The fact that it was a cold 4-bet might make his range slightly stronger, but he's obviously picked the right call there. He was getting the correct price, no doubt about it, against nines specifically.
So aces for Danchev, who's opened under the gun. Katzenberger, ace-jack on the button.
Okay, Katzenberger, he's got that kind of a stack that might just want to put it in, James.
Julio, thank you for your question on YouTube. The blind levels are 90 minutes long. So we play a 90-minute session at a single blind level, then we take a break, and then we come back from break, the blinds go up.
I mean, I don't know about you, James, but I really like when people 3-bet when I have aces. I really like it.
6-fold.
What would you be behind? It was 600 at the start.
Danchev asking for a count, but I think he feels pretty good about this spot. So he's made it 140. The pot afterwards will be around 280K, so he's not going to struggle to get the rest of these chips in the middle if he plays this as a flat.
Cool.
Yep, there it is. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Because you have to remember, guys, the SPR after you make these calls is what's going to dictate how you're going to play these hands, and I think the 4-bet jam might actually get the fold from ace-jack. So why not keep him in when you know that you're not going to struggle to get the chips over the line after the fact?
Of course, there is always the danger that your opponent actually flops
it
pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, Katzenberger with just a gut shot here, but nonetheless has equity.
Yep, absolutely. Still 15% on this flop. I mean, that gut shot is going to be really meaningful for him, and it might be a reason for him to want to continue. He does opt for the check, and aces do the same. Oh.
The board's getting a little bit straight here now, but Danchev, 93% favorite with aces, over pair to the board. Hey, we've got Carl Parrish with us, who I know is a huge Hussein Ensan fan. It was Hussein Ensan who, after winning the seniors event in Barcelona in 2014, inspired Carl to play the seniors event at EPT London, and that's the tournament that Carl took down.
Both players check turn.
Always
and
coming 7.
The board pairs. At this stage, I would be very surprised not to see some kind of a value bet from aces. He's played his hand very, very disguised pre-flop and post now. There hasn't been any aggressive action on flop or turn. But when the board pairs, I think you got to be kind of confident that you got the best hand a lot of the time here. Throws in a time bank card, gets another 30 seconds. Okay, reaches for chips. 500K. He's going to go for all of it here.
Duco Tenhaven out in 30th for 24K. 29 remain.
And the fold.
As Danchev continues to chip up at this feature table.
Nice hand, sir. I really like the flat there pre-flop with those aces. I think he takes his moment very well. but unfortunately doesn't merit him any additional chips in this pot. All right, next hand.
Yeah, just to recap, it was Duco Ten Haven who went out in 30th place from one of the outer tables.
We're getting close now, James.
Yeah, there'll be a redraw at 24. 5 more eliminations.
Had quite a few spicy hands during this session so far.
Oh, thank you.
Not least because we've seen some extremely spicy plays.
Yeah,
which is great to see. Not just the action flops, but also some really excellent poker, especially coming from seat 1.
Snowmen's Num Num Hussein Ensan with pocket 8s. And there is the chance of champ v champ action here. EPT Prague winner versus PCA winner.
90.
Danchev with jacks.
Oh my days.
There is definitely going to be champ v champ violence at this feature table.
Yep, and I think they're deep enough for Ensan to want to come along here. 8's getting into that sort of middling pair anyway, right? 8's having better playability than just like deuces, for example, where you're basically just trying to set mine. But as I've said many times before, as you get deeper, there's more implied value that you get from these hands. So when you're you're going to quote-unquote set mine or play these smaller pairs, making sure that your opponent has enough behind there, the effective stack is enough, is very important. Otherwise, you're probably just going to end up losing too often when you don't connect, and you're not going to have enough big paydays when you do.
So Ensan just called the raise. We've got an ace-9-4 flop. Jack's still ahead.
There was a really funny moment there, James. I don't know if you noticed it. Both of these champions looking at each other and going, I'm not going to get any tells off you, am I? And he sort of said no. And he just glanced back down.
I remember watching you on TV. I remember watching you on TV.
That was really funny. They both looked and they knew they weren't going to get a dime.
Danchev bets 50,000.
You know, Ensan doesn't have to go crazy here in this situation. That's not to say that Danchev isn't going to have some wider 3-bets here. He does want to come along for at least one. It was a relatively small bet on the flop as well, so don't blame him. Oh, that is a really dangerous card for both players, really. Pocket 8's probably a lot more confident that they have the best hand now. Maybe their opponent's 3-betting with a hand like King-Queen, like we've seen so frequently at this table thus far. Some of that completely random stuff that he wants to throw in there as well. Maybe some suited connectors or something like that. And Pocket Jack's probably feeling more confident that they have the best hand now as well.
Absolutely.
Yep, sure enough. Pocket 8 is going to go ahead and lead turn.
Ensan, no!
Get a black tea with lemon, please. Call.
Going to the river, 465k in the pot. Inconsequential deuce of diamonds.
That's pretty much the biggest brick in the deck.
Check, please, guys. We don't want to lose either of you.
Ensan checks. He glanced at his chips, James. We know what that means. 465K in the middle. What is his value bet size?
Being verified by the dealer. Oh no, it was a time bank card, Nick. I thought he was putting chips out, but no.
So too.
He's buying himself more time.
I thought so too. It does go check, check.
Okay. Could have been worse for Ensan. Doesn't like it, but knows he could have lost more.
Yeah, I think he's not happy about it, but I think he is kind of happy about it because he knows he probably would have convinced himself to call that river some of the time if he indeed did go for value with those jacks. Dimitar Danchev, 62 big blinds now.
Yeah, up over 1.5 million. It is Turn Mulder who still leads the field and leads this lineup on the main stage, 2.95 million.
Yeah, you can't blame him for checking those jacks there. I mean, absolutely possible for your opponent to have an ace there quite easily. I mean, these guys are quite big stacks, so you will find some players playing a little bit more cagey, trying to avoid doing damage to their tournament life.
Oh,
sorry, James.
We're down to 28. I just noticed.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm hearing from our team on the floor that it is Omer Gabay who's out in 29th for 24,070 euros. And we're on another money jump.
Yep.
So the next player out will also cash for 24K. And then when we're down to 27, there's an additional 4.5 grand, 28,510.
Wow, well, when you got 8-4 of spades, this ain't a bad flop. Gut shot and flush draw for Lebu.
One bets 45,000.
I mean, he's got so much equity here, Nick. So many ways of winning this hand, and yet my money would still be on Mulder.
Yeah, he has been playing like an absolute demon today. King of clubs does not improve the 8-4 suited. It is an overcard to second pair here as well, which is meaningful. This is the kind of turn that a lot of players will like to barrel again, because it does become increasingly difficult to call with a 5 or a 7. You can still get some flush draws, fold, and some straight draws depending on your size. Checks turn. And another brick, 8-4 of spades. Not getting there, James called it. But we still have more action to come on the river. 8-4 of spades, still the opportunity to turn their hand into a bluff. Doesn't want to.
I mean, if you've got 10 high on this board, you kind of feel that if you want any chance of winning, you've got to bet. So really, it's either bluff it or wave the white flag of surrender, which is what Mulder does, and he's going to be shocked to see.
What?
Did he muck?
Ah, no. Okay, so I guess Lebu mucks first, and then he's put his cards in behind. Didn't choose to show there. 10 high, taking it down.
Every draw breaks. Yes, can I pay back no room charge, please?
Mulder's moved over the 3 million mark. And he's getting table service. Like a boss.
Like a boss. got to keep that energy up, James.
I love it when people get outraged about the fact they can't play PokerStars in their particular country and scream, "Bring PokerStars back to Australia,
I saw that one.
FFS."
I saw that one too.
Yeah, because, you know, we're just sitting back and not worrying about this major market where we would potentially...
We're just lazy.
You know?
We're just lazy. We just prefer, like, we could. No, of course we want. That would be so awesome. I'm all up for that.
If there was a Twitch stream run by regulators in your country, you could scream in the chat of that one quite legitimately.
Lebu here with the up and down straight draw. He's got a pair. He's going to make the call.
I like a pair. Say no more.
Jack of Hearts does not change anything for Lebu. It is an overcard. It might be an opportunity for him to continue barreling off here. Again, a little bit harder for a 4, a 6, or a 9 to call when you see another overcard come in. So 135K in the middle. He is reaching for chips. He's going to make it just under full pot, and I love this line from him. I think this is really, really good. And indeed, Queen 4 suited. I mean, what are you going to do? You have to have a very specific read if you want to continue here, and there's no promise you're not going to face more action on the river. Gets the fold. Well played.
I think he had 10 or something. No, 20. Not 20. Did you beat 10 high?
No.
No?
No, I would have shown if I even had. Okay.
All right, hand 46 now.
So okay, I'll take it.
Mulder asked him, could you beat 10 high? He was just wondering if he accidentally mucked the best hand. I don't think that's likely given the level these guys were playing. I think he knew that 8 high wasn't going to be good enough somehow, but still would have been a funny one. Okay, we have a button open here. 8 of clubs is the only card we have at the moment. Mulder in the big blind with Queen 6 off. 3.03 million, absolutely chipped up. He is going to defend the Queen 6 off. Okay, if Mulder does connect, we don't know what Lebu has at the moment. Obviously going to be playing a very wide range there from the button, though. Bad scam, best of luck in your all-in.
Now, earlier on, Nick, we were playing bad lookalikes at the poker table. Now, I appreciate that this is not a great lookalike, but there is something about Mulder's look at the table. There's something about his demeanor which screams to me, Le Chiffre. He's got a touch of the Mads Mikkelsen about him.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, well spotted. I definitely can see that now you say it. 2 pair for Mulder on the turn.
Well, no, you got 2 pair.
It is that awkward kind of bottom 2 pair situation, though, James. You know.
Oh, in that case, raise with it.
You know, yeah, exactly. You know that you probably have the best hand a lot of the time. You do have a hand that you can probably get a ton of value from, but also, you know, there are still plenty of combos of 2 pair that you're not going to completely love. Makes the call. And the river's the 9 of diamonds. So we know that Mulder has to have the best hand.
Yeah. You can't win LeBou, but there are alternatives to fighting. And checking back the river was probably a good idea, as Mulder wins another pot, continuing to boss this feature table on day 4 of the EPT Prague main event.
That's right. 2 pair good, picking up even more chips here. You can't put a foot wrong at the moment, playing so well. All right, guys. There's a look at the chip counts on this feature table of our Prague main event day 4.
And worth highlighting again, Nick, Mulder not just the chip leader at this table, the overall chip leader with 28 players remaining.
Yeah, he's absolutely massive. He's been playing so well, and nice little pot for him there. His opponent taking the aggressive line twice on the ace-high board, where he's turning the 2 pair. Feels pretty good, man. All right, hand 47.
And we've got pocket 3s for Luigi Shahada.
Now this is not that dissimilar from the from a pot we saw earlier, James. You were commenting on his open with ace-8 off. Pocket 3s again. Quite a weak hand here. He's playing it as a pure shove here. We are slightly shorter-handed on this table, so...
No, I think we're 8-handed.
Are we full 8-handed?
We're full 8-handed. What? Worst case scenario, we're 7-handed, right?
Yeah, I thought we were 7. Might be wrong.
No, you're probably right. We have lost a few players since we got down to 32, so...
Gets forced to fold. That's really good for him. And I think he's pretty understandable as well. Jack 10 in the big blind. Again, probably not going to want to gamble for that amount, even though it's not too many effective chips now. We're looking at about 10 big blinds there.
Luigi has close to $1 million in live earnings. Won an IPO event in 2017 for 300,000 euros. Bested a field of 3,000 in that 550 euro event.
All right, guys, hand 48, and you'll notice that we are ticked down to just 27 players now, which means we are on another pay jump. 28,510 euros. Mateusz Szymanski out in 28th for 24,070 euros.
We've just ticked down to 27 players, Nick. Mateusz Szymanski out in 28th. So Matt Szymanski, the last player to cash for 24K. There is now another money jump. Everyone's locked up at least 28.5 grand. 3 eliminations away from the redraw, the final 3 tables as we play down to the final 2 tables here on day 4.
3 tables is when you really feel like you can start seeing that finish line. All right, hand number 49 getting underway. For those of you that just joined us, blinds are still 10K, 25K with a 25K ante.
And they will do until the end of this session.
Mulder again. I'm just excited when he's in a pot, James. I really am. This is really what we love to see when we're doing this kind of cards-up coverage. Very exciting for players that want to improve their game and see what these guys are doing at the very highest level. Queen 10 off from the cutoff seems like a hand you're going to want to play, especially off a 3.26 million starting stack.
Oh.
But aces for Katzenberger on the dealer button. And he's looking pretty shallow here, James. He's under 20 big blinds effective. So not going to struggle to get the chips all in here.
Victor Katzenberger, third place finisher in EPT Monte Carlo in 2019. Just flats with aces on the button. And it's ace-7 suited for Luigi Shahada in the small blind. Is he thinking of squeezing here?
Oh my gosh, this is a spot. I mean, you are so tempted. The flat in this scenario. I wonder if Katzenberger was looking at his stack and going, this is a great spot for me to try and get the squeeze off the small blind here. I would struggle to not squeeze this. He makes the fold, though, very nice. It's so tempting, isn't it, James?
Yeah. Hussein Ensan, 8-4 of diamonds in the big blind, looking to defend his Prague title from 2015.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about flatting the button here is you're going to let the big blind come along with a lot of different hands. And 8-4 suited is definitely going to be one of them.
So we are going 3-way to the flop. Katzenberger slow playing the aces on the button. Mulder with the pre-flop betting lead. Ensan out of position. The flop. Queen,
oh, no.
Queen, 7 trips for Mulder. Katzenberger out-flopped.
Like James said earlier, we saw a flat with the aces before, and this is the issue. Sometimes you let them in. You let them in cheap. What? Wait, what's this? Ensan deciding to lead at this flop.
Oh, it's so gloriously Ensan.
Oh, it is. And, I mean, this is just, the setup is unbelievable here. You've got Queen 10. This guy's trapped you with aces. You know you're going to win a bunch of chips. You got Ensan with no hand doing all the betting for you. It's the dream. This is what EPT dreams are made of.
He's got a backdoor draw, Nick. Give him some credit. 5% equity. 90,000 is his lead. Mulder, 9-1 favorite here. Trip queens. Just calls. Now Katzenberger.
Oh, my God. He hates life. He's hating life right now. Why did I flat these aces?
So 2 callers, and Ensan somehow gets to the turn with this hand.
Please, diamond. Please give him a diamond. All right, king of clubs.
King on the turn, and Ensan is now drawing dead. Katzenberger's down to 3%. Hussein, I love you, buddy. Stop betting. He's checked.
Yeah, he's going to slow down now, obviously. Trying to do something kind of cheeky there, but he knows that it's time to slow down when you got 2 players calling behind. Mulder checks to the aces. Oh, he's going to make a bet. James.
455,000 in the middle, and Katzenberger bets 55,000. Ensan folds, and Mulder is going to take his sweet time as he enjoys that sweet tea.
He's never looked more Le Chiffre-like ever. Yeah, Ahmad Tom is asking, would I bet with aces in this scenario? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I mean, both players really, you know.
Casually plays a time bank card. I'm going to need time to think about this. So remember, ace-7 was folded pre-flop. Katzenberger is drawing to 1 out, the last remaining ace in the deck. As Mulder shoves on him, all in to call for Katzenberger, who's kind of committed at this point.
Yeah, he has kind of committed himself, but oh, you just don't feel good about your aces no more, do you?
Step 1, throw up in your mouth. Step 2, cycle.
Yeah, exactly, James. His face said it all. His face said what you just said. I'm so committed to this pot, but like, how do I ever win here?
Plays the time bank. Bernie the Lizard, give us another 30 seconds on the clock, please.
He's just got to ask himself, does he ever have a bluff here? Like, he might do this with a king, but like, what kind of a king gets to this turn? Like, what kind of a king is going to be here on this turn that he's going to want to see? Given the pre-flop and flop action, how many king X combos is he going to have here that he thinks he's value shoving, especially given the way that the hand is played out? And would a king shove it against the aggressive action on the turn? Because they could still just be sitting there with a queen.
Spirit of the horse, indeed. He doesn't like it, but he has to go along with it. And he calls all in and is drawing to the last remaining ace in the deck. If it isn't the ace of hearts on the river, we lose Victor Katzenberger in 27th place.
Yeah, you can't blame him. He's very, very committed to this pot, and he's played his hand so disguised. You really feel for him, but this happens sometimes.
The ultimate Barry Greenstein required here.
Oh, man, that would be a really, really flaming Barry.
Nope. Instead, it's quads for Mulder. It's hashtag death by quads for Katzenberger. And we are down to 26 players in the EPT Prague main event.
And the rich get richer. My man cannot put a foot wrong. He's playing good. He's running good. What else do you want?
Change the deck, please.
Change the deck, please, he says. He knows he's running hot. And that wall of chips next to him. Look at it. It's not a wall. It's like a tower.
3.8 million for the chip leader. Turn Mulder. More than 150 big blinds.
It's his fortress of solitude, James. He's up there, chip leader all on his own. Yep, there it is, guys. Tower of Solitude. I don't know what he's putting in that tea, but I want some of it. All right, hand number 50 gets underway, guys. We're down to 26, as James just mentioned. Still 28,510 for the next player to bust.
Yeah, and 2 eliminations away from the redraw. 2 players away from being down to 3 tables in this 5K main event, where there is a first prize of more than €1 million and that prestigious EPT main event trophy. Well, that hand was significantly less interesting, wasn't it? Sanchez still playing over 1.6 million. That's right, John Delano. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Mulder is sitting solidly in the catbird seat.
How's it going, John? Always a pleasure to have you here, buddy.
9-7 of clubs under the gun +1. He's playing another hand, Nick. Opening to 50K. Rounds the blind. Stanchev folds the small. Online qualifier. Manuel Lebu has queen 10 in the big and defends. How's it working out for you today, playing hands out of position against Turn Mulder?
Yeah, ask yourself that question.
Okay, has second pair for now. We all know the club's coming on the turn, right?
It's like you said, I know Lebu's got 91% on this flop, but I'm still rooting for Mulder.
Ticker's down to 25. Yellow Myrna is out and actually went out in 27th just before Victor Katzenberger at the feature table. So Myrna 27th, Katzenberger 26th, 25 remain.
Yep, which means we are one spot away from that table redraw. Final 3 tables, right, James?
Correct. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
He's going nowhere. Queen 10 off is a monstrous hand in this particular setup. Deuce of spades, no change. Mulder now at 0%. He's going to have to represent that ace in order to win this pot. Lebu's got quite a few chips left, though. Still got over 30 big blinds, so I think at this point there's like a lot of ICM pressure that bigger stacks can apply, and when the board comes like this and you have, you know, more ace-x combos in your range, you have more quote-unquote nuts in your range. These are spots where you can barrel off really, really aggressively because a person's tournament life at this point is so precarious. And I think my man Mulder knows that too, which is why he's going to go ahead and try and rep turn. I don't think it's completely out of the question for him to go for 3 barrels here either, James.
Oh, I kind of really feel for Lebu. Even when he's got the best hand, he gets absolutely stamped on by Mulder, who's now over 4 million in chips.
Yep, I love that turn bet, and this is one of the problems. Playing queen 10 off out of position here, it's tough.
For a moment, I thought Mulder was looking back at the trophy as if to say, yeah, I'm going to have that. But actually, he's looking at what's happening at the other tables.
He glances back. He goes, is that going to fit on my coffee table? Or is it, I'm not even sure if my trophy cabinet has enough room in it left.
Yeah. Got to sit down and have some sugary tea. In a chemical world, it's very cheap. Not going to play 10-4 under the gun. Fair enough.
Seems good.
Is yellow out? Yellow out?
Yeah.
Ah, fuck.
Oh, he's looking for Yella. Oh, Yella.
Old Yeller.
He didn't make it to the break.
Oh.
I don't know.
It was all the time short.
Yeah.
I think 20 bigs it was his max.
Yeah. Yeah. Whole tournament.
Yeah.
I say to Hinsen, like, these guys who just have 20 big blinds. They never have 100 big blinds. Oh, what's it like? I've never felt that way. I've never had 20 big blinds in my life. Okay, folded to the button, and he's got a really pretty hand here. Queen Jack of Hearts. I think it's going to be an open pretty much 100% of the time. Going to war once again with his nemesis at this table, Mulder, with the same hand, but not with the strawberries.
We're coming to the end of the level, right? Going to be like 5 or 6 minutes left to play. I think that if we lost a player now, we just take the break early while they conducted the redraw.
Sure.
But inevitably, you know what's going to happen. We'll make it to break with 25, come back, first hand, player out, and then we're going to need an impromptu break for the redraw.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how we run. Okay, both players unsurprisingly connecting. Not connecting, I should say.
But again, even out of position, I'm not betting against Mulder here. I'd like to see Lebu win one, just one.
Yeah.
I'd love to see him make this continuation bet and get a fold. It's a small pot, but he deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been valiantly fighting against Mulder, and I think he's been playing quite well too. It's not that he's playing poorly. It's just that Mulder's been playing just a little bit better, and also been improving his hands very, very often as well. I think this is a mandatory c-bet here as the initial aggressor. The 10 on the flop is particularly important because it does give him a lot of opportunities on the turn to make straight draws, as well as a queen or a jack, of course, where you can just continue very aggressively. You're going to get plenty of 6s and 4s and straight draws to fold on the turn. And sure enough, Mulder with the check raise. James calls it again. Look at his face. It's like he can hear James talking about him.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I just, as much as I'm in admiration of Turn Mulder right now, I just want to go down and give Manuel a hug, because the poor guy just cannot win a pot.
Oh, James, this is what I'm here for. This is amazing to see. He's like, yeah, no, you're not having that pot either. No, not today. Turn bet, sure, absolutely. Check raise flop, getting through. The Tower of Solitude gets taller.
Artisanal sourdough, ace-5 suited for Hussein Ensan, and he opens under the gun.
How's it going, Fake Ben CB? Welcome back.
Ace-king suited to Turn Mulder.
Artisanal sourdough.
And I'm guessing we have seen a re-raise from the small blind. Yep, 3 bets to 175,000. Quick fold from Ensan.
Yeah, ace-5 suit.
Oh, these guys having a great time. They're like, yeah, you got chips, I got chips. We're having a great time.
So Turn Mulder has less than $1 million in live earnings. That's still a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but compared to his online results, where he has 6.7 million in winnings on stars, 2 scoop titles, 1 W Coop title, a 3rd place finish in the W Coop main event from 2020. He is a crush.
He's having a good time. Okay, small blind action now. Shahade very short here. under 10 big blinds effective. I think it's an easy shove, and that's exactly what he's going to do. But at this effective stack depth, there can be plenty of calls. He makes the call.
And what has Ensan called with? He's called with the same hand.
Yeah.
They both got queen 10.
Yep. This is a really easy shove, blind v blind, and this is a very easy call, blind v blind, especially against high-level players who know how wide they can shove small blind with this effective stack. Ensan with a couple % extra just because he's suiting. Oh my days. Oh wow. Oh no. Oh, from 6% to, I mean, he's got to be massive now. 34%, but that's 34% and the chopportunities as well. It's not, this is incredible.
The ultimate free roll flops the royal draw.
I'm thinking of a free roll. 5 of diamonds is clean.
Shahade looking to chop this pot. Does not want to see a club on the river. No club. It's going to be split down the middle. This is a chop pot, Nick, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Okay, guys.
Right.
See you later.
And looks like we have reached the end of the level. Now, before we go anywhere, let's just keep tabs on what's happening at the other tables, because as we've referenced a few times, if someone goes out in 25th place, if we get another elimination, we will have the redraw. And it would be good to know if we're going to hit that redraw before the players go on break. I love the Lisa's reaction there. What did you do? My goodness. Just knocked out a few players, owned a few souls.
What did you do? My goodness. I wish somebody would say that to me once in a while, James.
Suffice to say, we are going on break with Turn Mulder holding on to the chip lead. 4.2 million, a 141 big blind stack. That's at the next blind level, by the way. Blinds going up to 15,000, 30,000 with a 30k big blind ante as we continue to play down to 16. Continue to play down to the final 2 tables here in Prague. You're watching the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're going to take a 20-minute break and then our live action resumes. Go nowhere.
And Levine's open things up here with the pocket deuces, and Chow's gonna look him up with the K-Jack.
Negrano on the button.
Negrano loves his button.
He will call with the ace-4 of hearts. Dario Minieri will look down at ace-jack in the big blind. We might see a re-raise here. No, he's just gonna call.
Dario decided it was fine to just complete this and take a flop.
4 players will see that flop. The pot is 1,450. Boom, look at that. Trip jacks for Minieri and for Chow.
Minieri with the nut kicker and Chow with the second nut kicker. We're sure to see a lot of chips go in this pot.
Been checked to Levine. He was the pre-flop aggressor. Looks like he wants to make a continuation bet into 3 players. He does. 1250.
Levine's not slowing down, but unfortunately for him, 2 people flop the goods.
Does Chow raise? No, he calls.
Chow's being sneaky. Negrano's not. He decides to pass and get out of harm's way. And now back to Dario.
How does Chow avoid doing all of his stack here?
Dario should be raising. Calling is extremely suspicious. If he's raising, he could be bluffing. And instead, he just has the ace-jack. He's got the goods. Chow is in a lot of trouble here.
So, Levine gets out of the way. It's back on Chow.
There's 8,000 chips in this pot already, and it's only 26-25 more to call.
Surely he's going to at least call. He might even re-raise.
He has position in this hand. He has a lot of good things.
What? He's just folded.
He just mucked the king-jack. Dario is going to be in dismal distress after he sees what Chow's folded.
Back at our feature table. It's been raised in early position by Christopher Chow. Playing pocket nines.
Chow has another real hand. And this time, Mineri has a real hand with ace-king of clubs. He's going to isolate Chow with a nice 3-bet.
The blinds fold, so it comes back to Chow. He started the hand with 22,500. Would you expect a re-raise here, William, or do you think he'll just flat and play a flop?
Chow's been getting bossed around by Mineri. I think he's going to take the conservative route and just call. And he does just that. We're going to see a flop with 26.75 in the pot already.
Chow out of position against the pre-flop aggressor. And it's a king-high flop. Mineri takes the lead.
It's a wonderful flop for Dario. Dario's got top here with 26.75 in the pot. Chow's checked it over to him. Let's see what happens.
15.75, just the one overcard. Do you reckon Chow calls here and sees a turn?
Chow can't be overly concerned about this board. I'd expect him to peel one and see what happens.
Another big laydown. And again, he's behind. But again, you have to question the amount of respect he's giving Dario Mineri.
He made the right fold again. Mineri could have won a lot more, but instead he just gets to pick up that small pot.
Blinds are up to 75-150. Let's get back to our featured table. Negreanu with pocket threes is going to raise it to 400.
Negreanu's going to get the action started the best way he knows how, and that's raise.
Kings for Mineri.
Finally, Dario has a respectable hand to make a re-raise with, and he 3-bets Daniels under the gun open.
11.25. Action is now on Jerome Guermer. He's got ace-queen.
He's picked up another premium hand, and it looks like he's getting tired and Mineri running over this table, and he's going to 4-bet Dario's 3-bet.
He re-raises, makes it a total of 22.75. Bonyardi folds, and Chow looks down at kings.
Chow's got another big hand. He has pocket kings in the hole. Let's see how he reacts to this. I have no idea how he's going to play this hand.
Now, 46% of the time, it would be split between him and Mineri. He just flats. He's playing it tricky.
Daniel seems to be as confused as I am.
I imagine we will see a 5-bet from Dario.
There's 6,000 chips in the pot, and Dario finally has the hand he's been looking for. Pocket Cowboys.
Representing real strength now, 8,400. Where does Guermer go with his ace-queen?
It looks like the jig is up for Jerome. He's going to have to put in his entire stack if he wants to play this hand.
He gets out the way, and surely Chow now shoves.
It's back to Chow. His hand is under-repped. He just called pre-flop. No one will put him on a hand as strong as pocket kings. He's against the aggressive Italian. Let's see if he puts these chips in the pot. Both players with the same exact hand.
Chow started the hand with 21,000. There's 13.5 in the middle.
This is a decisive moment for Chow.
I'm assuming this is Hollywooding. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to put the rest across the line.
Looks like he's taking his time before he's going to do just that.
Oh my God, he's folded!
Again, Chow makes another hero fold, but this time he wasn't correct. He had the same exact hand as Dario Mineri.
Antonius calling Gus Hansen raise with 7-6 suited.
Hansen Antonius, welcome to rail heaven.
By the way, I'm pretty sure of all the players we've seen so far, Patrick Antonius is the only one who is still making EPT final tables in the modern era.
Yeah.
So far.
One of the all-time greats, that is for sure.
So Antonius does flop a pair.
Action
And
checks around.
A rare slowdown from Gus Hansen, but he is multi-way with no connection to the board. Bergstrom with the double gut shot straight draw. A 4 or an 8 will make him a straight. He calls and Gus Hansen's out. You'd imagine. Yep.
Wait, how do you even see that double gutter there? Now I know why you do this for a living.
Well, double gutter does brick. Bergstrom at the river with just 9 high. Antonius checks his hand. Can't bet if you check. That is the 2005, and I think reasonable decision to bluff here as well. It will be one of the worst hands he gets to the river with. I'm sure in 2005 he's not thinking about not blocking any diamonds and just getting Antonius to fold some ace-high diamonds or something like that, but just because he isn't thinking about it doesn't mean it doesn't work to his advantage. He is betting 84k with the 7-9.
Do it. Can he do it? There it is.
And that's why he's the best. Patrick Antonius picks off the bluff.
Oh, man. What a guy.
Antonius. So King Deuce against Ace Tray. Spades would make things spicy. And there are two of them on the flop.
I like it spicy.
So Patrick with the pre-flop betting lead. Looks to continue when he flops pretty well himself. Makes the flush draw, bet 60,000. And Bubbly, most players in 2020 with the nut flush draw, I think most likely to call, but definitely good to play aggressively as well. I think that was one of the first real poker lessons at Super System 101 for you. You got a draw, you play it quickly.
Also, you want to put your opponent to a decision for all his chips. I have to say, Patrick's finger has been in his ear a lot. He's going to call with the king high flush draw. Bubbly way ahead with the ace high flush draw.
Well, we know he wasn't getting information in his ear, that's for sure.
You're a huge underdog. Call it off.
And there is the flush on the turn. So Jan Bubbly He's going to win that pot, do a little dance, and
shimmy.
make love tonight. Blinds 20,000, 40,000.
Blind versus blind. Patrick Antonius in the small. Big Bubbly.
King 3 against 4-3. And an ace, ace 4, 2 spade flop.
This seems like a 2005 confrontation.
Yeah, I think if Antonius is checking, a lot of the time it's going to be to check raise, and we see Bubbly betting his hand for protection. Very similar to the big pot we saw before at the end of season 1, right, where you have one player with the trips, but the bottom pair tends to play very quickly in 2005. Yeah, check shove.
All in, I call.
Snap call.
Wow, snap calls with a 4 and has marginally more equity. It's 55-45. Patrick can't believe he got called by a weak 4.
Oh boy.
And now
Bubbly has a flush draw now as well.
Is a 70% favorite. And it is a heart on the river, the flush for Bubbly. Patrick Antonius eliminated in 3rd place.
And he was never heard from again.
117,000 euros. His 3rd place cash out in EPT2 Barcelona.
$20K, $40K of the blinds. King, Queen. Looks like a hand that could generate some action. Not sure yet how much.
It's typically however much these guys can move out in one motion.
Yeah, that's the sizing choice. It's on weight.
It's a raise to 110 according to Thomas Kremser. Can't raise to 70,000 if the blinds are well, the blind with 40-80, right?
2040, I think.
Okay, 2040. Well, he definitely can't raise to 70,000.
Yeah.
I'll let him do it. They have the small chips.
It should be like a pick and mix at this point. Just put him on a scale. 3 pounds of blues.
Christy Johansson pairs his deuce.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Just shoving
I don't imagine a better hand's ever shoving here on this spot.
Sorry, he just shoved 2.2 million into 200,000.
Well, James, you said it yourself. Sometimes you just got to put a man to the test for all of his chips.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's the right look right there.
I mean,
Hansen rightfully baffled.
As baffled as everyone else is by this play. I mean, he's got nearly 80% equity here. If he makes a call, it'll be a huge call. And he does, and it's the right call. So Johansson at risk, but way ahead.
I mean, obviously it wasn't for the full 2 million, but it was still 1.1 million effective into a 200,000 chip pot. It's like a 5x overshove.
And Johansson set for a double up, just has to fade a king or a queen on the river. It's a queen, and it's over. Christy Johansson, the runner-up for 228,000 euros. Jan Bubbly, the EPT Season 2 Barcelona champion, taking down this event in September 2005 for 426,000 euros.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour from PokerStars here in the city of Prague, capital of the Czech Republic. Players coming back from break here at the King's Casino, middle of day 4. I am Joe Stapleton. He is Nicholas Walsh.
How you guys doing?
Tuin Mulder is King Kong.
Yeah, absolutely massive stack. Huge chip leader, 4.23 million. And I think he's feeling pretty confident. He's been playing some really excellent poker. If you guys are just joining us, he's been absolutely bossing this table, running good and playing good. Doesn't get much better than that.
And I saw him smiling, which means he's single-handedly saving poker.
Bringing it all back.
Gab-Yong Kim, number 2 in chips. Simeon Alexander. Oh boy, I should have thought that out before I got halfway through it. Alexandritis. Those are the overall chip counts. These are the feature table chip counts. Tuin Mulder with nearly 3 times the chips of the player who sits second on the leaderboard, David Kuliberda. Former EPT champion Dimitar Danchev in third by a nose. This is what they're playing for. We won't see any of this money awarded today. Not likely to get much past 15th or 16th place today. But everybody eyeballing those 2 commas up top. 1.033 million. 25 players remain. There will be a redraw at 24. Didn't James predict that we would have one hand at this level and then have to take another break for a redraw?
Something like that, and you know that redraw can take some time. That does slow it up, so very unfortunate. That,
well, it's not that unfortunate, given the grand scheme, but ironic, we'll call it.
Yeah, everyone's looking up at that 1 million euro first place prize. Dos Camas.
Dos Camas tequila, not as good as Trace.
It's not nearly as good as the Trace.
Camas tequila. I didn't know we were going to have Gordon Ramsay at the table. Has anyone done that yet?
Hey. It's raw.
These cards are a ship sandwich.
All right.
Did they color up Tuin Mulder on the break?
Oh, I hope not. That stack was looking righteous.
I had a great joke for that gigantic carousel of chips. Well, that was pretty much it. It was like when you buy the whole carousel. You know, when you go to the drugstore and you buy the chips for the home game?
Sure.
You have the entire pack. What's up with those carousels, by the way? You ever played at somebody's house that has one of those? There's always too many chips for it.
Yeah.
You're like, how are there more chips than when you bought it?
Yeah, I've been seeing those pretty much my entire life. I think my grandparents might have had those silly, like really flimsy plastic chip carousels.
Chips.
Yeah.
That was my #1 note. I don't know if you know this or not, but I was the poker consultant on a movie last year, a couple years ago.
Yeah, Card Counter.
I haven't talked about it much. And my #1 note for them was, please, if you don't listen to anything else I do, first of all, change the title. Second of all, you gotta get good chips.
Yeah.
Here are the chips. Don't get these. Don't get these Target chips that are in $1 million movies.
Yeah, that is pretty ridiculous. I mean, any good poker player knows, especially if you play enough live, really nice, heavy chips, you know, crispy chips.
Clay, ceramic, just not plastic.
Yeah, it's a feeling, it's a vibe.
So,
All in.
what does 2 and Mulder do in these situations? Just hits like 3 or 4 kings? Sorry, queens?
I think in this case, he's just going to go ahead and fold. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Now, there's a shove from LeBeau.
Although, sorry, Joe, the blinds have just gone up, so it gets a little bit closer, but not close enough.
6 something. Yeah. 800 now. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, LeBeau has about 800K, just asking for a count there, just so people are keeping tabs.
James Hardigan citing the example of Money Plane being a movie that clearly cost a few $1 million, and yet the chips came from Wish.com.
Oh, man. Can you imagine? I think that's fun content, Joe. Maybe you could do a live stream where you order a bunch of stuff on Wish and then just get it back and
compare it
see,
to the real stuff.
Just see if you're getting the quality. All right, guys, there's a look at the Prague main event day 4 chip count. This is for this feature table. Of course, our chip leader Mulder up there with 4.25 million, as I've already mentioned, and he is bossing it.
Not a lot of action so far since coming back from break. Not a lot of flops, I should say. Some action if you're counting the number of chips that have been wagered. Mulder under the gun, Jack 10. That's the kind of stuff you can do, huh, when you have chips?
Yeah.
Why is this in poker that it's more fun to have chips, obviously,
yeah,
to be winning, but also you get to play more and have more fun and get more chips.
It seems unfair, right? It's like if anything, if you're having a bad time with fewer chips, you should have more fun and play more pots.
It should be more like life where everything is fair.
Exactly.
And the people with the least amount of chips have just as much fun in life.
Yeah. That's why they invented poker.
As the people, is that not? James is shaking his head. Okay, I got that one wrong.
No, James isn't like that.
Was it a 7-high flop?
Okay.
2 diamonds. Culiberta and Mulder have 2 diamonds between them.
Mulder's like,
yeah, this is no shock that we're just gonna see a continuation bet here.
yeah, 165. What's the size he wants to use?
165. Ooh, I was so close.
Yeah, very close. I was literally about to say as well. I think on those kinds of textures, especially when he's opening UTG, you're going to have a lot of like big pairs and stuff that you're going to want to put a lot in with. So to balance that out, he's going to go ahead and have that consistent, really big sizing on that flop, just to maximize his folds. You know, if you're sitting there with bottom pair even, it's really difficult to continue for the effective full pot.
When you're going for like a big sizing, is it more about the length or the girth?
Great question. Great question.
I've always heard girth.
Yeah. A nice girthy bet.
All right, somebody ban this guy. Sticky seat. Is that guy who sings the Tennessee Whiskey song your son? Is he my son? Fortunately, my value bets aren't very girthy. I have no son. Thank you for your question. Shahade. UTG, Jack 8, 220,000. The big blind is 30,000.
It is indeed.
You know things are not looking good for you when you are considering jamming under the gun with Jack 8 suited. Are we also stalling for a pay jump, possibly? Looks like it. 25 players remain. Another 4K if you make it to 24th place.
It's on you, buddy.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Well, I think he does know it's on him because he keeps putting in time bank cards, right? So. Looks genuinely nervous. Does he know he's not facing any aggressive action?
I don't know. He's going to double check.
Oh, he folds Jack 8 suited. Crazy.
I think he was just considering the shove there. I mean,
yeah, I think there was genuine consideration.
Yeah, well, he's got under 10 big blinds, right? So he's got to pick and choose his moments. I'm not sure if that. I think Jack 8. I think he did make the right call there. But I wouldn't be absurd to see him shove a hand like Jack 10 suited, right? Trying to just get through and win those blinds. And then if he does get called, he's usually going to have a ton of equity. Even if he gets looked up by a hand as strong as Ace King, Ace Queen, still got 2 live cards.
Do you think that if he tanks for that long and then shoves Jack 8, that maybe a hand like Ace 10 folds? And
I'm not sure. I guess it depends on their interpretation of the
that was
tank.
The only thing I was thinking is like maybe if he like tanks this long, it'll look like he's tanking on purpose with something like queens or kings, but probably not. Ace 10's probably like whatever, shrug call, 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
Thank you. 7 big blinds. A lot of very cruel people in chat. Nivik says, so sad this time wasting and then fold. He deserves to be slow rolled now without a pay jump.
Wow, buddy, calm down.
Very harsh. I think that when the shot clock is in play, people should be able to use that time the way they want to.
Yeah, I mean, like, so if he's a consistent time waster, you'd understand, but he's being punished for he's being effectively punished for the time that he's taking, right? So it's like he's not going to be able to do that moving down the line because he's used up a lot of his time bank now. So
well, this is the one.
There you go. That's a bit better.
Queen.
Yeah, it's going to be a call, I think. Yep. And Ace 9 is the slight mathematical favorite again. 2 live cards though for Shahade.
2 live cards. Paint.
This could be the 24 table redraw if we see Shahade exit now.
Looking for a lady king. Looking for a man queen. Gonna need to hit one of those or something else funky. So far, no funk. 10 high flop.
Nine of clubs, not a terrible card to have on this board.
Yeah, well, we're gonna need more than clubs at this point. I mean, less than clubs. Less than clubs. Shahade is the one. Still looking for a king. Looking for a queen. Anything else? And we are redrawing.
GG, guys.
GG.
Arrivederci, Luigi Shahade. He is Shahade here.
Shahade here leaves with 28,510 euros. Not too shabby, my friend. See you next time.
And that means we are going to take another short break. Please, please stay with us. Do not go anywhere. This is the business end of the poker tournament. Over 1,100 people started this event. We're down to 24 now. And when we say redraw, what that means there's 3 tables left. We're going to mix up all the players again. Because we all know the real prize is the fond memories that we create.
Always something.
We're going to give everyone a chance to sit next. See, look at this. Look at this friendship.
Yeah, blossoming.
We playing till 16.
Yeah, 16.
So 7 depends on what.
Everyone deserves a chance to sit next to Hossein and Sam. And to get away from 2 and Mulder.
16 before, we should continue until 4 levels, minimum 4.
One last peek at the feature table chip counts, which will not be the feature table anymore. I mean, there is a chance that we re-roll and these 5 people all end up at the same table.
Sure, place your bets now.
Seems unlikely.
Seems very unlikely, but if anything, I am definitely rooting to try and get Tien Mulder back on this table because watching him play has been an absolute joy, and he's just a chip daddy. He's rolling people over. So I would like to run good one time. I'm going to call my one time, Joe.
To keep this table the exact same way?
Yep.
All right. That would be a hell of a waste. I mean, that's like perfect straight flush.
Perfect.
To beat quads, yeah. So
no, I'm using my one time just to keep Mr. Mulder.
You might want to save that. James Hardigan wandering around the poker room right now. Spotted sevens guy, Christian Rudolph, still wearing his 7 hat. One more little peek at what they're playing for. This will be started to give out tomorrow, although we have all kinds of cash giveaways today. Everyone now, as Nick said, guaranteed 28,510 euros. During the short break, we're going to relive our interview with Hollywood star John Hamm. That was pretty exciting. I stayed up all night the night that we were supposed to have John Hamm on just to make sure that we got him.
Nice.
And he was kind enough to join us from Scotland, where he was filming a movie. One of the best days of my life, getting to hang out, shoot the S with John Hamm. So stick around and watch that during the break. And after that, we will be back for the final 3 tables from EPT Prague.
I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own PokerStars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
People are always asking me who I think the best celebrity poker players are, because I do end up playing in some of these games in LA, playing on some of these celebrity TV shows. I want to know who you think some of the best celebrity poker players are.
The guys I always find hard to beat, and we lost one this year because he was an excellent player.
Willie, yeah.
Willie Garson, sadly and shockingly, oddly, are one of the usual suspects. I mean, Jason Alexander, Kevin Pollak, they're both very good. They're both they play good, sensible poker. You know, if they were chess players, they'd be, grandmaster. They don't make mistakes. They rarely make mistakes. And Hank is also very, very good. But I'm more of a surprising poker player, to say the least. But David Wayne, I think, is a very good player. Michael Ian Black. I've not played with her, but I've seen her play. Meg Tilly, Jennifer Tilly, not Meg, not her sister. They're 2 separate people that share one voice. Yeah, so I mean, there's quite a few people out there that are good. I mean, I think that the explosion of poker as a cultural thing has proven that if you're good at math and you're quick, witted, and you have a lot of patience, that you can be as good as some of these people who are professional. I think people really realized because all of my home games and fun games and friend games all went online. Yeah. And most have continued online, even though technically we could reconvene. It's just so convenient. And I think it was an amazing lesson for a lot of people to learn when you start playing hundreds of hands a night rather than 10 and 20 a night, how many times hands that you didn't think you would see start to show up. And I think, we were all kind of mystified, like quads again? Like I've played with these guys for 20 years. I've never seen a quads hit. Like, are you crazy? Or I can think of the amount of times that they've hit on one hand, and we'd get them 3-4 times in a night. It's like, oh yeah, we just played 250 hands of poker. Like on any given night at somebody's house when there's food being ordered and music being put on, we'll get into 50, 60 hands. Like it's crazy. But yeah, that kind of stuff is that the math is no joke.
In the same way that you were finding yourself playing a lot of online poker and watching a lot of movies during lockdown, John, we found ourselves watching a lot of online poker rather than being able to go to live events. And one of the things I think we've discovered in the last 18 months is there are a lot of players on PokerStars who have Don Draper avatars. And we would love it if every time it's like, Maybe it is John Hamm.
You think that's John Hamm?
Maybe that is
actually
John
Hamm from
Hamm.
Scotland.
Wow, I did not know that. That is that's quite that's a weird honor, but an honor nonetheless, I suppose. Yeah, that's amazing. I wish I had the confidence to actually use Don Draper as my own PokerStars avatar, but I think I would prefer the anonymity rather than broadcasting it.
Well, we're going to play against Ensan in this hand. He's on the button and has raised to 600,000.
Hungry fella?
Sam Phillips with ace queen. I guess he's going to play this, so let's sweat with Sam.
I think I like a 3-bet in this dynamic. And Sam's going to be raising pretty wide, and Latau is not likely to wake up with better.
The chip leader is counting out a re-raise. This is a 3-bet to 1.65 million. Latau folds. Ensan will play a flop in position.
Ooh.
Ace 8-8 with 2 spades.
I actually think I like a check here because it's hard to get called by worse, and I really don't want to double this dude up and basically be out.
Phillips continues for 1.5 million.
Sam's no dum-dum, though, so he probably thinks Hossein will get stubborn here with lots of worse hands.
Raise. Oh, he's raising.
Uh-oh.
That is huge, 4.1 million.
Well, we can't fold, but we also maybe don't want to get it all in. The sick part, too, though, is if we call here, we probably also have to call turn. This just got real.
Phillips calls. Huge pot. 12 million in the middle already. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, this is not really a turn we can fold on. This is why I like checking the flop.
Phillips checks. Ensan going for chips. He's betting again. $3.25 million.
Such a small bet. I think we have to call, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm scared, Mom, scared.
I mean, he's kind of committing himself here. This looks really strong. It's got to be an 8, right?
Well, we kind of just have to hope that he's freaking out with spades or a worse ace. Have I mentioned we should have checked the flop?
I think Ensan's got an 8. I think Phillips has to fold this.
What 8 did he call a 3-bet with pre-flop? Exactly ace 8. Nah, man, we called the raise. We're calling now.
Phillips folds. Ensan did not have an 8. Jack 10, a total airball.
Hossein really is Ensan in the brand.
And he has reclaimed the chip lead. 21.2 million. Ensan on the button. Pocket deuces. He raises to 600,000. Ace queen for Phillips.
This could very well go in before the flop. Especially now that there's been a deal.
A 3-bet to 1.6 million. Latau in the big blind folds. Action back on Ensan.
All in.
He shoves.
Call.
And Phillips calls. We are flipping for 16 million chips.
Small pairs aren't so bad to 4-bet shove with.
And this time, it's Ensan who's at risk.
We got ace queen against deuces.
Like comic books versus video games, one of these two hands has the slight mathematical advantage.
There's an ace in the door. Sam Phillips takes the lead.
He's now a 91% favorite, and Hussein Ensan is about to exit in 3rd place.
3 hands in a row these two have gone at it.
Deuce on the turn!
Sam Phillips better be thanking his buddy Bob. Best deal ever for him.
10 more cents.
Ensan now the huge favorite. Phillips looking for a 10. It's a 5. Ensan doubles up.
Things can change so quickly in tournament poker. Oftentimes there's nothing you can do about it.
So we're still 3-handed at this final table. Andre Letao has king-queen on the button, and he raises. Hussein Ensan with king-9 in the small blind.
Raise.
3-bet coming. He makes it an even 2 million.
I think I prefer a shove to a small 3-bet. This gives Letao a really nice price and still commits a lot of Ensan's chips.
The chip leader calls with the best hand and the advantage of position.
Candy jumper, yum.
Both players connect. Second pair for Ensan and Letao. Letao with the better kicker. And Ensan set to continue. He bets 1.3 million.
Even though he's the pre-flop aggressor, I'm not a huge fan of the C-bet. Better hands are never folding, and he's not likely to be up against too many worse hands, especially ones that can call. Even queens fold there sometimes.
An 8 on the turn. And Ensan shoves.
I didn't like the flop bet, and I hate the turn shove. An ace is never folding. He's pretty much only folding out, hopefully, better kings, and that is not much of Letao's range.
Why so much?
That is a good question, Poochie. But from Letao's perspective, I'm not sure this is a call. We know Ensan's been blasting off all over the place lately, but does Letao?
Call.
He calls, and Hussein Ensan is drawing to a 9.
That is thin.
Just 3 outs. Oh, we are down to the final 2. Letao set to go heads up against Phillips.
7!
The river card is a 10. Hussein Ensan eliminated. Letao going heads up against Sam Phillips with a huge chip lead.
And I'm going to allow this move. I mean, how many times in your life are you going to get a chance to do that? I wonder if he's going to dive into it Scrooge McDuck style.
And cashing an EPT 100 in 3rd place for more than 650k is Hussein Ensan.
Thank you very much.
I think they're ready to go then.
It's so weird. I thought Hussein Ensan won the EPT. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague. Didn't we just do this? Live coverage of the main event here from King's Casino in the Czech capital.
I'm not committing for anything, but I will try.
The redraw has happened. People are having fun already. And guess what? The redraw is supposed to happen at 24. But while we were too busy jabberjawing over here in the feature table, over on a non-feature table, somebody went out in 24th place.
Oh, wow.
Eric Bauer. No relation to Jack. Tell me who you work for. Out in 24th place. So it was actually Luigi Shahade who got the pay jump. What? No, it doesn't matter. I think we got that wrong. Anyway, we're back. How's it hanging? 15,000, 30,000, 30K, big blind ante, new featured table. You saw the names. We're going to get to know these folks. Hi, Dorn. Pocket fours. I suppose I'm supposed to say that Romeo, huh?
Something like that.
Romeo.
Romeo.
High Dorn with the pocket fours. Markov. He's going to defend with 5-3 suited. 20 big blinds to start the hand. Oh man, isn't that always the way you flop the one undercard?
Yeah, the only one undercard
to the
you
pocket
got.
pair.
$165K in the middle. Doesn't have to go big here. Makes it 45K. I like this size a lot. As I said, on these kinds of ace-high textures, your opponent's just defending the big blind. They're going to defend a very wide range, of course, getting a really good price there pre versus the smaller open size. And you're really meant to continue with pretty much any pair in this scenario because your opponent will be barreling this a lot with quite a wide range. Doesn't look confident, though, does he, James? Does he, Joe?
That was a confident fold.
Not confident about who I'm sitting next to, apparently.
What'd you think about that John Hamm interview?
I really liked it. What is your favorite John Hamm production?
Okay, so movie or TV?
Well, why don't you do TV and then movie?
You know what's weird is I am obviously a big John Hamm fan, but I've never seen Mad Men.
Yeah, I've only seen some of it.
So I cannot cite Mad Men as my favorite John Hamm appearance. But it's weird is if I could choose something, I would choose all of his amalgamated guest spots that he has done on various TV shows. He does this bit in the Between Two Ferns movie.
Oh.
Where he's like, boy, you'll do any show, won't you? Which is hilarious because he's done 2 shows even with me.
Wow.
So he really will do anything, and I like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to be. Chad, I was before you get into your movie selection. Can you help me out? I feel like there was a show or a movie where he played kind of like a devil character, and I can't put my finger on what it was. Can you guys help me out? Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. But what would you say is your favorite Mark Hamm movie?
Mark Hamm now.
Sorry, which John Hamm.
James Stapleton, Mark Hamm.
Mark Hamilton.
Romeo raising with pocket 10s. I really liked The Town.
Okay.
It was the most excellent movie that John Hamm is in. Bad Times at the El Royale was pretty cool.
Okay.
Another fairly loose defend here in the big blind, and another undercard gets paired. This is no ordinary board.
Some of what in the chat? How's it going, babe? Yeah, he was in Bridesmaids at the very start. That's right. I remember. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but yeah, he was great in that one too.
So this pair of 6s is no good right now, and a no good flush draw to go with it. I know why you defend hands like this. You should just fold this, right? This isn't like one of these situations where you have a pair, so you should stick around.
I mean, the fact he's got the 5 of spades is pretty meaningful.
Oh, he's got a lot of chips too, huh? I guess.
I think really, if you don't have a spade, you could maybe justify just getting away. But with the spade, you want to continue a lot. I know it's not a great flush draw, but when you think about all the hands that are going to be opening from the cutoff here, there are plenty of situations where you're actually going to have not only the best hand but also the best draw. But you got to feel it out. It is it's a tricky one. SBTG in the chat says best John Hamm was Baby Driver. I mean, he didn't really have a huge part in that, though, did he?
In all these movies, though, you know, he's mostly been in ensemble movies. Looks like Romeo chucking out a bet here on the turn.
Romeo.
This time we don't get a call.
Yep. I don't mind the call there with the 6-5. I think on the turn though, you're gonna probably not feel great about it. Yeah, somebody calling out his Black Mirror episodes as well. That's right. Yeah, that was a good one. It's a little bit random, Joe, but did you like the Buster Scruggs production?
Oh yeah, that was a.
I thought that was super cool.
I feel like that was the first, well, for me, the first movie that I saw that went direct to Netflix, and I was like, wow, this is
really good,
amazing
Yeah,
movie.
yeah,
And
yeah.
now it's like pretty commonplace for movies that are just as good.
Sure, absolutely. No, I think that's a good shout. I had a funny name, and I thought, come on, we'll give this a go, but it was so good in the end.
Nick, did John Hamm play a devil in Good Omens?
Yes, he did. That's exactly what it was. Thank you very much. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, guys.
That was from producer Chris. Sade limping in, 7-6 suited. Oh, raise, excuse me, it says it right there. Good luck against Two and Mulder, who's got a suited ace. Is just gonna call. No need to go crazy here. Oh, baby, my goodness. Is this gonna be the first hand we see someone make a dent in Two and Mulder? Is that street flash poker being played right now? 5, 6, 7, 8 of hearts.
That is a street flash potential, absolutely.
And the 7 of diamonds to boot. And Two does have a straight draw. And a diamond draw.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not exactly the draw you want to have, though, is it?
No, not really. It happens to be good in this case, but yeah, not your favorite.
All in.
And whoa! Yeah, I totally understand the. You gotta show it. You gotta show it.
I'm good. You were good now.
Good time
I had
for you.
chances. Not much.
He's not wrong.
I mean, that's one way to deny equity. Running diamonds there would have been gross.
That would have been pretty sick. 74 big blinds now for Sharon Sade.
Sharon Sade.
Thank you.
Would be my guess. All right, take it easy in chat. Take it easy. Some of us aren't super excited to play post-flop against Two and Mulder.
Yeah, I think that might be the first pot we've seen him lose. Honestly.
Mighty Moas writes in to say, it's Sade, not Shade. It's you're banned, not you have chat privileges. Okay, that didn't really work, but you are banned. Thank you for your comment.
Okay. Romeo making it 60K to go, which is the absolute min raise here from UTG +1. Big blind coming along.
What did you have?
Kanakchev hoping to connect with this board. So far, so good. Trip 9s against the up and down straight draw.
Yeah, this is a this is an action flop. Trips versus the up and down. And the up and down right now is currently clean, meaning that the 9 or the king, excuse me, the 8 or the king is going to give him the best hand without improving the 9-3 of hearts.
Thank you, Casey Jonah, who notices that Sade is no ordinary player. I wish I could name another Sade song than that, but I can't.
Sade.
All I know is we can't play the music, not because we don't have the rights, but because we don't want anyone at home getting pregnant right now. Konechchev doing a pretty good job of denying equity to the up and down draw.
Yeah, this is a nice spot.
Oh yeah, smooth operator. Of course I should have known that. That was dumb on my part. Neither the first nor the last time. What's up, Nigo? Excited for some live poker? Romeo getting 3-1. Better than. Slightly better than.
Makes a call.
Ace on the turn does not improve Romeo.
Yeah, I don't really see any reason for him to slow down in this situation. I think he's going to want to continue putting more chips in the middle. He knows he's got something. But what's the size, right? You want to punish the draws. You don't want to really push a jack out. You don't want to push an ace out.
Same bet as on the flop. How do you feel about that?
I think it's a little bit too small, Joe, because you really want to punish those draws too,
Not
right?
the first time I've heard that.
130.
All right. How much does he make it? 130. Hey, Joe. I think that was like
Ding,
10,
ding, ding,
10
ding,
more.
ding, 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 ding.
Hit the nail on the head. Well played, sir.
It's just such a great card to barrel on, right? Because like if you're gonna like bluff the ace on the turn, a lot of people are gonna do it for like not that much, right?
Sure, sure. But I think against this exact combo, it's just too small to fold, right? You
yeah, for
you
sure.
got infinity.
You're getting a lot of odds.
Yeah, you got a lot of odds. Maybe infinity's a little bit.
Big
on
river
the big side.
coming.
Oh!
Oh, drills the straight. Konechchev. I mean, I may be laughing, but it's more out of. It's definitely not out of joy. I'm uncomfortable with what just happened.
Yikes! This is a tricky.
Konechchev cannot go broke here.
I mean, the effective stack here is less than pot. SPR is less than 1. He really could just dump it in this guy's face.
Really hope that was someone blowing their nose. Now, is Konechchev just genuinely trying to figure out a size here, or is this like a deception tank?
I honestly don't know. I mean, SPR is less than 1. What are you going to do?
All in. All in.
All in.
That's it. And a quick call.
Yeah, snapped by the nut straight.
Come on.
Come on, he says.
Double up Romeo. Now might be a good time to read this Twitch comment from Iki Boy. Says, watching you guys from Italy. Good luck with the tournament. Have a nice day. Going to make some pasta carbonara for me and my... You didn't have to, like, Italy it up at the end. Like, I would have believed you.
That's why I didn't read it out. I didn't know if it was
Without
bait.
that.
Yeah, it felt like bait to me. Smooth operator.
And that's why you don't defend your big blind with 9-3 suit. Okay, no, I don't actually mean to rub salt in the wound, but I'm telling you, we're going to come back around one day with these wide big blind defends.
You're going to say...
They're going to go, the science has changed.
And that's why you bet bigger on the turn.
Okay, fine.
No, I'm just kidding.
Fine.
I'm just
No.
kidding.
It's an interesting comment that may lead me to turning off your microphone, but interesting.
No, I think that was just a bit of a cooler. You can't really. I don't think there really is such a thing as a wrong sizing on the turn. I think anything above quarter pot is going to has merit for various reasons.
Still 23 players remaining. The goal today is to get down to the final 2 tables. Romeo decides to fold the suited Broadway under the gun. Fear me, I am lag. Poker says, oh, we folding King 10 suited? Yeah, you can fold that under the gun.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're looking at a pretty spicy lineup here. Don't want to be getting too wide. And it also depends on his stack size as well. Didn't quite catch that before the hand opened.
Well, he just doubled up.
Ah, absolutely. So up over 1 mil, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Must be, right. 1.5, something like that.
High darn defending in the big blind with King 9. Against a button raise. Important. Important. Jack high flop. Everybody whiffs. Deuce on the turn puts a second spade out there. Inconsequential.
Yeah, no action on the flop. Does somebody want to speed up on the turn?
All right, doing checks. Mulder thinks the truth is out there, and he is going to find it for the price of $75,000.
No shame in folding, buddy.
There's a bit of a shame here. It's the best hand.
Shameful.
You look like an idiot. I don't. Just kidding. No shame in folding.
Mr. Mulder.
Especially protecting that stack. You got to protect your neck.
Protect your neck.
What another pot.
Don't sweat the technique.
Shipped in the direction of the Niederlander.
Well, it's a wild play, but when you have enough, you have so much on the board. Open in there, first row.
Hood Hunter says Markov looks like a Josh Brolin.
A big fold there if you shove, you know.
I'll allow it.
Maybe stronger.
But if I have to pair or something like that.
Yeah.
Hand number 66. Let's do it.
Markov folds. Sade Lovey folds. TCP Mask and his girlfriend would like to know how old 2 in Mulder is. I don't know.
My guess is 28.
I think that's a really good guess.
Okay, round of the small blind, 9-7 off. Now sitting around 1.7 million, so a little bit more comfortable than before his double just now. And I think you're gonna end up raising this one a lot of the time. This kind of lower gap connectors, I think you'd rather, they got some decent playability, but I think he'd rather try and take the pot down pre-flop, and he succeeds in doing so.
Cool. I become a big fan of the pre-flop takedown.
Yeah.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Probably my favorite thing.
You're trying to mix that into your game a little bit more.
Yeah.
Are you just concerned about the post-flop part?
All of the above. all of the above. It's kind of like when, let's say you really have a taste for Kobe beef, and you realize that you're only going to have Kobe beef once or twice in a lifetime. So then you become a fan of, the chicken soft taco. Because you're like, oh, this is attainable. This is something I can occasionally experience in my life. That's why I've become, I used to be a fan of flopping sets.
Sure.
The Kobe beef
But it hasn't happened for 6 months.
Hasn't happened for a while, so now I'm just like, let's just win it pre-flop. I'll take it.
I understand. Yeah. Okay. Sade.
Ooh, pretty early raise here for ace tray off.
Yeah. He is sitting a little bit deeper than some of his opponents behind him, so maybe just opening up that range just a little bit to try and exploit that. Looks like he's going to get at least some action from the 4 as Romeo in the big blind.
Romeo in the small blind.
Small blind, excuse me.
Which you would think they'd be thinking about this. You'd at least have to be in the big blind.
That was my initial position. However, in the big blind.
Hey, Amiel, we know this fella.
I think you could just ship this, Joe. I think this is a really nice spot to just put in the squeeze.
For 830?
I mean, it's not that many big blinds, right?
No, I'm thinking more about yesterday. Calling's okay too, though, right?
I think calling is fine too. You can't really mess this one up. It's ace-9 suited.
Yeah. Here's your flop. 3 ways. Queen, queen, 10. Who folded a queen? I bet somebody's so mad right now. Amiel checks. There is 1 diamond out there. Sade is going to continue with ace high. 80,000. Gets pocket forced.
Yeah, okay.
I guess you think from that early there's going to be a lot of queens, a lot of 10s, a lot of other big pocket pairs, a lot of things that counterfeiting is a real possibility.
He's just playing the pure set mind. He did have a player to act behind him as well, though, of course, which does make things a little bit more scary.
It looks like we have dropped down to 22 players. Oh, yeah. Just getting some information wired into me. David Culeberta was out in 23rd place for $33,990. Yes. That's the first. The first player to earn that much money. Finkel is Hydorn. Hydorn is Finkel. Pocket 6s. But Romeo, who's on a bit of a heater, assuming these kings hold.
Yep.
3 days. 175,000. 5 plus.
And we see a very pensive Bulgarian Markov in the big blind. Folds ace-7. Would be a significant dog, but was facing a 3-bet. Hydor now facing that same 3-bet.
Yeah, 115K more to call. These guys are a little bit on the deeper side, so you probably can justify the set mine, I guess.
So when a French player does it, it's a set mime. When a German player does it, it's a set mine. King's still good. No set of 6s. Gotta wonder how tempting calling with 6s will be on this jack high board. Ooh.
Tricky, tricky.
Oh, open-ended now for Hydorn. Yikes.
Yeah, that is a really spicy turn. Picking up a lot of equity on the 7 of hearts.
Now Hydorn either wants a set 9 or set 9.
He wants something. He might not know it, but he might be tempted to try and bet now. He knows that with the check on the flop, he might be up against a hand like ace-king, ace-queen, that sort of jazz.
Or 2 kings that unlock the back door.
Absolutely. I think at this stage, however, what's he going to want to do here? I guess raising might be...
You got to raise when you get let into here, right? Yeah.
155.
No,
But yeah, but if you're if you're going to be checking that flop,
yeah,
then you're going to continue playing deceptively here.
Well, it's not just for deception. It's also like, you know, this guy's leading into me now. This is a board where you can have 5s, 8s, 7s, even jacks at this stage of the game.
5, 6, 7. Nope.
So
King's
I think if anything, it's more just, you know, okay, if I'm getting value, I'm getting value, but I definitely don't want to start building up this pot where my opponent can just have the set and I'm just hating life.
Joe in Twitch picking up a little tell there, asking how much and then calling before the answer.
I mean, he's blocking the straight with pocket 6s. It's just whether or not he can successfully represent a hand like 6-9, 4-6 at this stage of the tournament. Looks like he's going to try.
Romeo did not check kings on the flop to fold to a river bet.
I guess not.
Even a huge one like this.
695 in the middle, and he's going to make it.
Pot? 3/4 pot. 455, 460.
Chunky.
Chunky like Nick Walsh's peanut butter.
Tough spot, really is. This is kind of an ugly run out, right?
I don't know that many non-ugly runouts once you let a board completely run out for kings. It's honestly, I am surprised. I was expecting a snap call. If kings do fold here, I will eat my hat. I do have to warn everyone, my hat is made of delicious nachos.
I was about to say, is it a nacho hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, using up some of those time bank cards, but obviously, big decision. I don't know, he sounds kind of confident there.
You know, you're right, Nick. Let me rephrase this a little bit. I'm only looking at this in terms of straights. I think there's some, well, not that many 2 pairs, but there's a flush came in. I ignored that. Right, flush came in.
Plenty of sets.
Plenty of sets. Jack 10.
I say plenty of sets. There's not that many combinations of sets, obviously, but there, you know, I think 5s make sense, 7s make sense, 8s make sense, 10s make sense.
Oh, baby!
It's the fold. Pocket 6s. Let's
oh,
go.
man, I'm going to have to eat all of this nacho.
He's literally wearing a nacho hat, guys. He's not exaggerating.
What a hand by Robert Hydorn.
Some really sexy poker there.
Yeah, as I like to call him. Hey, Dorn.
Oh, hey.
My goodness.
Well played, sir.
Good fun. I had something.
Henrik asks,
I had something.
guys, can anyone tell me if I can see the position of every player here?
I have a good hand, my friend. Yeah. Really?
Yes.
Good hand.
You'll know it in 30 minutes.
Thank you for your question.
In an hour.
I have kings.
Kings?
Really?
Really?
One raise, 65.
Still.
65.
Have you ever had a nacho hat before, Joe?
I mean, I don't have one now.
Like a nacho sombrero?
It gone.
It's gone now.
I've never had a nacho
board
hat.
for kings.
No.
What? Very bad board for kings. Yes.
Oh, he told him, huh? I guess there's not a lot of danger in saying what it was. You're going to get the information 30 minutes later anyway. Well,
Yeah.
we know Romeo has hit top pair. I forgot I broke the no Mexican food reference rule. It's so... It's as tempting as a queso fundido. I did it again.
You already mentioned tacos even before that? Even
I
before
did. I
the
did a
nacho
chicken
hat?
soft taco like 20 minutes ago. What is wrong with me?
Sickness, mate. Okay, we know Romeo here has top pair. Idorn with the second.
Is tilt bet or no bet?
Little bit.
Wow, just fold second pair.
What did you do?
Correctly.
You will see.
The least he could do. He's like, I told you.
It's a surprise.
You will see, you will see. Just tell him.
Just know it in 50 minutes.
Ace nine.
I know.
Usually you cannot. No.
Actually.
Ace nine spades.
At this stage, Romeo goes, wait, this is going to be televised?
I really like this one from Son of a Perch. He says, if Romeo gets the chip lead, will that make him the alpha Romeo?
I dig it. That's the slow clap right there, ladies and gents. All right, on the button now.
Ooh.
Ace King, the crunchy variety.
Oh, man, on the button, you just got to jam this, right?
485K. Doesn't have a ton of big blinds. I think if you're going to be playing anything, oh man.
Tell me why this is wrong, please, because I think a lot of people out there will have the same thought that I do. You min raise it, and then Tuin Mulder peels with Jack 8.
And just outplays
it comes
you every
8
time.
high.
I honestly think with that effective stack depth, I think of course a shove is never bad there. He is quite shallow. But I think what you want to do there most of the time, if you're looking at like conventional ranges, is you're going to min raise ace king suited, and you're going to like shove ace king off or something like that. I mean, I think it actually might have been the stack depth where you can do a little bit of both.
It's close, right?
Yeah, it's absolutely close. As soon as you get to like 14 big blinds, like 12 big blinds of effective or something, then we're getting closer to just straight jams. I think the cutoff is probably around 10-ish big blinds, something like that. I can actually look it up.
While Nick looks that up, I'm going to award Twitch user Say No More 86 with Petty Viewer of the Day, who went all the way back to Lanuvian's comment about you check kings to induce a bluff from about 8 minutes ago to give him the seems good emote.
Yeah, actually, I hit the nail on the head, guys. I'm looking at it just now. Ace king suited is going to be a min raise all the way down to about 10 big blinds effective. Even sneaking into a small frequency at 9 as well there.
Yeah, but according to who? Scientists?
Hashtag science.
Experts?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I don't. I think the shove is absolutely fine, and I think Joe actually has a very legitimate point. Like, you're playing against guys who are going to absolutely destroy you post flop if you let them see it a lot of the time. So, just take that out, make it a shove. That's fine. That's definitely not a mistake. You're going to win plenty of chips that way. But with a hand that good, especially the suited variety, you do kind of want to, try and accumulate some chips at that effective stack depth.
That's if you, like Nick Walsh, believe the MSM solvers. Sade. Ace deuce, 65K. Mulder, queen 10 suited in the small against a button raise.
240.
240 is the re-raise. That's why I said button raise like that, implying that we could see a 3. Did you guys pick up? That's okay. All right. That's fine. And gets a better hand to fold. Tuin Mulder kind of looks like the kid from Pen 15 that Anna's in love with.
Move the chip lead there. Who is in favor? Say yes.
The one she kicks in the face with the kickball.
The first not a 1. 1-1. Fair, right?
That's it.
Crack Tonin says, hi.
Oh, good question.
Jolie says, how are you? Follows up with, nice weekend.
Ace-4 off here, going in the bin. 10-5 off here, going in the bin.
That bin's getting pretty full. Someone should empty it.
Lots of bins. All right, here's a hand you can play if you wanted to, if you're feeling kind of spicy. He does have the chip stack to do it. I like this a lot. Mixing it up, wielding that big stack. The only reason why you might be absolutely terrified to play this hand is Mr. Mulder is sitting directly to your left in absolute position on the button, and that's definitely something to consider. Sure enough. That's always going to be a problem, Joe. It's just going to be a problem a lot of the time.
I would just go, I don't know, go see Prague and wait for the redraw at 16 or 9, whenever the next one is.
Prague is beautiful at night, so, you know, go and check it out. Come back in a little while.
You show me.
To pick one.
I can pick one.
The keeper.
They pick the ace. Well, they sleep a little better at night. Which is going to happen pretty soon if you can't get away from 2 and Mulder being on your left.
Yeah, absolutely a consideration there. Definitely wouldn't be opening that wide with that man sitting to my left. He's got 144 big blinds with 21 left. Is that even a thing?
It may be as many big blinds as there is at the rest of the table. Has anyone in chat say that Alexandra Amiel looks like George Lucas? They haven't, but I will allow it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Can I pick one?
Sure.
I mean, we haven't seen Under the Mask just yet.
I mean, I've seen Under the Mask before. The rest of it tracks a little.
Yeah.
We did have Jim Ladd says that Markov looks like the son of Josh Brolin and Norm Macdonald. Not sure the timing works out on that, but I get your point. Oh, wait, Kurt Russell, Norm Macdonald. Close enough. Mulder, 65. He made it 65,165.
You see what he did there?
He's such a memer.
Such a meme. At this point, he's just shaming everyone. That was just asserting dominance.
It would be so hard for me not to laugh. I'd be like,
the thing is, you basically know that is almost definitely intentional because like everyone's just making it a straight 2 here every single time, right? He saw his opportunity and he took it. He knows exactly what he's doing, guys. Don't let him fool you. Don't let him shame you.
I mean, a couple people write in. Apparently, this Markov character looks like a lot of people. How about John Kreese from Cobra Kai?
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. All right, hand number 74 now, guys. This gentleman's been playing pretty snug so far.
Not overly snug, just hasn't had a lot to play around with. You can tell. You can tell every hand he's like, this is still not the one.
Yeah, it was really pretty though, Joe.
Under the gun with like 12 big blinds, Nick.
I'm just saying it was
15.
It's just a pretty hand. I think probably he's doing the right thing there. Sometimes those hands can look so pretty.
Tallface asked, do the dealers get a bonus for working the featured table? Yeah, I offered to take them out to dinner, but no one's ever taken me up on it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
I would really like
Feels bad, man.
It's
now
a
we
nice
see if the dealers
department
are
in
actually
France.
watching the stream.
Very cozy suburb.
What's it called?
Seine-Saint-Denis.
Antonius.
That's not very cozy.
Roberino asked, why does the clock have to look like a bomb? It doesn't. but it's a comfortable size for Bernie the Lizard who lives in there.
Yeah.
APO tournament, something like that.
Yeah.
The bonus is the dealers can say no.
I want to come to
John
Paris.
Delano,
I've not been
man.
in a long time.
Hashtag content.
I like the restaurants. We'll come have some food.
Give me a call.
Yeah.
Will
All
be
right.
nice. Sometimes.
You guys think I could get in on that food? Okay.
Hand number 75 now, guys. Just a fold under the gun.
Then raise to 65,000.
He's got a suited ace. It looks real pretty. He's in the hijack. You're playing that hand. You're just going to do it pretty much every single time. 6-4 off in the dealer button. Not so pretty now, especially after you've seen that initial open.
Right ass. So tomorrow they go to 8 players, right?
Something.
Not necessarily. Play down to the final table, that's for sure. Could be 8, could be 7, could be 6. Some cases 5 if something weird happens.
Romeo is asking for a chip count.
Why?
Okay.
175,000.
Because he would like to 3-bet his dealer button here.
This is so mean. Kanakchev has not opened a pot since we got back from break.
This is spicy. I dig this a lot.
This is just rude.
Yep. So started the pot with about 40 big blinds. It's not out of the question for him to defend here, but it is not super pretty. Puts it in the bin. Well played. Not resting on his laurels. Romeo picking up some chips there with the spicy play with 6-4 off. Let's go.
If I had any motivation at all, I'd go through chat and ban everyone who just criticized that re-raise with 6-4.
He sincerely didn't know this was going to be televised for some reason, and now they told him. Now he's turning up the heat. He's cranking it up.
Skepticus says they still haven't fixed the chairs. I want you to do me a favor, Skepticus, because it's worth drawing attention to this. You see that number in the upper right-hand corner where it says 1190? That means there's at least 1,190 chairs in the room. Nearly a record-breaking Prague field, by the way.
PokerStars Drag says the chairs are fine. It's actually Bernie who's making all the noise inside that shot clock. All right, chat, we're going to do what we did yesterday. If anybody from now on joins the chat and asks what the sound is, everybody pretend like you have no idea what they're talking about. That was a really effective solution yesterday. Play along. I think it's going to be really funny. Okay, so new hand. We see the raise from Hidehorn from the hijack. Romeo comes along in the cutoff with a very pretty 9-10 suited, and the big blind that does as well with Queen 7 off.
Let's go, Jack high. 2 diamonds. PokerStars Drag has replaced every smoke alarm in the house. It was actually a super funny episode of Modern Family. I don't know if you guys saw that when the
Yeah, I did actually.
smoke alarm
I
was
saw that one
chirping.
quite recently. Man, Romeo is not messing around here. Put an ace-10 in a bit of a tricky spot. He is going to have plenty of Jack-X when he flats in this situation. Queen-Jack, King-Jack. He's going to have some King-Queens. Hidehorn making the fold. And another pot goes. towards the Italian.
I mean, Romeo doing quite well considering getting bluffed off kings.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can tell you that if that had happened to me, I would have had an absolute meltdown. I'm so unlucky. Why does this always happen to me? I'm all in. One of my very good friends used to write for Modern Family, was a guest star on one of the episodes of Poker in the Ears, my friend Danny Zucker. Loves poker.
All right, hand number 77 now, guys. UTG looks down at his cards. In the bin they go.
Romeo, we're going to play the rush. Nah. It's hard to 3-bet 8-6 if no one's bet in front of you.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, this is a great hand to play, but I can only do it if it's all queued up. People got to tee me up here if I'm gonna make this one a real slam dunk. Blind v blind now hasn't learned his lesson yet.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's not the guy you want to look at while you're putting in the
oh my
raise.
Goodness! Read the room, Sade.
It's also quite a small raise as well, Joe. When you're playing blind v blind, you definitely want to be sizing up here, because otherwise your opponent can pretty much defend any two. I think this is pretty close to an ATC defend. 7-4 off, indicating that.
Ghosteen says, "See, we have one of the Avengers at the feature table. Who could I be speaking of? Are you saying Tuin Mulder looks like Thor? It's gonna be. By the way, I don't make bold predictions, but I think it will be difficult for Mulder to outplay Sade here.
I mean, we've said it before, and we've been proven wrong. But yeah, this strikes me as a pretty spicy flop. That was kind of a quick check though as well, Joe. I'm not gonna lie. That felt like a very confident check to me. Mulder might pick up on that and slow down, but he's not the kind to slow down.
So you're saying Tuin Mulder looks like Thor, or were you saying Sade looks like Vision? It's one or the other.
Again, a pretty quick check raise.
I love it, though. I love it. Bye.
All right, this time he gets the better of it.
Let's take a peek.
No peek one?
No.
So let's take what, 3-2 now?
No peek.
I can just count.
All right, let's take another look at the Prague main event day 4 chip count. This is for this feature table only. We still have our chip leader Mulder on this table, which is great to see as he's been bossing this tournament so far.
That's a good point.
Scotto Scarb says he never slow plays or gets trappy this Sade. Sacred poker.
He never slow plays or gets trappy. What, like when he raised 8-9 and then checked on a 9-9 jack flop?
He's talking about Sade.
Yeah, he was the one with 8-9 just now.
But he's playing sacred poker.
Oh.
He's very sacred with the poker he's playing. Ah, did you mean to write scared? Ah, he ain't trying to write scared. He wrote sacred.
I'd actually prefer if it was sacred poker. I think that's what I aspire to now. Transcendent poker.
Sacred chakra poker.
Activating my poker chakra.
Fortuna Mala Poker says, you talk too much, Joe, but they spelled two with the wrong two. Hi, Dorn. You're watching PokerStars TV. Hydorn raising under the gun with King Jack. Amiel with Ace Jack domination situation makes 180,000. That hand is over. Game of Kings says, Joe, your commentary has really leveled up over the past few years, doing great. Your backhanded compliment game has really leveled up.
You've been working on it for years, buddy. I mean, it should be at the absolute apex by now. That comment was too sacred. Absolutely.
Luckily, I'm not too sacred to say the wrong thing.
Welcome back.
Got a bad look you like from D Funnybone. Says the feature table is being dealt by Pitbull. Mr. Worldwide.
Mr. Worldwide. All right. EPT Prague. Here we go. Back to the sacred poker. This guy's not afraid to get out of line. Looks down at 5 deuce off UTG. That's a little bit OOL.
Too much line to get out of. Yeah.
Too much, way too much line. All right, very pretty looking hand. Queen 10 of hearts here in the cutoff.
I would just look at 2 and be like, please, just once. Oh my goodness!
I'll give it to him.
Mulder, by hook or by crook, is always just trying to stomp Sade. Nothing personal, just how it works.
Makes the call.
You beat up on the guy to your right, just flats with ace queen. Kanakshiev, maybe a little tempted here.
It is pretty.
Maybe a little tempted.
It is a pretty hand.
285.
285 and 2 in Mulder. Look at him. He's about to burst out laughing. He's ecstatic. He's ecstatic. Yeah, no, Sade, I'm sorry.
Whoa! Quick fold from ace queen now. This action is actually going.
Hell to the yes. That is it. Shows the queen. Taking down a pretty juicy pre-flop pot. I was wrong.
That was amazing. I mean, just because the action got so weird there with the 3-bet squeeze from the small blind, he actually had the opportunity to push a much better hand out of the pot. Ace queen off, just going straight in the muck.
Wrecked.
He ain't scared. He ain't sacred, Joe.
That was some sacred aggression.
I can't believe he was playing so sacred, and now look.
Such a sacred cat.
You have a card? You don't have a card? Paper you can.
I know. Yeah. I don't have anything.
That's right, son of a perch. This is no ordinary shove.
Yeah, that's true.
I get one.
I can pay for you with the card. No problem.
Thanks so much.
Can you guys remind me tomorrow to keep sacred poker a thing?
I think I'll remember it myself.
It's the kind of thing I'll forget about the second I get out of here today, but I want to make sacred a new running gag.
I'll remember it as long as you stop buying me tequila shots, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not good at that. I'm not good at not buying tequila shots.
I know the feeling, buddy. I know the feeling.
All right, here comes sacred poker. 2 hands in a row. This time Mulder does not wake up with a much better hand.
Petition to change his name to Sade Cred. Oh, that's a little bit loosey goosey, but I'll have it. I'll take it. That's okay. The smooth operator himself.
Mulder still trying to figure out a way to win this pot, and decides just to call with king tray of clubs.
Senor Mulder.
Romeo's out. So, once again, it's going to be Sade versus Mulder. Sade OOP out of position.
Uh-oh.
Top pair versus the second nut flush draw.
He's just always got a little slice.
Who are you?
Now, 205 in the middle. I actually don't mind a larger size here, Joe. But, you know, ace high, you can keep it small, too. Makes it 75K to go. That's about right, about 1/3. The fact that he doesn't have a club in his hand is also significant because it means your opponent will have more flush draw potential. 5 of hearts doesn't change much, but it does give Mulder additional outs now. A 4 will give him a straight, and that club will give him the second nuts, assuming it's not a paired board. What's the size in the turn? 355 was the pot. He's going to make it 225,000. I love this size on this turn. I absolutely love it. Now is the time to punish, and he sizes up very nicely here.
Rave reviews from the Size King.
Quick call. Pretty much mandatory. I mean, even if he makes it full pot there, you just got so many outs on this turn.
River.
Oh!
Not a club, but it is a wheel.
It's actually the perfect river because it's so well disguised.
So well disguised. The 1-card wheel.
Oh, my days. Now, 2.28 million behind, 805K in the middle. I think you can go big here.
Sade has checked. Action on Mulder.
I think you can make it like 1 point.
Yeah, just get right in on the guy who's about to get his face smashed in.
You could make it like 1.1 pot here. You could make it like 900K here, Joe.
Can you make it 2.28? Oh, look at those big chips. Those big, thin mint chips.
Did he say 950,000? 650. Slightly below.
How is he going to do you like that? Here comes the fairly
Makes
quick
the call.
call. Is going to see the 3. Does not realize he lost right away. Very brutal hand.
He was not sacred that time.
650.
It really was the perfect run out to get paid, wasn't it, Joe? The non-club backdoor straight coming in, and the rich get richer. 175 big blinds now, Joe.
5.26 million. 5.26 million. And Sacred Poker is going to need to realign with the universe to recover from a heartbreaking run out like that.
Yeah, pretty savage. Really punished him when it counted.
You missed the flush, but didn't see the straight.
Yeah, he saw the clubs and thought he won, and halfway through that card flip, you saw the stutter.
We heard him just there. He said, yeah, I thought you just had the missed clubs, which is exactly what we've been talking about here, that really well-disguised improver on the river.
Yeah, I feel like we just got to take a minute and recover from that.
Yeah, it was kind of spicy.
Speaking of spicy, I did once again get in trouble during that hand because we referenced Mexican drinks.
Ah.
So.
Can we get a, mods, can we get a counter in the chat, please, for every time Joe makes reference to Mexican culture?
I'm a big fan.
I could go for a Mexican. Fancy a Mexican tonight.
I'm gonna ask this question of Nick, Dr. Seizure, because I know the answer already. What is the smallest bone in the human body, Nick? I'm gonna give you one hint, like a non-verbal hint. What am I doing?
You're pointing
At?
At
who?
At you?
At who? Who am I pointing at?
At me?
Nope. No, who am I pointing at now?
At you?
Yeah. Yeah, but who am I?
Joe?
Yeah, but who else am I?
Commentator?
No, but what's my name?
Stapleton? Stapes?
Ah, you got it. The smallest bone in the human body is the stapes bone.
Oh.
Which is kind of ironic.
The smallest bone in even the commentator bone. Yep, absolutely. Nailed it.
All right, back to the poker here. Sade raising under the gun. Queen, Jack of diamonds. Looks like Romeo is gonna take a flop in position. Yeah, he's super bummed. C'est la vie. Ace-high flop, 2 clubs. Oh, it's too soon. Too soon. There's a continuation bet. I just want this to work out. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Clears his throat.
Romeo.
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? I sit on you. I think Romeo may be picking up on the same things we are. Say potentially a little tilted. I mean, that is not the look of a happy camper.
Yeah, using some time bank here.
I mean, I really feel like after you put this much thought into it with Jack-10, you can only raise, right?
I don't know.
Or fold. Sorry. I'm saying if you stay in the hand, I don't think you can just call with Jack-9. Seems like kind of a waste of a time bank if you're gonna. Yeah, he's still. Shake it off, Kippy. Shake it off.
Thank you.
Let's just all take a deep breath. Should I do a guided meditation?
Yeah, let's do it.
Get the sacred poker back?
Yeah, I think guided meditation with a focus on the poker chakra.
You know, I tried a guided meditation once. I sobbed uncontrollably.
Yeah, did you really?
Yes.
I think it's true, Joe. You got a lot of trauma, mate. we spoke about this a little bit yesterday. I think there's a lot of trauma there, buddy. There's a lot of feelings that need to come out.
Where's Hide the Pain Harold when you need him?
Exactly. I mean, or it's really. I mean, I think trauma is also great for comedy. So you might be doing yourself what's the word? An injustice if you let it all out.
Right.
Then where the jokes come from?
It's like the big vault where they keep all the ghosts in Ghostbusters. You don't want to throw that switch. You don't want an army of the dead. It was pretty funny. Almost a good joke from Poker Nicky, but I'm going to give him the assist. Who says, so it's sight and not pite anymore for sacred in the ears and not poker in the ears. But obviously, it's spite. Sacred poker in the ears. Spite.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Heads up to the flop. Satan Romeo again. Trips for Loverboy. 1 diamond also.
C3, that's 30,000. C8 folds.
Quick fold.
What?
Fold with a little mustard on it, too. A little tilty mustard.
You might be doing yourself a disservice. Thank you very much. Merciful. That was the word I was looking for.
How you call it with King 3 suit?
Just want to play.
Wow.
Scott, that's just my voice, buddy.
Is Scott your friend?
It's just
Scott your friend?
It's just my voice, buddy. This is how I sound.
Is he your friend? He's someone you know?
I mean, you've known me for a while, Joe.
Yeah.
Is my voice different than usual?
No, that's what I'm saying. Is this guy like a friend of yours?
No.
Okay, you're bad. Thank you. I don't.
Thanks for your question.
Yeah, thanks for your comments.
Oh, people usually like my voice. I hurt my feelings. All right, guys, next hand.
It's like the vocal equivalent of telling you need to go on a diet.
Oh, man, my dulcet tone's just not making people happy right now. All right, we see a fold there, UTG.
Epoch Fail says actually Hardigan has the nicest voice. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's why his neck is in a cryogenic chamber right now.
That voice will live forever.
He actually has a hot tea with honey IV drip.
All right, small blind action now, making a raise to 70K. Again, we got the small blind versus big blind dynamic, and again, he's going for like a 2.5x open here.
You can't do it to him again. Just let him have one,
But
Tino.
if
I know
he's-
that's not how poker works.
If he's going to continue to use the smaller sizing blind v blind, Mulder is just going to go to town. He doesn't have to fold anything. He really doesn't.
I mean, he got him with king 3.
He did.
Is he going to get him with queen 3? And and shorting the pot. Oh boy, I can't even look. I can't even look. 9-8-8, 2 diamonds. Mulder with the diamond.
He's got the diamond, Joe.
He's got the diamond.
That's all he needs. This man only needs one diamond.
You do not have a diamond, Sade.
Yeah, it's just
Checking for diamonds makes the bet.
Look, Mulder's gonna check for a diamond too. Even the world's greatest
All right,
do it.
nice hand, sir. Taking it down.
Now you're even.
I think it might be sparkling water, but I love the idea that he was just sipping on a beer there. Feature table. you know,
Cocktail.
keeping it chill. Cocktail.
When a hand like that happens, they should just automatically bring you one.
Sir Donkelet says, why don't you guys just swap that noisy chair?
Oh, the one?
Oh, you mean the 1,190 squeaky chairs in the room? Looks like a 0.0% beer. It could be. It could be.
What's the current payout? Ask Gunnart. $33,990. But we're on a pay jump, actually. Make another 6K.
This is a nice hand.
It is. You know, in my opinion, this is like the second. This is like a top 3 hand.
It's definitely at least top 4.
Yeah. In my opinion.
6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, 10 folds.
It's good point, Murph saying. It's 190 player chairs plus 150 dealer chairs.
Absolutely, that's a good point.
4 legs per chair.
Well spotted. Romeo obviously not afraid to get out of line as we've seen so far.
No, I think I had 700.
So this is a straight 3x 3-bet. He needs to know exactly how deep he is because he needs to understand whether or not he has the correct price, or the implied odds, I should say, in order to continue with a hand like 9-10 suited. We've spoken about this before. The small pocket pairs and suited connectors are the kinds of hands that benefit from being deeper because you need to connect, and when you do connect, it has to be meaningful. And then you need to make sure that there's enough money behind that you can potentially win in order to offset the amount that you're going to be investing when you're calling 3-bets like that. So, for example, if you're playing a cash game and you're like 100 big blinds deep, you're just going to open that and then call the 3-bet all day, right? You can afford to continue with that hand a little bit more liberally because when you do hit big, you can win lots and lots of chips from the conventionally deeper stacked game.
All right, Ansela Adams, who has obviously not been listening to anything we've said, who says, easy solution.
It's okay. It's better than my German.
Buy a can of
I can
spray
say anything.
and oil the chairs, please. How many cans of spray do you think it would take to do 1,200 chairs? And how much oil do you think would end up on the ground?
Now, I'm not saying this is actually a line currently on BetStars right now, but it would be. I think that would be a fantastic side bet.
That's a good Laden Things question.
Yeah.
How many cans would it take?
How many cans does it take to get to the center?
And you do realize
of the
that,
Tootsie Pop?
like, let's say it's 4 cans, 5 cans, 6 cans. That means 6 cans worth of oil on the ground.
And a whole lot of people skating around this the ballroom.
Got Jamie Staples in the chat. What's up, buddy?
Yo, Jamie Stapes, what's up, my man?
Thanks for dropping by.
It's great to see you, dude. Thank you for joining us. Okay, here we go. Small blinds.
Shipping over the button open from Mulder. Yeah? Yeah, try beat that. Horseman. Does anyone know the story of that horse? Did anyone ask him? What's the deal with the horse?
PokerStars Drag says, if you have a can of spray heading east at 45 miles per hour and a line of chairs heading west at 75 miles per hour, with what hand will Mulder win with?
Yes, thank you for your question. Pengu, you're getting banned for being boring.
All right, guys, hand 87. Let's take a look.
5 raises to 60,000.
Yep, pretty hand. Jack 10 suited, definitely going to be part of that range. No problem at all.
Great answer here from Jamie. Rise over run multiplied by the square root of the cutoff opening range. Easy.
There you go. Contribution. Duly noted.
Just shows up to answer the hard questions. Uh-oh. Lots of fun hands here. Jack 10 suited, 10-8 suited, Queen 9 suited. Andy Nielsen says these ban hammers are being abused. Oh, I forgot to mention, you banned. Mulder. Just having a leisurely think here. I don't know if this is what I'd be using my time banks on, but then again, I'd never be here. Oh, a big old 3-bet incoming. 240,000.
Ban hammers are sacred. Absolutely, couldn't agree more.
Casey Jonah says, think long, think squeeze. Was accurate as far as Mulder's concerned. What about Romeo? We've seen him tank like this and then fold. Yeah, I would love it if he tanked cold 4-bet. I think this is going to end the hand.
I think it will too. I really like the really like his choice of 3-bet here. Choice of position. I like the size too.
Au revoir.
Nice hand.
And
Nice hand.
shalom.
I keep them. He doesn't need it.
Is shalom like
You're allowed to
aloha
play
or
this
means
hand.
hello and goodbye?
Very much.
I don't think it does. Maybe it does.
It's not nice of you.
I think I confused it with aloha.
Yeah.
Anyway, nice hand. Another nice hand from Tuin Mulder. Optimus Clang saying the quality of this poker is really ramped up over today. I love it. That's ideally how it's supposed to happen, right?
Yep, that's what you're looking for. Today's action has been particularly spicy though. I'm really enjoying it so far.
Super fun day of poker.
Yeah.
To let you know that your table will be moving back to its original place, back from the break. All right?
Okay.
One, it's going to be right there. Okay.
That's kind of what happens to me every time I go for an audition. Just to let you know, we won't be needing you anymore. If you could just head over back to where the cameras aren't, that would be great. Oh, it is used like aloha. Great. Thank you, Ace King Jack. What about Mele Kilikimaki?
Great question.
Markov under the gun with Simon Kane's 40 deuce club.
Big decision here for Markov.
No, this is fun. Don't interrupt this. to do. Remember, we're on a 6K pay jump. That's right, Rada.
6K pay jump indeed.
What's a 2 look like if you don't look at the number? It's a 2 across, right? It's not even. It's not. You can't even like.
No, like the 4. The 4 is more of the.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it was ace 4 and you really peeled it slow and.
Yeah, you can convince yourself.
Yep. Tough decision here.
Yes, the graphic is correct. I mean, I will admit, if you don't get a hand for like a whole level, I might just, you know, get a little TV time.
Surely not another card.
He's like almost laughing.
Screams internally.
Thinking intensifies. He should just let himself time out. And be like, ah! Oh.
Tough spot.
All right.
Okay.
Next time, though. Next time. There we go. Here's somebody who ain't gonna wait.
I mean, you know, what does he have? About 15 big blinds effective. He's like, I don't really need these time banks. From now on, it's just going to be push fold anyway. Might as well use them now.
Well, we're almost at another break. He's going to have fewer blinds than that.
Exactly.
In about 8 minutes.
Exactly. He's like, I'm going to use the time bank now. Time banks, here we go. And then I'm just going to play push fold poker as soon as we level up.
Raise from Mulder, 9-5 suited. Raise from Kadakchev with the Jables.
Jables. Oh, by the way, did you get a chance to watch that thing about how Jack Black was going to do the last Conan O'Brien show?
I did see that, yes.
Oh, that's so funny. Gotta love some Jables.
It's prestigious. Nice hand there. There's going to be a new feature table after the break. Kind of a new old feature table, some familiar faces. That's what Elise was explaining to these folks. You're out. Other table in.
Gypsy Boy is asking commentators, what are your favorite comedians? Well, my favorite is sitting right next to me.
Yeah, mine too.
Joe Stapes.
Queen Jack suited for 2 in Mulder. Folds around to Romeo on the button.
Romeo. I don't think even 5 deuce off is going to be one of the hands he wants to play here. Puts it in the bin.
Oh, Markov, what do you got? 6 high, 7 high, a real decision, 8 high. Oh, ace queen.
It's one of those. I get it. All in. That's what he was waiting for. I told you, Joe. I told you.
It's a good long wait.
He was like, I don't need no time banks. I just need some all-ins.
Am I blinking too much?
Stop blinking, Joe.
And 80,000.
Mulder looking for a count. Can call here, lose, does call, and still have 4 times the amount of chips as anyone else at the table. So
Gamble, let's go.
it is a domination situation. Markov the favorite to double up. Mulder is suited.
We don't need no time bank cards, no. We just need some all-ins now.
Here comes the flop. 8 high. Markov also has the ace of diamonds. Technically, he has the 8 of diamonds too, but they both do.
No sweat. He looks like he's sweating though.
Yeah, he's got that pained smile. Turn card, Jack of diamonds. So Markov in big trouble unless he hits one of those 12 outs. Most of them diamonds.
30% though, that's a lot.
3 of them aces. It's like a quarter of the deck.
That's a lot of the deck.
That's really bad.
River card. Not a diamond, not an ace. Markov does not make it to the break. Also does not make the next pay jump.
No regrets. Used his time bank cards too.
Yeah, that's right. He knew it was coming.
No regrets.
Just lived life to the fullest. Cash for $33,990. Euros. Not dollars. The European Poker Tour Stapes. 2 in Mulder. An absolutely unstoppable force right now. New feature table after the break. These stacks are going out into the field to join the other 2 tables. The folks that you'll be seeing are Hossein Ensan, Armin Rezai, Justin Steinbrenner, Gabyong Kim, Dimitro Kamenita, Dimitar Danchev, and Simeon Alexandritis. We're heading to a break. More from the PokerStars EPT Prague main event right after this.
Steve O'Dwyer has been pretty quiet early doors. He folds. Negreanu and Schwartz are out.
The only thing I regret is not betting the flop.
Johnny Lodden raising from the cutoff with ace-7 suited. Mercier with queen 10 in the small blind.
On.
He shoves.
I think this is obviously more of a re-steal than a hand Jason wants to get called with.
But Pantling's got a big hand in the big blind.
How much? I think it's 650.
I think Jason's move might have worked against ace-7. Ace-queen, not so much.
650.
650 even.
Does Pantling flat or does he shove over the top?
Cool.
He calls.
Makes my decision more easy.
Lodden folds.
Mercier crushed.
No, it's not good. I have Jason.
Just a 28% chance of survival. Mercier looking for a 10.
Andrew Pantling has had his boot on the neck of this final table so far.
No help for Jason.
3 outs, 2 cards to hit him.
Mercier, one of 2 players at this final table, looking to be the first 2-time EPT champion. But now 1 card away from elimination. A 10 on the river. 1 time. Not this time. Jason Mercier exits in 7th.
Elke must be absolutely thrilled. Now he can go back to trying to kill Neo on that highway.
Don't worry. Sounds good.
Action folded around to Daniel Negreanu, who's got aces. He raises to 115,000. King 10 off for the short stack.
Noah's short and Daniel raises a lot of junk.
He shoves. Johnny Lodden folds the small blind. Jake Cody in the big blind has jacks.
Here comes Jake.
He reshoves.
I'm all in.
Negreanu calls and puts both players at risk.
These two know they're in deep doo-doo now. This is looking like a double elimination.
I saw you look at him when you look back after he went all in.
Yeah.
It's like,
uh-oh.
yes.
Yeah,
and then he does that. I'm like, yeah.
He did. As soon as I looked back.
Everyone else at the table thrilled.
Bad timing.
Cooler spot.
Just fold.
Hopes fading for our last potential 2-time winner.
He's been card dead all day.
Well, no one's drawing dead yet.
7 of diamonds.
Clubs.
2 aces are still ahead.
You got the clubs and the
Jack of
backdoor
clubs.
straight.
9 of clubs.
Some funky things can happen.
Jack of clubs.
It's an 8 on the turn, so Schwartz is now drawing dead. He is definitely out in 6th.
Sorry, love. Who's doing good?
Schwartz out. Cody can still survive.
He needs a jack. 2 outs, 1 card to come. It's a 10, double elimination. Schwartz in 6th, Cody in 5th.
Good game, my man. Sick cooler.
Good playing with Andrew.
Another premium hand for Negreanu, queens under the gun, and he raises to 115,000. Lodden's got 9s. And he 3-bets to 305k. Queen Jack for O'Dwyer in the big blind. He passes. Action back on Negreanu.
Very likely to see another bet, but will Daniel put Johnny all in, or will he try to let Johnny do it himself?
All in.
Daniel shoves.
Did you get back to back?
Yes. I actually think Johnny should sometimes find a fold here. Daniel doesn't make a ton of moves, and 9s are not doing well against his shoving range.
Lodden calls.
You get it back to back?
Yes. If Daniel's hand holds, it will guarantee the best EPT finish for each of these two guys. Johnny finished 8th in Budapest in 2008.
Picking up some hands.
No kidding.
Picking up some ladies.
So Lodden the player at risk and way behind. All spades on the flop, and it does give Lodden a gut shot.
No spades, at least.
Wow, Johnny managed to gain equity after the flop. That is not easy to do.
2 spades, I'm happy.
He'll take his flush, chop it up.
Daniel would rather see 2 spades than a 9 or a 10.
It's a 9, the miracle card for Lodden.
Now, I need a 10 or a queen.
Daniel not dead yet.
It's mixing.
Both these guys severely underreacting in such a huge pot.
The river card is an ace. A bad beat for Negreanu, and Johnny Lodden doubles up.
Man, Daniel's the consummate pro. He has got to be feeling it on the inside, though.
Lucky Daniel.
3. C'est poker.
Felt like a 9.
What's that?
I felt like a 9.
You felt like a 9 was coming? That's all that matters.
Lodden now up to 4.3 million. Well, Johnny's going to be first to speak here with his newfound wealth. Negreanu now the low man at the table with 1.3 million at the start of this hand. Lodden's raised under the gun with ace-queen. Andrew Pantling's got a suited ace-7. He calls.
Pantling can defend the button there if he wants. He's certainly got the chips.
I'm all in.
Negreanu shoves from the big blind.
1.3. 1.3.
Cool.
Lodden quickly calls.
Daniel had to. Johnny had to.
I have pair. Hold 'em. Let's play hold 'em. 4s. See what I did there? You guys get it?
No.
Put a 4. I've been asking for a 4 like every hand. So.
Oh.
Ace 4 4. No, not even that. Yeah, ace 4 4. Flop. Ace 4 4. Put a 4 out there.
That must be
Couple
too greedy.
4s. I want quads. Ace 4 4.
4-5 jack is fine.
4-5 jack? You can make a wheel? He can just do any shot. Johnny just needs a little shot.
Huge moment. These two are flipping.
All right, Jess,
Now they can deal.
please.
It's not all about you, Steve.
King 10 deuce flop.
Okay, it's a little exciting. You need big, I need little. 4, please.
No medium, that's boring. 10.
He wants big, I want little. There's way more little ones than big ones. Ooh, that's a little one. Really little now. 4 of hearts. Or something. He wants big. Little one. You guys, down, I go under.
Daniel needs to fade an ace, queen, or jack. It's a jack!
Nice hand.
And Daniel Negreanu's hopes of completing the Triple Crown here in Monaco have been dashed.
Where's my money?
And that was fast. 2 hands. That's all it took to send Daniel Negreanu to the rail in 4th for the 2nd time in his career.
First hand of 30-60, and O'Dwyer's raised his button.
Pantling can definitely defend this 3-handed, especially with his stack.
He calls, and we are going heads up to the flop.
My guess is that Steve is going to have an advantage post-flop, especially in position.
9 deuce deuce. Ace high still good. Pantling checks to the pre-flop aggressor. And Steve does not continue. He checks behind. 7 of hearts on the turn. O'Dwyer now with a flush draw.
See if Pantling takes a stab. He plays pretty fearlessly. Gotta respect that.
He will bet the turn. He overbets the pot. 385,000.
This is a big bet for more than 10% of Steve's remaining chips, but he might feel as if he's got to make this call based on what he could win if he goes runner-runner. That's implied odds.
There's the call. The river is not a heart, but it is a queen, giving O'Dwyer top pair. Pantling now checks.
Steve probably knows his hand is going to be good here a lot.
The yellow chips worth 25,000 each. O'Dwyer going for value.
Which is that?
750,000.
Scott Seaver and JC Alvarado giving Steve their thoughts between hands. Totally allowed. Steve has made a great polarizing value bet with an unpolarized hand, which makes this a merge.
Guy with the best hand here. Funny one.
Specifically designed to get a hero call out of a pocket pair or ace high.
And Pantling does hero with ace high.
Steve O'Dwyer played that river masterfully. They are right to be patting each other on the backs for that one. That was huge.
O'Dwyer back up to 4.5 million, close to where he started the day. Johnny Loddon, queen 10 on the button, raises to 120,000. Sixes for O'Dwyer in the big blind.
Loddon's going to be opening pretty wide, so pretty much any pair is going to be a 3-bet.
There is the 3-bet to 375,000.
How does Johnny respond?
With a 4-bet by the looks of things. He re-raises to 800,000.
Maybe a little aggro, but it's hard to fold three-handed.
One.
O'Dwyer shoves.
See? Told you. Johnny's getting almost exactly 2-1, and he's probably not too happy about that since it's not really enough to make this call. Which means he's going to have to fold away around 800K in chips.
Wow, Loddon calls!
Somehow Johnny talked himself into calling, and he's only as bad as a race. This is a huge flip for a difference in prize money of nearly 400,000 euros.
A flip for 5 million chips. Steve O'Dwyer, the player at risk. Marginal favorite as this race begins. A 6 on the flop, but the gut shot straight draw for Loddon.
That smile is the loudest thing in the room. Wouldn't expect it to stay that way, though, if Johnny catches a king.
Loddon's going to need that king on the river.
Steve is just one card away from a massive pot and dealing a devastating blow to Johnny's chip stack and spirit.
The Norwegians don't get what they commanded. O'Dwyer doubles up through Loddon.
Love the silent cool guy head nod to the proud rail.
Nope, keep doing that.
And Johnny Loddon is now the low man at the table with less than 2 million. Ace 10.
Very strong three-handed.
He raises. Loddon's got ace jack in the small blind.
Stronger three-handed. And if Johnny's 4-betting queen 10, he'll be 3-betting ace jack, surely.
He is 3-betting. And don't call me Shirley.
Are we going to see another pre-flop raising war?
O'Dwyer just calls in position.
Even though we know he's dominated, this is a totally fine call with a hand that flops pretty well.
It does flop well. Top pair.
Incredible flop for Steve. His hand is going to be good more often than a kid at Christmas time.
Loddon was the pre-flop aggressor, and he continues for 350K.
Steve's most likely play here is to just call.
And that's exactly what he does.
He can try to induce bluffs on later streets.
Blank on the turn. And Johnny Loddon shoves!
Oh man, Johnny has really stepped in it here.
O'Dwyer calls, and Johnny Loddon is drawing dead to a jack.
He was trying to get Steve off some smaller pairs or some floats, but we can hashtag this one a fail. There's about to be some disappointed Norwegians on the rail, and certainly one at the table.
Johnny Loddon, the last remaining member of Team Pro. has 3 outs. It's a king. Johnny Lodden exits in 3rd. It is his best ever result on the EPT, but he will be so disappointed. It's Steve's button, and he's got king 3 off.
Defo a raising hand.
Makes it 180k. Pantling with 8-9 off will call.
Defo a calling hand. Lots of hands will be heads up.
King 5-3, 2 pair for O'Dwyer.
Huge for O'Dwyer.
Pantling has checked. O'Dwyer checks behind.
Checking back, hoping to induce.
10 of clubs on the turn. And Pantling now leads for 450k, the patented Pantling overbet.
And it looks like induce is exactly what Steve did.
He calls.
My guess is he's planning to raise the river if he's given the opportunity.
7 on the river.
Steve should still really like his hand. And will Pantling fire into the abyss?
There's nearly 1.3 million in the middle. And Pantling overbets again, 1.7 million.
And actually, after a bet that big, I'm not sure Steve will raise. It'll just look way strong, and there's little chance he'd ever get called by worse. So if he raises, there's not much chance he'll get called, and when he does, he's often going to lose an even bigger pot. Either way, this time I think the overbet is going to bite Andrew in the pant sling.
Did you really just go there? This is a big decision for O'Dwyer at a pivotal point in the tournament.
This could be super nitty. I'm just going to call.
He calls. Pantling mucks. And that means Steve doesn't have to show his hand. He adds 2.3 million to his stack. And he takes the chip lead. Yes, the blinds go up to 40-80 with a 10k ante. O'Dwyer raises his button with 8-10.
Standard button raise.
Pantling has king 5 suited in the big blind.
Suited king is a very easy defend and will be good at showdown often enough.
Pantling calls.
All about the post-flop play, heads up.
Well, let's see the flop. Wow, action guaranteed. Trips for O'Dwyer. The second nut flush draw for Pantling. Pantling checks.
I think Steve has got to bet here to try to build a pot. There are lots of bad turn cards, not just for Steve, but ones that could be bad for Andrew too, and therefore kill his action.
O'Dwyer does continue for 300,000.
Pantling obviously can't fold a draw this huge.
He calls. The turn card. It's a spade. It's the flush for Pantling.
Check.
He checks again.
Unfortunately for Steve, he cannot slow down here because a flush is just so unlikely. Worst part is, if Pantling decides to raise a bet here, I don't think Steve can fold. This is a spade to dig Andrew Pantling out of his hole and possibly a grave for Steve O'Dwyer.
600,000 is the bet on the turn.
Does Andrew go for the raise now?
Signs point to yes. That is 1.425 million.
Like I said, I don't think Steve can fold. He's beating a lot of other eights. He's beating all semi-bluffs. And when he's up against a flush, like now, he's got equity to boat up. Still, he is behind.
How much do you have left in green? Can you cut those out?
Pantling has 3.5 million behind.
The only question is, does Steve call and reevaluate or just go for the gusto here? Guess the good news for him either way is he can't go broke.
Pantling is praying that Steve lumps it in.
I'm all in.
O'Dwyer shoves! And Pantling calls.
8.
Showdown, please, gentlemen.
Is that a flush?
It is a flush. And Pantling will double up unless there is a Jack 10, 8 or 4 on the river. 10 outs for O'Dwyer, which would see him win the title, but there's a 77% chance that Pantling doubles up and we play on. It's an 8 on the river. It's quads for O'Dwyer that see him triumph here in Monaco and win the EPT 9 Grand Final main event.
That's what, Steve. Cheers.
Welcome back to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Day 4 continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. 21 players remaining. That means 5 more eliminations until we are down to the final 2 tables. That is the objective of Day 4. I'm James Hartigan, joined once again by Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you very much for having me back.
And joining us live via satellite, it's Maria Ho.
You guys.
Hey, you guys.
Maria, lovely to have you with us again. And you can see the spirit of the horse, Turn Mulder. Tino Mulder online has the chip lead, 5.6 million. We are changing the feature table. We're going to bring our 2 former champs to the main stage. Those champs being Hussein Ensan, who won here in Prague in 2015, and Dimitar Danchev, who won the PCA in 2013. Interestingly, Gab Yong Kim, 9th place finisher in this tournament in 2019, started Day 4 as chip leader and is now on the short side, 980k, as we go to the 20k, 40k blind level with a 40k big blind ante.
Yep, blinds are going up. The action is heating up. We still have that monstrous chip leader who I think is just about to leave our feature table, unfortunately. But
correct.
Here's the lineup that we're looking at now, guys.
Should point out that Dmitrio Kamenita is 2nd in chip, so he still do have a monster stack on the main stage. A reminder of the prize money that we'll be paying out over the next 2 days once we're at the final table and beyond. Current payout with 21 remaining. In fact, 21st place pays 33,990 euros. There's then a jump. Make it to 20th. It's the better part of 40k. Oh, we're at 20. We did lose a player just before the break. So we are now all guaranteed the better part of 40k. That means 4 eliminations until we're down to the final 2 tables. But Maria, I know you love making bold predictions. Do you think we could potentially lose 4 players in the next 90 minutes?
Yes, but I mean, I think I don't really know what the average stack size is, but I'm going to go with no.
I'm with you. I actually think that we will make it through this level without getting down to 16. And we have said from the offset that we do want to play a minimum of 4 levels today. So I appreciate it's going to be a little bit annoying and inconvenient. But if we do get to 16 inside the next 90 minutes, we will take an impromptu break. We will do the redraw for the final 2 tables. And we will play to the end of this level. Obviously, if we get to the end of the level and we still have more than 16, we'll come back for the 5th and final level of the day.
That sounds about right.
Would it be a bold prediction if I said that I think Hossein Ensan is going to make the final table? Or is that just expected because he's the boss that he is?
That is a bold prediction, Maria, because what normally happens, it often happens on Day 4, and if it doesn't happen on Day 4, it happens on Day 5. It tends to be when we do lose those former champions, when we do lose the big names from the field. But I like it, and I would love to see it. To be perfectly honest, and I would find it very difficult to say who I don't want to see at the final table, but who I definitely do want to see make it into the final 6 and come back for the final day, Ensan, Denchev, and Mulder.
Yep, absolutely. I totally agree. That would be quite the showdown, and that's the final table that we're looking to see.
Wow, Dimitri He's on it. He says on YouTube, Maria, aren't you in the United States? Didn't I see you post that you brought into a tournament over there like yesterday?
That is true. I am in the United States. I don't remember saying I was in Prague with you guys, though.
Which is why, and Dimitri clearly wasn't listening carefully, I said you were joining us live via satellite. Now, that was a hashtag fake fact because we're using the internet. But what I was insinuating is that Maria is not on location with us. Maria is 8 hours behind.
You guys have to tell me what I'm missing out, though. What has been the biggest highlight, aside from broadcasting for you guys? Like, have you had any fun social encounters? I need to know.
I'll be honest with you, the working days have been long. There's not been much time for socializing. And also, we're still being careful. But we have had some nice dinners, a couple of nice dinners, and we have had drinks in the evening as well.
Yeah, Maria, I also managed to meet Papo MC, the man himself, for the very first time, and that was about 5 minutes before or slightly after he won his 400K Eureka. So that was a pretty cool moment just as I got off the plane. That was very special. And, of course, WSOP main event final table list.
Well, just want to pick up the action here, guys, because we've had the re-raise from Danchev, and Kamenita has called with the ace-10 of diamonds, and this is a very interesting flop because it gives Danchev top pair, top kicker. Kamenita has the nut flush draw. I don't think this hand is going to stop at the flop.
Yeah, thank you for cutting in there, James. This is a very spicy flop indeed. Definitely an action board. A lot of times when you've got the diamond draw here, you're going to feel somewhat confident that the ace might give you the best hand as well, so people tend to get a little bit more sticky here generally.
Question is how fast Kamenita will play it. 155,000 the C-bet from Danchev.
Just look at the SPR though, James. Effective SPR is pretty close to 1. We're getting kind of close to a 1-ish situation, and that means you're going to be gambling with big draws.
Kamenita just calling, and this hand going to the turn. The better part of $1 million already in the pot. Danchev with just over pot behind, as you highlighted, Nick. Blank on the turn. The 8 of spades.
Yeah, to Nick's point, I was a little surprised to see Kamenita just not choose to go with the draw, considering the SPR. And of course, when you talk about the position that Kamenita opens from and then the 3-bet position, then you expect them to c-bet this king-high flop a pretty big percentage of the time. So you don't necessarily need to give them credit for as big of a hand as ace-king in this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the position dynamic here is super interesting because there's other 3-bet situations where you're like, actually, I'm just going to take my equity and I'm not going to push it here because I do think that he's just going to connect with this a lot of the time. There's going to be tons of 3-bet bluffs, or weaker 3-bets, I should say, with a mandatory C-bet here, as Maria's pointing out.
350.
Danchev betting again, 350,000.
Can I see your stick?
Yeah, really trying to maximize the value of his top here, just because, again, pointing to SPR, if Kamenita calls here, you see that Danchev has only 635K back, and the pot is well over 1.6 million.
Kamenita calls the river card. Another king. It's trips for Danchev. No diamond for Kamenita.
Yeah, it's so dreamy for Danchev here. He's got way less than pot. He's got almost 1/3 pot now, and you're just feeling really, really great about this scenario with ace-king. Very few of those really scary draws have come in, and you've just improved your hand on the river as well.
Yeah.
Kamenita, don't panic, buddy. Don't panic. Don't do it. This is when you get to the river and you go, wait, can I rep this king? Is it my turn to rep the king now?
No, it's his turn to check. And Danchev can comfortably shove this river. Kamenita Or probably fold.
Yeah, as I said, I think having the ace in your hand here just makes you that little bit more sticky, which is why we find ourselves in such an ugly SPR spot here on the river.
Danchev playing those time bank cards, buying himself additional thinking time. Remember, if you don't use the time bank cards, the shot clock gives you 30 seconds per decision.
625.
Wow. The virtual all-in from Danchev, 625,000, leaving himself 10,000 behind.
And this is the part where you just have to decide as Caminita if you want to be a believer or not. Was he 3-betting perhaps a little bit light? Was he in a spot where he just decided that this board favors him a little bit more and he needs to rep this, even though, again, you know, he's getting a really good price on the call, and sometimes that might, yeah, make someone think that this person's unlikely to be bluffing in this spot.
Caminita folds, and that is a not insignificant pot for Dimitar Danchev. Now up to 2.2 million, over 50 big blinds. I see a lot of people asking for an overview of the entire field. 20 players remaining, spread across 3 tables. Obviously, there are various places you can go to get that information, the most obvious being Poker News or the PokerStars blog. Sure. Just a warning, guys, and you're welcome to seek out information there and see the player list and the chip counts. They are updating in real time. We are streaming on a delay. Because we have cards up action from our feature table, we're on a 30-minute delay. So, warning, spoilers. And just be aware, if you're happy with spoilers, it doesn't mean that other people watching the stream are. So don't go away, find information, and then share it in chat.
I've had friends spoil the endings of movies or a series for me before, and I didn't talk to them for a week, at least, minimum.
Oh, Maria, we have the best typo ever, which completely changes the sentiment of what Man of Straw was trying to say. Maria Ho, best commentator in poker for in-depth hand analysis.
I love that. I always saw the same one.
Oh, you guys.
So, Simeon Alexandridis has 164k in live cashes. 12 of his cashes come from games in the Czech Republic, and he is facing an all-in from Hussein Ensan, who's shoved with Queen Jack of clubs.
And that was the point where I had to hold my breath that the big blind doesn't wake up with something, because I didn't want to ride the broom on Ensan so early with my prediction. I was like, oh, what if the big blind finds aces here? I'm going to feel real silly.
There is a fine line between making a bold prediction and completely bocking someone. I'm loving the way Ensan rocks that jacket. It really makes it work for him.
It just makes everything work for him. He's just a handsome dude. He's just very cool, very handsome, very put together. He's got a kind smile. He's got kind eyes. He's a wicked poker player.
I love the saying kind eyes. I feel that, and I say that to people, and people are like, oh, I didn't really know that that was such a thing. I'm like, it's very obvious when someone has kind eyes.
Yeah, if they're hard to describe, and then when you see them, you're like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
Alexandridis has 10-9 in the cutoff. Raises to 85,000. Ensan's on the button with 9-8 of clubs.
How are you not going to play this hand? All right, decides to put it in the bin. No, I think he is a little bit on the short side to be entering pots with those more speculative hands. They're just so pretty.
Seven 7-5 for Steinbrenner, and it's Jack, Jack, Jack on the flop.
Pretty standard bet and take it there. As far as dry flops go, Maria, that's about as dry as it gets, huh?
Yeah, I mean, as the pre-flop aggressor, when I see bet that, which is pretty much 100% of the time, and then the big blind calls, I'm like, oh, great. What am I going to have to get him off this time?
Yeah,
oh,
you're
he must
like,
have quads.
You're like, just have fours so I can bet 3 times, you know, just have deuces so I can get it on the turn.
Right.
I don't know, at this table, though, people are so sticky because people understand how aggressively you can play that kind of a texture, especially with scare cards on turns. Cowboys in the hijack.
Alexandridis just calling with kings after Caminita opened with king 10.
I like that, especially if you have some stacks behind you, you know, in the 20 big blind, 25 big blind range that could potentially find some spots to squeeze, just seeing that dead money out there. It's a pretty good way to trap some of those stack sizes.
Steinbrenner folding queen 7 in the small blind. Gabyon Kim with 6-3 off in the big. And looks like he's going to come along for the ride, so we're going 3-way to the flop. And that flop is queen, queen 6. So Kim catches a piece. Suffice to say, Alexandridis' king's still good. 86% favorite in this 3-way pot. Caminita was the pre-flop aggressor and continues on this board for 65,000.
I guess you just always want a flat here, Maria. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially 3-ways, it really gives you a few more options, of course, on later streets, just in case, you know, somebody shows up with a queen here.
Yeah, and also, I mean, you know, you're going to feel confident you have the best hand. You'd like maybe pocket 10s, maybe pocket jacks, maybe pocket 8s to continue here, or, you know, even some bluffs, I suppose, as well. So raising flop, you kind of start to represent more of a queen X combo, which you're kind of afraid you might run into once in a while anyway. So I think the more passive line here makes a ton of sense because you got more ways to win and you're not really aggressively representing something stronger.
Wow, it's Kim who comes with a check raise, the queens and 6s. Just maybe believing that you know, Caminita's going to be c-betting that spot a lot. And then because Alexander Diaz ended up just flatting there, he feels like, okay, maybe I just want to clear out some of those overcard equity that's going to continue. He obviously has no idea he's up against pocket kings here.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely underrepresented his hand pre-flop. And
Yeah.
I think you just always call here. It's really nice being in position with kings in this spot because you're going to keep him quite honest here. I think in this case, he kind of just goes, I'm going to raise this up. I kind of rep queens, but I kind of protect my 6x. There's not too many good turns for me. But is he going to continue to try and represent something stronger than his made hand? And, like, does he even want to turn his made hand into a bluff when this guy's showing a lot of strength by calling and then calling again?
Yeah, let's not forget that obviously when you flat an early position raiser, you definitely could have a lot of these Queen X Broadway type combos.
Sure.
So it is kind of surprising to see Kim decide to bet again in this spot.
Absolutely. And look at the size of this pot already, Maria. There's only 460K behind. He doesn't have a ton of ammunition left behind to get it in. You know, in terms of SPR, once this is called, he doesn't have very much. So your price on the river to call is very significant.
Is he not already committed now? I know that's not really a thing, but there does come a point where you psychologically feel I've committed so much of my stack, I may as well stick the rest in.
But I think that as played, there's just no way that he could think when he, you know, at least gets called here that he has the best hand, right? And if that's the case, he would probably just have the plan to check fold river. I would hope. But I think the interesting part is, I don't know what you think, Nick, but would Kim, you know, if Kim checks the river, let's say he gets called by kings here, he checks the river, do you think the kings are going to go for value as played? Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Never mind. I'll just stop. Let's just...
Best in the biz.
He had 6.
Best in the biz.
He didn't have a
Gabby on Kim. There you guys are. Your next EPT Prague winner.
Absolutely. That's why we watch these guys. This is why we do this coverage, because he's not afraid. He knows where he's at. He's going to play his cards the way he's going to play them, and that was very successful.
Sorry. He folded kings.
He did.
But he had the best hand. The other guy had like a 6.
I mean, I think for all of the reasons why me and Maria were saying we're not sure if he's gonna you know, take a shot on the turn, it just made his hand looked extremely strong. Absolutely did.
But he folded kings.
Sacred poker, guys. Sacred.
Opening here with king, queen of diamonds, ready to flop a flush and then fold it. You'll notice that we are now at 19 players. The European poker legend, who is Bruno Fatoussi, has just gone out in 20th place, cashing for nearly 40,000 euros. I'm So Harmony asks, any info on Scoop yet, or is that still a bit too far away? Just the dates, assuming you're talking about the global series. It will happen as soon as Monte Carlo has finished. So EPT Monte Carlo concludes on the 7th of May, and then on Sunday, the 8th of May, Scoop 2022 kicks off. 8th of May to 1st of June, Spring Championship of online poker, and more details will be announced nearer to the event.
To answer your question, though, Maria, if he did flat there and then the hand slowed down, if he slowed down on the river knowing he probably isn't going to win, do the kings go for? I think it actually might be a spot where you do. What do you think? I mean, because it's not. I'd be less inclined to do it if there was like a missed flush draw or something like that, where he could still have, you know, a missed draw, 2 overcards to a 6, and a flush draw or something like that. But weird one.
Yeah, super weird. I wasn't even expecting it to end on the turn, so that's how weird that was for me.
Well, Caminita calls the 75K and picks up the flush draw on the turn.
Check.
King, queen, too strong. Must see bet.
Yeah, I'm probably going to size up a little bit more.
Yeah. I really like the larger size on this turn. It's getting wetter. There's plenty of straight draws that still might want to come along, so you got to price those accordingly. Makes it 125,000 to go.
Check raise him, watch him fold.
He's got a really nice price just to go ahead and draw here, though. I mean, he's going to have the best hand a ton of the time just with the top pair, so why turn your hand into a bluff?
Caminita calls. The river card is black but not a club, the 8 of spades. So Alexandridis has a lock on this hand.
Obviously the 9-10 straight getting there here, but from that position, 9-10 suited is definitely going to be a part of it. 9-10 off, a lot less so. So not that many combos of the 9-10 straight here. Caminita, on the other hand, could certainly have more of that stuff, given the fact that he just defended the big blind. But he is going to go for some more value.
Yeah, about a third pot here. I think that Caminita is just going to end up finding the call. I would assume that he feels like he's getting, you know, taken to value town a little bit, but you just have to pay the price.
Yeah, isn't that nice when you just got the guy out kicked? Isn't that nice? And then they just call 3 streets. Feels so good.
Should have played those kings, Mike.
Should have played those kings, Mike.
But still, playing a 2.6 million stack, that equates to 64 big blinds. Current blind level being 20,000, 40,000 for the big blind ante, also of 40,000. Hussein Ensan. Jack 10 off. He's going to play
Somebody
it.
in chat asking if Cabral is still in, and I just have to say, when it's only down to a few tables, if you can't hear Cabral, then he's probably not in.
Yeah, Martin Cabral departed in 99th place.
That's right.
Caminita not going to play the Spraggy from the small blind. Dimitar Danchev, 9-8 of hearts, might defend his big blind, and we'll have more champ v champ action at the feature table.
9-8 suited big blind facing the pure min raise. It's so beautiful. How are you not going to defend this?
Especially when it's suited in strawberries.
Strawberries, baby. Ooh.
9-5-3, so top pair for Danchev.
Check to the aggressor.
Yeah, Enson has 2 overs, and of course, he could turn some straight possibilities as well. So it feels like this is a spot that a lot of people will just continue.
Yep.
So after play concluded last night, Dimitar Danchev went back and watched the live stream, and he was so pleased to hear that Maria was a fan of the 1975 classic Jaws that he put on his shark t-shirt today. Just for you, Maria.
185.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a hashtag fake fact.
Danchev says, no, I'm going to defend my hand right here, right now. Maria, I wonder if he's going to more confidently check raise this flop with the backdoor hearts than if not.
Yeah, I think that he knows that he's going to be up against some overcards here that are going to be firing, and so this gives him some protection, and if he gets called, you know, there's a lot of good turn cards that could really improve his equity if he somehow is behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, Enson said, I said raise. Wow.
Oh, wow. We've got into a chip swinging contest. That's right, you heard me correctly. 3 bets to 355,000 with Jack high. Danchev now like, what on earth have you got?
Yeah, this is one of the scary aspects of check raising a flop with 8-9, right? Because you're kind of saying, I got some of this, and I don't want to see any more, and you can exploit that by putting in more chips, and these guys are definitely deep enough to do so. But he makes the right call. He still has the best hand. Notice the equity, though. Ensan, as Maria pointed out, still has plenty of ways to improve.
Turn card is the 7 of spades. Danchev does not want a river 2 pair. Of course, we might not get to the river.
SPR here less than 1, Maria.
Yeah, and if Ensan's going to continue to tell the story and rep, you know, perhaps all the overpairs that he could have in his UTG +1 opening range, then I was going to say I kind of wanted to see it, but
Yeah.
he checks.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's going to do it, it's got to be a shove, right, Maria?
Yeah, absolutely.
Deuce of diamonds is such a brick. You're like, oh, I played this hand so well. Top pair, never bad now. Oh, man. If he checks on this river, Ensign's got like this weirdest decision ever. He hasn't really repped his hand correctly to have an overpair.
Check.
Yeah, it's going to check to showdown, and Danchev's going to win this pot of nearly $1 million.
Whew, nice hand, sir. Ensign down a lot of chips there.
Yeah, lost a significant percentage of his stack. It's Maria's fault.
I was just thinking that. I was like, I'm like that meme where Homer Simpson is going back into the shrubs. That's me right now. Scrub that from the replay, please, where I talked about my prediction. Thank you.
Wow, people on YouTube saying really unpleasant things about Hossein Ensan. Thank you to Harang for stepping in to defend him. You know how we have the joke with Twitch, right, that we would ban people but actually just mute them?
Yeah.
If I had moderator privileges on YouTube, I reckon 90% of the people would be banned, like perma-banned.
There's definitely a vast valley between the comments we get on Twitch and the comments we get on YouTube. It's pretty shocking. Okay, pocket 4's in the hijack.
Ivy Phil, you're in my good books. You will not be banned. Carter, you can stay. That's right, Martin. Let's keep the good vibes.
little bit of small blind action here. Ace-6 suited coming along. Does actually manage to make a pair.
Yeah, but just given what's happened so far, I have no doubt Kim's going to find a way to make him fold it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a nice hand to continue with anyway, right? You know? Gut shot. Gut shot equals bet, in my opinion.
Sixes come along hoping to improve, but definitely tough to find many ways to get to showdown cheaply when the board texture is this wet and you've just got bottom pair.
Yep. Can be very tricky to play correctly. When you make a pair on the flop, you're basically never folding to a continuation bet. If you're doing it, if you do, you're just giving away getting away too often, and you're going to get exploited. But that doesn't mean it's always easy. It can, even with a good kicker like an ace on this kind of a texture, it's troublesome. And I have no doubt that Kim recognizes he's blocking hands like Jack 10.
Yeah, but very interesting lead here on the turn.
Really interesting.
Of course, the small blind calling range pre definitely can contain, you know, all of the suited combinations of Jack 10, of course, and some offsuit too. Depends on how wide people are calling from the small blind against a late position open.
Yeah, I'm sure Kim has also noticed he's got the ace of hearts as well. So an additional card he could potentially use on later streets to represent the flush, for example, but he decides to get away. That lead, very effective, really interesting, quite unexpected as well, Maria, but he manages to get the fold.
So still at 19 players and still paying people 39,770 euros. Next money jump is when we're down to 17. And we are due to end play tonight when we're down to 16. And just going back to where we started the level, that conversation about whether we would hit 2 tables during this level, Maria, I'm liking our prediction. I think at most we'll see 1 or 2 bust outs before we get to the next break.
Pocket nines for Danchev. Going to go ahead and open up the cutoff. Gotta love those nines.
Just about 820 bigs effective in the big blind, but you've got a suited hand, some possibilities when you defend.
Yeah, I think Jack 7 suited is definitely a candidate to defend with. Heads up, very small open, pre, lots of dead money, including the big blind antes.
So what do we know about Armin Rezai? Austrian player with 337k in live earnings and has locked up his best ever EPT cash by making it this far in the Prague main event. Quite a few people asking what is the average stack right now. 1.8 million approximately. Actually close to 1.9 million. So we're playing just below a 50 big blind average, which is anything between 45, 50 big blinds. It's pretty standard for an EPT main. Living the Life asks, how many hands are generally played to get to the heads up? I mean, you're talking about
Total.
all the hands at all the tables combined?
That's a good question.
And obviously it's going to vary massively from event to event, depending on the field size.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a question for the human calculator. I'm sure he could figure it out.
I do admire the faith you put in Joe, Maria. It's really sweet and very endearing. It's completely impractical and illogical, but I admire it nonetheless.
Is he just waiting to come back when the level is 50K because it's a little easier to calculate?
Wow, you know him so well.
There was a specific request for that, yes.
Yeah. The Lobster says, okay, this looks like it's been in the past 2 years. The Lobster. The location is Prague. The date is the 14th of March, 2022. It's happening now. Granted, there is a 30-minute delay on the stream because we're cards up, but it's as good as live.
I mean, he's not wrong. It did happen in the past 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Danchev opening with 10-7 suited. Alexandridis decides to 3-bet with ace-10, but look who's got aces in the big blind. It's Justin Steinbrenner.
Fallen. 10 seconds falling.
All in for 1.66 million. Well, I imagine this will be met by a couple of quick folds. Yep.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, Alexander just almost got away with that one. Had the big blind not woken up with aces.
Chisel says, dude, this squeak is hilarious. I can't believe they haven't gotten rid of it, lol. His name is Nick Walsh. And he's with us for this entire event. Show some respect. Squeak. Dominica asks on YouTube, when, or where rather, will be the next EPT? Monte Carlo, Dominica. PokerStars EPT, presented by Monte Carlo Casino, takes place at the end of May, and we're streaming 5 days. Super high roller final table, last 4 days of the main event.
I look at Monte Carlo now with a different set of eyes, considering I am obsessed with Need for Speed, that F1 show on Netflix. And every time they show that race out there, I'm like, oh, I need to go watch that one of these days.
I didn't know where that was going, Maria. When you said you were obsessed with a TV show, I was frightened that you were going to say you were obsessed with the TV show Riviera, which is one of the worst pieces of you-know-what I've ever seen.
I've never even heard of that show.
Lucky you.
Let alone watched it. But does anybody else out there know what I'm talking about with the F1? I'm surprised you haven't watched it, James. You're into the reality docu-series genre.
I do like docu-series. I'm not an F1 fan.
But here's the thing.
Oh,
I know lots of people that watch this not being F1 fans, and now they're F1 fans, including my ex-girlfriend.
It will make an F1 fan out of you.
Yeah,
Trust
absolutely.
me. I mean, listen, I watched Jaws for you, James. The least you could do is watch one episode of Need for Speed and then get back to me.
You got it. How does it compare to Selling Sunset, Maria?
Oh, I mean, obviously it's very different in terms of what they do, but it's as good, if not better, just from a genre standpoint.
Okay. Okay.
Is it Need for Speed or Drive to Survive? Okay, there we go. What am I thinking about for Need for Speed? Is that like a NASCAR one?
No, that's the name of a very successful racing video game franchise.
Didn't they turn it into a movie with Aaron Paul?
Yeah, that was pretty poor though. Yeah, it was Drive to Survive. But you fooled me, Maria. I knew exactly which one you were talking about, but I forgot about it. I need to watch it anyway.
Well, I'm glad we clarified that, because otherwise I would have been searching on Netflix for a show and ended up watching a bad Aaron Paul movie. Well, 6 is still ahead here, but has been raised by Kim.
Yeah, he's like, I have the best hand. I'm pretty sure. Let's just forget about this one and let's see a new hand. And it's gonna work. Even Kim can play his way out of that one.
And Alexandridis playing a very comfortable stack right now. So we referenced that Gabion Kim was here in Prague the last time this event ran, which was in December 2019. Won the 2K deep stack for 92K, and then went deep in the main event, bubbling the official final table, finishing in 9th place for 74,000 euros. And here he is, making a deep run again, the very next time this event has taken place. Well, this is hand 101 of the day. And the action is going to start with Armin Rezai in the cutoff. It's been folded to him. And hey, if you thought 3 commentators was fun, how about we make it a foursome, a quartet? Hey, imagine if we get a chop pot. This could be amazing.
Okay.
What up, the squid? Sam Grafton, how be you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate. A quartet? Hey, I'm playing cello, you're going to do oboe, and we're going to make beautiful music here. Exactly.
So obviously you can see that you're sandwiched between James Hartigan and Nick Walsh, but if you turn slightly to your left, you will see the face of Maria Ho on the screen.
There she is.
Hello.
From across the Atlantic. Love that.
I'll take the bass. Maria, how's your falsetto? Can you get way up there in the register for the split pot song?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to warm up first, but I think I can hit those notes.
So picking up the action here, it was Caminita who defended the big blind and has paired his deuce on the flop. Sam, we've already covered ad infinitum that you came out of the gates with a win, the 10K high roller. Since then, how have things been going in Prague?
Yeah, absolutely great. I've had a lot of fun. I played the Mystery Bounty. I pulled a 500. I went up to claim my prize, and all the good ones are gone. I pulled a 500. It was a little disappointing. I got second in the 25K last night as well, so that was
nice.
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, a lot of fun playing with the boys again, and yeah, now in the 10K, just on dinner break.
Okay, so
very nice.
I always worry when people appear and sit next to me and put a microphone in front of their face. I'm thinking, oh, something's gone wrong. But no, you're very kindly giving up your dinner break to share those pearls of wisdom that people love from the squid.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rezai with a wheel draw here and the overcard. I've played with Armin before. He's a very aggressive character. I wonder if he puts in a big bet here. We can see Caminita. This is one of the best turn cards you could see with the 10 deuce of hearts. One of the few that will allow him to continue to almost any size. A little bit of a funny SBR.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It doesn't have too much behind here. I mean, like maybe a little bit over half pot wouldn't be a completely unreasonable turn c-bet size, but that's a big chunk of his stack here. There you go.
Have it. 150.
Armin a little unlucky because, of course, you know, 10 deuce of clubs or 5, 6 of diamonds would be folding here. Once you pick up the flush draw, obviously allows you to continue, or even just check raise all in to ensure that you'll never get bluffed on the river, or that you won't get bluffed. Don't have much clarity unless a heart comes off.
Jack of clubs on the river. So the best hand is a pair of deuces. That doesn't seem fair.
Come on, Armin. We could go all in here, mate. What bluffs have you got here when the jack comes off? Loving this. You've got no spades. You got no heart. I mean, obviously he's got a lot of heart, this kid. I mean, it's tough to do, by the way. How many are we left? 19 left?
Yeah.
Come on, bruv. Don't dodge it. Not on camera. Look at that. This is
especially
a man.
after he had you saying, you know, that you played with him before and you've seen him, you know,
You talked him up.
do crazy things. Now he's got to.
Yeah, he's just thinking like, what properties do I want? What better bluffs do I have than this? Obviously, so many of the sort of natural bluffs that certain players use are hands like Jack 10, King 10, King Jack, all of which will check behind now. So, not having a spade, not having a heart, you know, not blocking 5-4 of hearts or exactly this combo 10 deuce of hearts. Yeah, there we go, bruv.
Ooh, there we go.
This is why people tune into the EPT. Now all we need is a hero call with bottom pair.
Oh, that would be awesome. I always love a bold shove followed by an amazing hero call.
And absolutely irresponsible. If he called here, I wouldn't go back to the 10K. I'll just sit and commentate. If it was that good, you know, as much as I sort of suggested that he might do that, that is hard to do. That is someone that's done the reps, done their study, plays with a lot of self-belief. To pull the trigger with, you know, you could do that.
Yeah.
First level, you could do that in the big 55. You know, 10 for the money. To do it with 19 left in the EPT, that's some power poker.
Let's talk about 3 of the players in the final 19, Sam. We've got 2 of them on the main stage right now, and they are the 2 former EPT champs. Hussein Ensan, a winner here in Prague in 2015, former World Series champ, and Dimitar Danchev, cool online, who won the PCA in 2013. Always great to see people going deep again and again in these huge field events.
Yeah, I mean, Hussein, one of the great characters of world poker, just an amazingly lovable man, amazing energy to sit at the table, huge generosity, really, really lovely guy. And Danchev, just one of the online legends from even before my time, so experienced, been playing live and online at the highest level over such an extended period of time when so many people have come and gone from the game. He's just a figure of incredible consistency and a really nice guy. With it, played with him earlier in the series and was chatting through a few hands with him. Lovely, lovely guy. So 2 great characters, and as you say, I mean, you know, one EPT's 5, 6. See, in the case of Danchev 10 years ago or whatever it may be, amazing to see them here still competing, and that's one of the things that's great about the EPT. You see people come back season after season, building a name, some might even say a legacy for themselves.
Well, the third name I wanted to discuss, and we'll keep an eye on this just in case this...
I know this name's going.
Yeah, I mean, we have spent, the 4 of us, you, me, Nick, Maria, have spent the better part of 2 years in the PokerStars arena covering some of the biggest buy-in online events, and that horse avatar has been at pretty much every single final table we've covered, and now Tino Mulder is the chip leader with 19 remaining in the first big EPT back.
Yeah, I mean, he's such an animal. In the same way as Hussein is, actually, Hussein also has like an amazing table presence and really boss things when need be. But yeah, Tian's just, I think he's taking like a decent chunk of time off and just turning up here out of the blue. I thought maybe he just retired. And, you know, he was on my 10K final. I think he got like 5th or something. Then he won the 25K the next day. And now a humongous chip lead. And, I mean, he's just an incredible force at the table. Really, really hard to play against. Certainly someone you don't want to run into out of 1,190 players to be stuck playing against him on the outer table is going to not be a fun experience for less experienced players.
So Mulder on the outer tables, our 2 former champs on the feature table, and again highlighting Gab Yon Kim, who was the 9th place finisher in Prague in 2019.
Wow, incredible.
But it is Justin Steinbrenner who's opened the action here with ace-3 of clubs in the hijack. And Dmitro Kamenita having a think, queen 10 off on the button.
Yeah, pretty close, the offsuit queen 10, I guess. Depending on how deep they are. And what you think of the blinds, of course. Oh, going for the 3-bet. A little bit spicy.
Yeah, and this is a little reminiscent of what we saw yesterday. Kamenita definitely taking some lighter 3-bet spots and just being really aggressive.
Steinbrenner deciding how to respond.
620.
Let's go. What's in the 4-bet? These low-suited ace-X combos. Love to sneak in with the 4-bets once in a while.
Yeah, and an unfortunate couple of hands for Caminita. One presumes that there's nothing you can do with the offsuit Queen 10.
Very nice.
4-bet gets through. Job's a good 'un, as they say.
Always.
What have been the highlights of the last few days of streaming?
Well, day 2 was obviously all of the emotions, right? Because that was our first day back.
Sure.
And we had this huge field here in Prague. We had Martin Cabral on the feature table for a decent chunk of the day.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we had the bubble, followed by the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. It was a long day. We played 12 hours on day 2, but it was not unenjoyable. And then, really, yesterday, it's been following the story of really the former champs, you know, and also some of the online beasts, players like Mulder, for example, who we've been following for the last few months, and now we're getting to watch in the live world as well.
Yeah, I would say Mulder has definitely been one of the highlights. His play has just been so good and running really well as well. So just stacking up chips at some point, just had absolute towers. I think he probably is still the chip leader today.
Yeah, he's
around 600.
200. 500 something behind, I think. No, more, sorry. 3, 4, 5, 600 behind.
And it's tough because we haven't yet had a feature table where you get everything at once. You know, you can't fix the seat draw. So we haven't yet had the chance to have Ensan, Danchev, Mulder all at once. That would be the dream.
Sure. And it's pretty good to have 2 former champs with 20 left. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course, Hussein, a world champion, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, actually, I was sat next to him on day 1. And, I mean, I think he just looks at me. He's like, he's just there. Like, he played one pot, won it. I'm just in every pot, dusting it off and out the door. He's like, Sam, great to see you. And then I'm out like level 2. And he must think, what are these pros doing? Are these guys? He's like, I don't know whether he knows I do it for a living. He's like, that Sam Grafton's a nice character. I see him briefly in like level 1, level 2. Never deep in a tournament, but we always have a good chat level 1 and 2.
It's like, thank you, come again. Please make sure you enter again on day 1B.
And, you know, I had to ask him which he'd won. I was like, did you win the main and the high roller? He was like, no, 3rd in the high roller here at the EPT. And, one, you know, he's got such a catalogue of results. I think other EPT finals as well. I mean, really. And as I say, just a very warm character. No sort of arrogance to him. Really friendly to everyone.
And as we were saying the other day, Maria, he is the Benjamin Button of poker because he does get younger every time we see him.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty clear. I think he probably just takes really good care of himself. He's in good shape. He follows the fashion trends. The guy's on it, you know?
Yeah,
Next one for me. Okay.
You rate his skincare regime, Maria. You give him 10
Oh,
out of 10.
I
He's
mean...
glowing. How's he not sponsored? How's he not patched up by Oil of Ulay or something like that? He's missing an income stream there. Don't know whether
I
he
don't
needs
doubt
it
that.
necessarily, but someone
I don't doubt
shout
that the man has a face moisturizer that costs less than 100 euros. I'm just going to put it that way.
I think he should go one further and launch his own brand.
Sure, I'd buy it.
What would he call it, James? What would the name of his skincare brand be?
It's a sure bet with Jose. It's a sure bet with Ensign or whatever they were on the t-shirts.
Ensign in the membrane. 6-5 off +1, no good.
And one of the things about, you know, running deep in these tournaments is there's another aspect as well as the technical game. It is a lot of pressure playing live over the long days, the cameras on you, the stress of the money. And one of the things you can imagine about Danchev, right, is playing for so much money for so long, how relaxed him and Hussein are going to be in the spot when they've played for these big sums of money before. I mean, Danchev, it's just, you know, this must be second nature to him at this point after these years. And I think that, you know, that is a sort of extra little factor, I think, particularly in live poker. Having been here before, having done it before, when your stack size fluctuates downward, you don't get too rattled. When it goes up, you don't overdo it with the aggression.
All right, the board is king high. Steinbrenner does manage to pick up second pair, but Danchev with top.
And aside from the experience, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Maria. No, you go ahead.
I wasn't going to talk about this hand. I was just going to make another point about what Sam was going to say. So you go on.
No, I was going to make a point of what Sam was going to say too. So you go first.
I was just saying that, and I think there's some aspect of someone like Danchev and Ensign not really feeling like they have a lot to prove, right? I think that when you get this deep in a big tournament, I think especially playing in front of cameras with whole cards up at the feature table, that can make people play a little bit differently. They can doubt their game. They can maybe want to do something to make that extra splash and make a name for themselves. And I don't think that they feel the need to do that.
Yeah, 5-bet all in with A7 off, with 12 left, with $1 million up top, like something like that, for sure. It's going to happen to individuals.
But let's say you're somebody who does feel a lot of pressure in these situations. I guess this is a question for Maria and for Sam. Is exposure therapy the best medicine? You just got to put yourself out there and just do it? I mean, if you're not already inclined to be a cool customer in situations like this?
Yeah, I mean, just taking your time about things. I mean, people obviously do come through and get results like first time out the bat, and obviously having a strong technical game, so that you're not, you know, that you've done the reps, you've done the study.
You're not guessing.
You're not letting your emotions play because you know it. You know the spots and you know your ranges really, really well. But I just imagine, like, it's sort of like, I mean, I don't dive, so the metaphor might be completely wrong. But, like, you know, when you go, like, deep underwater, the amount of pressure you're under.
Sure.
And it's like these guys have dived deep many times before. They face that pressure, and when you come back up, you're sort of hardened.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. Yeah, that's what I mean by sort of exposure therapy, just getting out there and then making some mistakes on the feature table, and then, all right, come on, next year, let's go again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
And one of those players coming up, of course, who we saw make that really impressive bluff is Armin. You know, he's also someone I played with quite a bit. Plays a lot of live poker, his brother Daniel as well. And, you know, he's been there or thereabouts in a few tournaments, I'm sure. And it'll be interesting to see him as we approach the final table. He's also someone that, you know, if we see him square up against Hussein or Tien, he's also someone that doesn't back down, doesn't, you know, is able to pull the trigger, as we saw with that ace-4 offhand in the right moments.
Yeah, I think ultimately just not worrying about how you're going to look or, you know, how you'll be perceived, and playing your game is super important. It's so easy to start being like, oh, I wonder what people are going to say if I shove here and it doesn't work, or if I fold and it's incorrect. But you really can't have those thoughts in game. It'll really mess with you.
Sure. Yeah, and I think Sam's point is pretty accurate too. Just knowing what you're going to do in most situations just solves that a lot. So you don't have to be under the pressure and then trying to figure it out as you go. You're just like, yeah, I know what I always do in this situation, and that's what I'm going to do. So it simplifies the equation so much. Little blind v blind action here. Steinbrenner first to act, probably going to want to go ahead and bet this. Makes it 60K to go. He doesn't have a spade in his hand here, so definitely wants to try and get value from someone who might. In this case, Kim actually just has the pair of tens, though. Yikes.
The board that everyone now hates.
Go on, Kim. Let's bluff this. Come on, mates. He's always got a pair that beats a 10 here, mate. There we go, Kim. I love to see it.
Nice polarizing size.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a little illegal theory-wise, but I really like it. I mean, it does look like you've got a spade in your hand. You're going to continue with so many spades versus that small bet. The straight there as well. It's really hard to see where the bluffs are coming from. I mean, I think really you're a little high in your range with the 10, but nonetheless. And credit to Steinbrenner. He obviously has played with Kim a little bit, thinking through, but can't find the call. And nice pickup there from Kim, where a lot of players would have checked behind, I think.
Yep, he had that showdown, but he realized he probably can do better.
Less than half an hour to run on the level now, and should we get to the final 16 in the next 30 minutes, we would still play to the end of the level, but as per the conversation we had at the start of this session, unlikely.
I saw the legend Mateus. Adrian Mateus got 40th as well. I said to him, I just saw him now, and I said, he didn't play the 25Ks over the last couple of days. And I was like, oh, good for Adrian. He's taking a couple of days off.
No.
And then I checked the results. I was like, oh, of course not. Of course, he's just like cutting his way through 1,100 runners. Like, it's absolutely nothing. You know, it's so impressive. You know, switching from a 50K to a main event and playing equally well in both. Really remarkable characters, some of these guys.
Reminder, guys, this is a 6-day event, and this is day 4 of 6. So we are going to play down to 2 tables tonight. We'll play down to the final 6 tomorrow, and then come back and play down to a winner on Wednesday. So this concludes on Wednesday. That means you've got another couple of days of live streaming after today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we crowned that the EPT winner, like, what is God, but how exciting to crown another live EPT winner.
Absolutely.
It's such a, you know, so memorable, the previous champions and people on stage.
Yeah.
You know, and to get another of those moments is really good sign that live poker's back.
It is absurd, by the way, that, you know, the whole no 2-time winner thing was such a long-running narrative on the EPT. And then we had Vicky, then we have Nikolai Pabal at the last big EPT here in Prague in 2019. And then we run 2 EPT online main events, and the same guy wins both of them?
It is pretty amazing. All right, guys, so just to recap on the action here, we saw Kim limp with the 6-7 suited, and of course the raise from the big blind from Caminita, and super dominated here. It's about as dominated as you can get pre-flop. Kim just decided to call the old limp call, blind v blind, pretty standard with a hand like 6-7 suited here. So 330 in the pot. Caminita can use a nice small size, makes it 90K. And takes it down.
Job's a good one. So Sam, I think I'm right in saying that once we wrap here in Prague, and before we go to Monte Carlo, you are going to join us back in the PokerStars arena for the final day of the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. Now, that it's obviously assuming that you aren't one of the final 100 players.
Which, so it's like 50-50, I guess.
Yeah, you either make it or you don't.
I mean, I'm loving your confidence, bro, but assuming that doesn't happen...
Well, put it this way. If I make the final 100, will I wake up in time to play? Yes, indeed, I will, because that is what... One of the few... There's not many things required of you as a professional poker player. One of the few is, when you make the day 2, be up in time.
My understanding is that Mr. Talbot set his alarm clock incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, he was... We actually had a good night out. Todd joined me for a night out a few days ago. Probably a mistake because I was playing like high stakes poker within like 24 hours and really strongly regretting it. But had a really good night out with Mr. Parker. He was giving his excuses on that debacle. But good to see the great man in the flesh once more.
Yeah. But anyway, I was just saying, live poker's back and we're loving it. Looking forward to going to Monte Carlo at the start of May, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop our coverage of the big online events. And we will be streaming from the PokerStars Arena the final day of the must-play MTT of the year, the Sunday Million 16th anniversary. 10 million guaranteed. The final day live on Twitch and YouTube on Tuesday, March 22nd. The tournament itself starts on Sunday, March 20th.
Yeah, really excited to play that one myself. And yeah, I'll be joining you for an extended period. This is just a little 45
It's a tickler.
minutes. Yeah, exactly.
10 seconds.
4.
Caminita definitely staying aggressive, even though, you know, we've seen it kind of backfire on him before. But it's nice that people don't get deterred easily in those situations.
Reminder on your screen that in addition to the return of the EPT in 2022, we're looking at the return of the regional tours like the Eureka, the UK IPT, the Estrellas, and the France Poker Series.
I thought that was just fancy play syndrome. That was like you could only play very elaborate and unorthodox lines. You can only check raise or bet bigger than the pot. Or, yeah.
I'm assuming you're going to show up at UK IPT London coming up pretty soon, right, Sam?
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Looking to take down the home tournament. High roller there as well. I think maybe even a mystery bounty.
Maria, I didn't ask the follow-up question. After Dimitri observed that you said you had registered a tournament yesterday, where are you playing? What are you playing?
There is a World Series of Poker circuit main event at the Bicycle, which is, you know, just a 30-minute drive from where I live. Yesterday was the day 1, and today is another day 1, and I did not make it through, so I will have to go back later this afternoon.
Count, please.
We've got an all-in here.
This is a 20 big blind open shove, is that correct?
Looks about right.
Wow, aggro.
Yeah, 20 big blinds effective. I mean, Sam, you're going to play this as a min raise quite frequently, aren't you? And I mean, actually getting jammed on, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world either from one of the chip leaders. I imagine you're probably going to call for 6s. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's really strange spot. Like the 20 big blind jam, I mean, shouldn't really have king 10 off. I guess it depends on the stack sizes behind, but 6s probably is a call. But there's a bit of ICM with 19 left as well, right? Yeah. Like his jam should be a bit stronger, even though we see the actual hand. And the equity you require to call is just a bit stronger. So it's definitely a tough spot for Caminita. One thing you would hope, though, is that it might just be, I mean, I wouldn't have predicted king 10. One good thing is, even though we see it's that, is you might think it was 2s through 5s. That they're often the first shoves for that sort of stack depth.
Now, Sam, just sit still for a second, because I need to bend this slightly, because the words have just been written in my Skype chat, words that I never thought I would see. Sam is a bit quiet.
Rarest of all comments.
Yeah, that's the thing about those 6s, 7s, 8s. You know, when you're getting jammed on, once you've like opened, you're gonna have tons of equity against those smaller pocket pairs that want to just try and push you out. So it is a tricky one indeed.
Kim retained his cards from the last hand. Enjoyed them so much, just snuck them behind his chips. Brought them back out again.
Check his sleeves.
Imagine that. You're like, it's too obvious to steal 2 aces from the deck. I'm going to take a king 10 off.
He's been getting away with it for years. He just always has a medium strength hand every single time. It's good enough.
Danchev also with king 10. Oh, please let this get to showdown. Please run out the way I wanted to run out. Let's give the quartet a chance just once.
I feel like Grafton's going to try to leave before that happens. He's like, well, look at the time. Got to go back
He's been
before
more
the
of a
top
team
hot
player
song.
on recent streams.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad spot to take a shot at it. You've got the backdoor flush, you've got the backdoor straight with the king 10 suited. And you can even, like, the important thing is to sort of clear, like, a king queen off, king jack off type hand. I don't know whether that's how Danchev approaches it. They have a lot of pocket pairs as well. 8s, 7s, deuces. Seems like a reasonable one. Danchev might want to do it at some frequency. Elects to check back, and that's a very, very nice card. But Dimitar.
Well, Kim cannot win the pot outright. Danchev is free rolling with the flush draw.
What's the size?
Well, the answer to your question, Nick, is 160,000. My question to you is, do you like that size?
I love that size. If you're going to miss the flop c-bet, I think you do want to go bigger on the turn here. And, yeah, I dig it a lot.
Are you digging it, Sam?
Yeah, sure. It seems fine.
Maria, are you on board as well? Do we have a consensus on the digging?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Check, check.
Yeah, kind of interesting. River. Obviously, Kim loses a lot of hands that can value bet the overpairs. You know, not liking this river. Danchev will have a 9 on occasion. And there is some hope for you, Hartigan, because obviously Danchev has the spades, which in general don't make good bluffs. Looks like Kim's going to go for it again.
No, check, check, check. That's what we wanted.
This is a little bit of a reckless choice. Does block 1-10-9, but having king of hearts, I guess, is kind of bad. I mean, look at this. Danchev's thinking of calling him.
Yeah.
Please,
He's
Dimitar.
definitely confused because I think he expects Kim to check, you know, ace X's, right? Like ace highs
exactly.
here would end up checking the river. So this is why he's going to take that consideration with this king 10.
I guess Kim could have like 8s here once in a while, right? Sort of, but I would probably see that a lot. Gets the fold.
Could have been the people's hero. Instead, you folded.
Yeah. And I think it also shows that bluff line would have got called quite a lot, right? You just about bluffed him off a chop. I think had Danchev had a pair or an ace high, obviously having the 10 is particularly bad in that spot. Like Jack 10 is going to be one of the very first go-to bluffs for our position. And it shows again what I'm talking about. Danchev's great instincts, right? He doesn't just immediately release the hand. The story doesn't make sense to him a little bit. The sizing doesn't make sense, but can't make the call with king 10.
Yeah.
Oh.
Good timing.
Elise asking
And you know,
for the next big blind. I think we are losing Armin Rezai from the feature table. He is being balanced off because Robert Heidorn has just gone out in 19th place, cashing for nearly 40K. So we are now down to 18 players.
Yeah, Robert Heidorn, maybe the most underrated player in world poker. Absolute superstar of the game. Really, really strong hold'em player. Be good news for the rest of the field to lose him. Another player that goes to these main events seemingly at ease. And 18. This is serious stuff.
So that means we're on a page up again, right, James?
Indeed, with 18th place paying 39,770 euros and 16th and 17th place earning 45.5 grand.
We're getting there. We're getting up to the old 10Xers.
I'm liking the style of Caminita. Kind of swaggy, hey Maria. I go to you whenever it's a question of style. I check it. You're my style guru. The shades, kind of throwback shades.
Yeah.
We're getting the queen 10 off. This is what you love to see. Oh, and,
yeah, definite swag there.
yeah, and another situation that probably isn't going to work out in Caminita's favor.
C3 raises to 320,000. 320.
Yeah, and the last pre-flop raising war happened between Caminita and Steinbrenner as well, so sometimes you wonder if you take that into consideration as Caminita. Maybe he might just lose his patience. Nope. All right.
So the final break of the day is approaching. I think we are going to be playing, most likely, into the 5th and final level of day 4. There will be a 30-minute break. And then they will come back. And obviously, as soon as we hit 16, during that 5th and final level, we'll stop for the day and play the remainder of the level tomorrow. Should we get to the end of the level and still have more than 16 players, we'll stop there. I know it's confusing. We'll just, at some point we're going to stop, is what I'm saying. We're not playing to the final table tonight. We're not playing to a winner tonight.
In the old days, that's what they would have done. EPT 1957, we would have just locked the doors. We'd play down to the winner. This game's a feat of endurance. You know, and you can tell your friends, yeah, I won EPT Prague. I was up for 67 hours and finally took it down, beating Hussein Henson heads up.
But as you may be aware, Sam, Joe and I revisited a lot of those old EPTs during lockdown.
The ones from the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, absolutely. We did our EPT retro streams, and this was back in the era when nobody knew what ICM was, nobody understood how many big blinds they had, and everyone just punted it off every 5 minutes, and the thing was done in like 3 hours.
Yeah, those good, the good old days. I should say, actually, I played with Kim on a final in the first few days of the series. He got 6th in the first 10K bounty. Played really strong. He rejammed into my aces actually to bust out with ace 2 suited. But you know, so I sort of played him up close. He's a tough competitor for sure. Obviously, making 3rd pair here, very unpromising 3rd pair with on a board that's so strong for the initial raise. He can even fold here, I think, the bottom pair. You see Kim scratch his head, and that's just a genuine emotion of like, am I allowed to just release here? I think better to continue with your draws and gut shots and the like, rather than the bottom pair. I could be wrong about that, but yeah, does decide to go to a turn. Obviously, you can see it's the best hand right now. And Danchev, with so much equity, might elect to check back. The 10 of diamonds gets a little bit weaker if you bet it again. Obviously, he would almost certainly take down the hand against this type of holding. But maybe you want to delay the bluff to the river and just try and get there with a jack or a diamond. And this is really interesting now. I also think all sorts of stuff you could do in poker. I also think that Kim can turn his hand into a bluff here against jacks, tens, queen 10 and the like. Doesn't elect to do that. And now I wonder what Danchev will do. Checks down. Not a huge fan of that. And Kim, there we go, does steer the showdown in the end. A little bit of frustration for Danchev. Look at that, you can see he's annoyed at himself. Could have played it another way and won the hand. Same with the king 10 suited as well. A little bit unfortunate for Danchev, you know, missing 2 flush draws on the river in back-to-back hands.
Well, Sam, I know we have to let you go because you need to eat something before you return to the 10K. Obviously, thank you for taking time out of your very busy schedule to drop by the booth. Always love having you here, and whilst I don't want you to go broke from any more poker tournaments, would also like to have you back as well. So I'm torn. So I'm going to say good luck, but only half mean it.
Absolutely. Thanks. Yeah, if I do bust out, I'll definitely be back here at some point in the stream and keep up the good work, guys. See you all soon.
Thank you very much, Sam. That is
Luck,
the squid,
Sam.
ladies and gentlemen. Nick's going to stick around. Maria's going to stick around. Joe will be back soon for the final level of the night. Assuming we get there, of course, it's just not feeling that we are going to lose 2 players before the break. And that's not to say the play is conservative, but I think as we are getting closer and closer to the final table, Maria, as we are getting closer and closer to the 6-figure scores, that 7-figure score for the winner, that's on everyone's minds during every single decision in every single hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, just the EPT mains offer such a great structure, right? To have an average stack size be about 45 bigs or so, that's a lot of play. And especially with pay jumps on the horizon, people are not going to be messing around too much.
Absolutely.
Check.
So check on the flop. We only know one of Kamenisa's whole cards. We know he has a pair of 9s. Kim with draws.
Yeah, and you saw Kamenita check back that flop, just protecting his check back range there, not wanting to get check raised and have to put in a whole lot of chips. Now he can make a comfortable call in position and see what comes on the river.
The river is another 9. So even though we can only see one of Kamenita's cards, we know that Kamenita has the best hand.
Absolutely.
At least trip 9s. Could be more. Could be a full house. Could be quads.
Well, I would imagine that if he had any 2-pair combos from the flop, he probably would have gone ahead and just bet that just because of the straight draw possible. So he does have pretty decent trips at least, regardless, and Kim is just going to fold the misdraw. I will say that for Kim, you know, he's been really aggressive, and it's just worked out for him because his opponents just have had the type of hands where, you know, they couldn't call him or they chose not to bluff in a spot where maybe they should have. And so he's been, you know, able to benefit off of maybe his opponents doing something differently than what they normally would have, or just not having the right combinations. So he hasn't been caught yet, and he should feel pretty fortunate for that.
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. Lots of spots where if his opponents were just a little bit stronger, probably getting looked up a lot of the time, but working out for him really well so far.
4 minutes left on the level.
Armin wants to know, when did Spraggy bust?
I do not believe that Mr. Sprague came to Prague.
No, Spraggy hasn't made it out here. This time around, at least. Uh-oh. Steinbrenner in the cutoff with ace-10 off, facing that initial open from Alexandritis.
Re-raise. Steinbrenner 3-bets to 300,000. Caminita folds the small blind. Danchev gives up the big blind, so it's back on Alexandridis. Who has folded? So a reminder that we have 18 players remaining from a starting field of 1,190 in the EPT Prague main event. Players spread across 3 tables, playing down to the final 2 tables tonight. About to take the final break of the day. It will be a 30-minute break, and they will come back and continuing to play down to 16. This is likely to be the last hand of the level, certainly at the feature table, so let's hope it's a doozy. It won't involve Hussein Ensan. King 6 for Justin Steinbrenner. He folds. Gabyon Kim is out. Demetrio Caminita. Jack 7 of hearts on the button. Starts the hand with just shy of 3 million.
It's a pretty looking hand to play on the button. I think it seems perfectly reasonable. Uh-oh, King Queen in the small blind though for Danchev. He might just call. This is not the craziest hand to turn into a 3-bet. I think the flat is pretty reasonable as well, but I think there are some better combos of King X that you want to 3-bet here. I think King 9 probably plays a little bit too good multi-way to want to try and turn things up that often.
3-way 2, a Jack 10-7 flops, a 2-pair for Caminita, and straight draws all around.
So many straight draws.
It feels like it's shaping up to be a doozy, James.
I love a doozy.
Nine.
Caminita continuing. 90,000. Called by Danchev, who's open-ended.
Double belly buster.
Indeed. Alexandridis will call as well. So still 3-way, going to the turn.
Oh, man. Oh.
Queen of Hearts. Danchev cannot win the pot outright. Alexandridis now with the straight. Caminita still with 2-pair.
What do you think, Maria? Does he just bet here? It's too late.
Yeah, I mean, I think
he's already checked.
Oh, I thought you were asking about. Okay, yes, I think that Caminita obviously is going to follow up here though with
no, sure, yeah,
another
absolutely.
bet clearly, but yes, And Caminita knows also he's the only person with ace-king in this spot, right? He would have heard from either of the blinds if they had ace-king.
Yep.
And so obviously he feels pretty safe that, sure, maybe sometimes that old king-9 gets there, but
yeah, absolutely.
certainly gonna
Yeah,
keep going.
my question was about leading with king-9 here.
Leading, yeah.
I mean, because it's just one of these boards where a lot of people are going to have 2-pair plus, and you can just start getting the value right then and there. You save the button checking behind, and then you're missing a street, but he's going to get the action regardless. And I suppose if you do think people are going to have 2-pair plus, it's not too unreasonable to expect them to continue turn from the button anyway. So, seems good.
75.
Woo. So Caminita barreled for 275, Danchev flatted, and now Alexandridis, who has the straight, has raised it to 675,000. Meanwhile, look at the field ticker. We're down to 17. I'm hearing that. Sharon Sade has just been eliminated in 18th place, KO'd by Turn Mulder, who's now up to 8.5 million.
This
Mulder
is absurd.
Continues to have the chip lead with 17 remaining.
Absolutely absurd
Man is
run.
on fire. I mean, I think in this spot, obviously, this Jack-7 just going to shrivel up when you have somebody check raising against 2 opponents.
Yeah.
With this type of texture.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's like good enough to bet the turn with, but I mean, in what universe is this guy actually bluffing in this situation? It's just not even there's not even like, trying to think of a combo like maybe pocket 8s, maybe, but like, does that even make it to a turn in the first place? I don't even know, probably not.
Yeah. The only thing is Alexandridis made his check raise kind of on the small side, considering what was in the middle. And so does Caminita want to try to call and perhaps boat up on the river? There's just no way that he could think his hand is good at the moment.
Two folds.
So the last part of this session goes to Simeon Alexandridis, and we are on break. And just a reminder, Sharon Sade eliminated by Turn Mulder. The Dutchman is the chip leader with 17 players remaining, has a stack of 8.5 million. So when we come back in around 30 minutes time, actually close to 25 minutes now, we'll continue with this cast of characters on the feature table. Blinds will be up to 25,000, 50,000. And when we lose one more player, will it be Hussein Ensan? He's now in the danger zone. We will end for the day. We'll be down to 16, down to the final 2 tables. Nick Walsh will return, Maria Ho will return, Joe Stapleton will be back. Make sure you join us in 25 minutes time for the concluding chapter of day 4 of the PokerStars European Poker Tour Prague main event. Blinds are up to 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Sarwell folds under the gun. Martin Schleich picks up queens.
Martin's been pretty quiet at this table, which is tough to say when you're at the table with Eugene the Quiet Storm Catchaloff. He's about to speak up, though, I'm thinking.
He's going to raise it to 225. Well, Mestre with King 10 suited in the small blind.
Mestre's got suited Broadway cards, but he's out of position and doesn't have a ton of chips.
I'm all in.
He shoves.
Not sure I like this shove at all against a fairly tight early position raiser.
Miller with ace-5 in the big blind will fold. And Schleich makes the call, reluctantly.
I think this is a serious misstep by Mestre. Maybe he's just tilting after that last encounter with Eugene.
At least he's got an overcard.
Martin's the favorite, but there's a lot of funky stuff that can happen with King 10 suited.
Safe flop for queens.
A king is all he's got to dodge.
The turn is another 3. That takes away the heart draw. A king and only a king will eliminate Martin Schleich. It's an ace. So Schleich gets the double up, and Mestre will be left with just 725,000.
Martin Schleich looks like he could explode at any second. Maybe with maniacal laughter, maybe with tears. I'm not sure.
Action on Tomeo Gamilla. 6-5 off, he'll muck. Sar Wilf has ace-3, and he's raising.
Even six-handed, I'm not a huge fan of opening early with ace-tray.
Martin Schleich has ace-king.
Schleich, who just doubled up with queens, has woken up with another monster.
He will 3-bet to 575,000. Gets rid of Kachelov on the button and both the blinds.
Certainly you can't go wrong with a 3-bet. I mean, unless it somehow goes wrong.
Well, Sar Wilf is being stubborn. He will make the call. He'll have to play the flop out of position.
Hate the call. Ace-tray plays very poorly.
Check. And he checks in the dark. Always a winning strategy. Well, there is an ace on the flop. This could get Sar Wilf into trouble. Martin Schleich elects to check behind.
The pot's small.
The spades on the turn. Wolf checks a second time.
No more free cards.
There's the delayed continuation bet from Martin Schleich. 425,000, actually less than the size of his pre-flop 3-bet.
He looks so proud of himself, too. Way to go, Marty.
Wilf makes the call. 5 on the river, pairs the board.
And that's why ace-tray is pants, because at this point you can't really fold. Well, now Wilf is going to lead at it.
700,000.
This bet is quite small and is a fairly obvious blocker bet. I think a lot of the pros are going to value raise so hard here that Sar Wilf would probably go blind. Let's see what Marty McSchleich is going to do. But he sure doesn't look happy about this, and that's something that we forget sometimes as we get jaded. This is a lot of money to some of these people. Martin's day job is in customer service. My guess is that this is a lot of money to him.
He makes the crying call. Sar Wilf shows the ace. Martin shows ace-king. Wilf feels he's been slow-rolled.
Well, Martin's just very nervous, I think. God bless him. Oh, look at him. I heart him.
And the blinds are up to 60 and 120,000. Tomeo Gamilla has ace-king.
He's got a legit hand for once. We'll have to see if he gets any action with it.
He starts the hand with 3.1 million. And he raises it to 255,000. Schleich's got queens.
Martin Schleich is definitely very deliberate and a little nervous, I'm guessing, but getting more money in now is definitely the play here.
He is counting out a 3-bet. He re-raises to 675,000. Gets a fold from Kachelov and from Kostic. Ace-9 of diamonds for Raul Mestre in the big blind. He'll pass.
Looks like Mestre's learned that a Marty Schleich 3-bet means business. This hand sort of plays itself, but ace-king isn't doing very well against the Schleich 3-bet range we've seen so far.
Gamilla elects to shove.
I call.
And Schleich makes the reluctant call one more time.
Gamilla's a little worse off than usual since Mestre folded an ace.
Rather than being a flip, Schleich is 6-4 favorite.
Crowd doesn't know what to think.
Well, Gamilla came into this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the verge of elimination. Well, there's no ace or king on that flop.
Couple of backdoor draws, but that's it.
Tomeo's partner draped in the flag. Liam Margette's watching on nervously as well.
Not the only one looking on nervously.
The board pairs on the turn. Gamilla still needs an ace or a king. He has 5 outs.
Martin Schleich is 1 card away from making this crowd very unhappy.
It's a 9 on the river. Tomeo Gamilla goes out in 5th place. He'll earn himself 185,000 euros, but he will be bitterly disappointed.
He had a hammerlock on the chip lead entering this final table, now out in disappointing 5th.
Eugene Kachelov on the button here with ace-10. The button acting first in 3-handed play. He'll raise it to 250,000.
Dragon calls more often than a bad one-night stand.
And he's not going to change the habit of a lifetime.
This is a common mistake when things get short-handed. People adjust their ranges too much, and then they start playing passively.
So Schleich makes the call as well. All 3 players will go to the flop.
Can't blame Martin for defending. I guess he was getting like 5-1.
Well, the flop is ace high.
Not a bad flop for Eugene, especially considering what the hands are.
Check, check. He makes a continuation bet of 400,000. Kostic wisely folds. Schleich will probably stick around. Sure enough, he calls.
At this point, when Martin calls, Eugene knows he's got something.
8 of clubs on the turn.
Martin picks up the dummy end of a gut shot.
He checks a second time.
Eugene would do well to continuing.
He will fire a second time, 800,000.
Good barreling by Eugene. That 8 likely didn't hurt him, and we already know Martin's got some kind of hand. Also, at this point, Eugene may be keen to the fact that even if Martin's got him pipped, he's probably not going to raise, so better to be the better.
Schleich calls. And the river card is a 10. Now, while it gives Kachalov 2 pair, Schleich's just rivered a straight.
Very lucky river for Martin.
It goes check, check.
Good check behind by Eugene on a terrible river card. Eugene looks legitimately steamed for once. Can't say I blame him.
And Schleich narrows Eugene's chip lead to just 1 million.
Not only is this anyone's title, but this could go on for a long time. It's already almost midnight here in Barcelona, which means all the good parties are just getting started. This guy knows what I'm talking about.
Blinds are up to 80 and 160,000. Kostic has ace-7 on the button. He's raising to 360. Schleich, 3-betting with 6-5.
Wow, look at your boy Marty Schleich, 3-betting light for once. I know that's just how he looks all the time, but Martin Schleich looks so uncomfortable at the table. I don't know that I could ever fold to him, ever.
He's made it 950,000 total. And with Eugene folding the big blind, Kostic will make the call in position.
Seriously, though, with the hands he's 3-bet so far, I probably muck ace-7 and my button.
4, 6, 8 with 2 diamonds. Schleich actually has the best hand.
Both flop a gut shot. Both hold one of the other's blockers. Schleich's the only one with a pair. Wonderful spot for a c-bet because you can value bet and semi-bluff at the same time.
Into a pot of 2 million. He bets 675,000.
Again, I don't really think Kostic has any business being in this hand with the kinds of hands Schleich has been showing down. The worst we've seen is ace-9, and he's not even beating that. Maybe he's floating to try to steal this pot later?
He does make the call. The turn card is the Queen of Hearts, which changes nothing.
I think Martin may have missed a bet there, but I guess that queen can be a little scary. On the other hand, if he's trying to induce a bluff from Dragon, looks like he might be a genius.
Kostic bets just over 1.5 million.
It's gut check time, Marty McSchleich. Are you chicken?
I'm all in.
He shoves!
And boom goes the dynamite. I don't see how there's any way Dragon can call. Spaniard got caught with his hand in the tapas jar.
Well, Kostic will finally fold, arguably 2 streets too late.
No argument here.
And look at Martin Schleich go. He's put some distance between himself and the other 2 players. There's a dominating chip lead now at the final table, playing a stack of 12 million. Eugene in the big blind on this hand. Kostic first to speak on the button. 8-6 offsuit. And there's a raise to 500,000. Martin Schleich has pocket 9s in the small blind.
Very easy 3-bet.
Instead he just flats. And Eugene shoves from the big blind with 7s.
Wow, Martin may have trapped Eugene by just calling there.
Kostic gets out of the way. And Schleich calls.
Pretty inconceivable that someone would flatten that spot with better than 2 7s, but that's how Eugene's tournament has been going of late. It looks like he's ready for the torture to be over. Hey, if I'd already won 2 million this year, I probably wouldn't be sweating it either.
He's 4-1 underdog. But there's a 7 in the door. Oh, but there's a 9 on the flop as well.
That is just absolute brutality for Eugene Kachelov.
Unbelievable.
Hope there's something strong in there, buddy.
So Eugene Kachelov is drawing to 1 out. Only the 7 of hearts can save him.
Otherwise, he can say bye-bye to that Triple Crown for now.
It's a deuce on the river, so Eugene Kachelov finishes in 3rd place.
Martin Schleich can hardly believe it.
Few German supporters now on the rail, hoping their boy can seal the deal here in Barcelona. Another big cash for Eugene Kachelov in 2011. Blinds are 125,000 and 250,000. No ante in heads-up play on the EPT. Schleich has aces on the button.
Not a bad start.
Understandably, he raises, makes it 525. Kostic with a big hand, King-Jack suited.
We've got a bit of a cooler heads-up already. Both these guys likely to think he has the best hand, but only one of them knows he does.
It's a 3-bet. It's just over 1.5 million.
Why not get some more money in there?
1,550,000 to call.
Schleich is reaching for chips. And he is going to 4-bet. Re-raising to 3.4 million.
Are we going to see an all-in on our first hand? I think it should be pretty clear to Kostic that his hand's not ahead. At the very least, he should not flat. When you miss the flop, which you in all likelihood will with any hand, you've only got king high and you're out of position.
He can't hear you. He's flattered.
He is in bad shape.
There's already 6.8 million in the middle. It's a low flop. Only 1 diamond.
Kostic only with king high.
You may have to check fold this flop.
If you're Martin Schleich, why not keep betting for value?
Schleich does bet 1.5 million.
I see no reason whatsoever for dragging Kostic to stay in this hand. No pair, no draw, and pretty clear signs that a float ain't gonna work.
He's counting out chips. He still can't hear you, Joe, and he's called again.
He's fired 1.5 million more into the abyss.
Pot's nearly 10 million. And the turn brings an ace.
Kostic now drawing dead.
Dragon checks.
He checks again.
All in.
Schleich shoves.
Oh, Martin, that shove is baffling.
Kostic gives up the hand.
There was literally nothing out there to be afraid of, not even a flush draw.
Show the bluff! Show the bluff! Show the bluff! Show the bluff!
The crowd seems to think Marty was bluffing there, which actually would be far less baffling. I think if Martin checks there, he gives Dragon the chance to catch up, maybe even take a wild stab at the river.
Awesome singing from the Germans. Ace-9 now for Schleich.
You know he just met those guys tonight.
He raises to 525.
All in.
And Kostic shoves with ace-7.
Hand plays itself. We know this is a call. I think Martin knows this is a call, but remember, this is life-changing money at stake for Martin Schleich.
I call.
He's made the call. And we're on the verge of crowning a new champion on the European Poker Tour. If Martin Schleich's ace-9 holds, he will take down the title and he will win that first prize of 850,000 euros. Kostic needs a 7 for the double up. There is a 16% chance of a split. Queen deuce 5 on the flop. It's looking good for Schleich. The crowd want it to be over on the turn, but it's the king of clubs.
Dragon Kostic is not out yet. He can hit a club for a flush. A 5 or a deuce will chop it.
Is this Martin Schleich's moment of victory? It is! He has taken down the Barcelona leg of Season 8 of the European Poker Tour. Still no Spanish winner on the EPT. It's Martin Schleich from Germany who'll lift the trophy and collect 850,000 euros. Dragan Kostic is the runner-up. He'll collect 532,000.
Thank you.
I'm going to take you guys on a journey through the largest poker room in Europe. Follow me. Kings Resort started as a very simple idea from owner Leon Sukanik to create the best possible poker environment for poker players from all over the world. Fast forward 18 years and Kings Resort now boasts over 200 poker tables, a la carte restaurant, a spa, shisha lounge, a premium clothing brand, 15 live casino games and slot machines all over the resort to keep you entertained, hundreds of hotel rooms, and is the proud host of dozens of poker festivals where millions of euros are won here each and every year. Now, of course, money is important to all poker players. What about the legacy, trophies, and glory that come with poker? At Kings Resort, there's been an abundance of glory over the last 18 years with over 35 bracelets and 90 rings awarded right here on the main stage, making Kings Resort a home for poker history. Come and join us at Kings to become a part of poker history.
Action to Patrick. He raises to 50,000.
Antonius raising with 8-4.
Queen 9 for Gunnar.
Gunnar calls 50,000.
Osterbrod calls the raise. The flop is 8-7-4. Two pair for Patrick. Not much for Osterbrod to get excited about.
Is that 3 hands in a row where someone's flopped 2 pair?
Yeah.
Patrick bets 60,000.
Osterbrod really trying to figure this bet out. What can it mean?
Gunnar announces all in.
Yeah, you ain't getting a fold here, pal.
Wow. Nice try, but makes the wrong move at the wrong time and runs into the 2 pair of Patrick Antonius. And Osterbrod is the player at risk here. And with that card on the turn, it is all over. Gunnar Osterbrod, the runner-up for 120,384 euros. Patrick Antonius, the winner, 288,180 euros.
Gavitin with pocket 9s, pocket trays for Olander. And he is going to raise it up like he has got 2 aces.
spoke a little bit during one of the heads-ups yesterday about, or rather today earlier, the strength of an ace heads-up. Similar was thought of a pair. You know, you've already been dealt a pair heads-up. You play it very quickly, and that's exactly what we see here. 9s versus 3s all in. Commotion, a big shaking table as the rail leaps to its feet. Gavitan, a big, big favorite.
This is 6, no change.
2 outs once for Orlando. Just a 9 on the river secures the win for Gavitan, and that is not the end of this heads-up battle, but it is a big swing in one of the Swedes' favor.
See, I think Gavitan may finally have taken the chip lead after that second double up.
Yeah, and I think from Orlando we've seen 2 plays that maybe a little bit out of line from a 2020 perspective. At the 3s might not be so bad. It does seem like a lot of chips to get in pre-flop though.
I still don't think he has the chip lead. Look at all those stacks of blue. Yeah, it's real close.
It's about the same. I think we are a lot closer to parity now, but maybe you're right. Seems like Orlando came in with just such a huge lead that he's managed to lose 2, to double him up twice and still be maybe even slightly ahead.
I think there was some chipping away in between the double up too. So Gavitan dominated heads into this flop, but does flop trip 8. And ace king is a hand that's pretty tough to get away from heads up.
Yeah, and especially on a board like this, as I just mentioned, a lot of the pairs get played very, very quickly in these heads-up battles. So if you strip out all of those pairs, assuming they re-raise pre-flop, then 8-8-4 becomes an even safer board for you, because it's unlikely your opponent has 6s, 7s, 9s, 10s, certainly jacks, queens, kings, aces. So if Gavitan puts in a raise here or continues with action, he's basically saying he has an 8 or nothing, even more so than he would do in 2020 when some of those pairs might still be in his pre-flop calling range.
So Gavitan makes a large bet. Olander calls. We haven't seen a lot of large bet calling. It's usually just bet jam, but here we are on the turn, 6 of spades.
And the turn is pretty bad for Orlando. Gavitan's going to improve sometimes if he was bluffing with a hand like 6-7 or 5-7. You know, those straight draws. Certainly a more connected turn. So the ace-king should be a bit more wary, but he's all in and snapped off by trips.
Let's see your hand. Showdown. Ace, king for Henry.
So from the numbers there, it looked like Olander had about 900,000 behind, 700 something for Gavitan. So yeah, this is not over, but now Gavitan has the size of the sort of chip lead size that Olander had going in. So 3 double ups.
Yeah. And all 3 potentially could have been avoided. Again, this is a strategy thing that we see a lot in these 2005 hands, that ace-king, good hand pre-flop, ignore the board. You're still going to, you know, go all out with it despite not having hit. And another kind of, dare I say, punt, given what we understand now.
Pretty
sort of uncontrolled aggression, yeah.
A real PU next Tuesday.
And call. Henry now.
All in and a call.
All in. Yep, it's domination nation. Ace-9 versus King-9. And if the statistics play out the way they're supposed to, Gavitan will have doubled up 3 times to make a hell of a comeback and knock Henrik Olander out of this tournament in second place.
3-7.
Things working out so far for ace high. 8-7 tray. Olander needs to hit a king.
3.
And he needs to hit on the river. River cards a 5, it's over. Gavitan, what a comeback. Yeah,
Very aggressive celebrations. You love to see it. And a huge reversal heads up, Joe, from overwhelming chip leader to busted in second place.
Ace-king, the hand for Campbell, and that is a raise. It's a 5x raise. And there is a significant re-raise. Joe Hasham makes it 1,500 with pocket aces.
Yep. And actually, 3x in position is about the norm these days. It went from being really small, and then we got kind of thought that really big was bad, but we're kind of at about 3x now in position. Just a call from Campbell, and he flops dangerously well. Checks to Hasham, who bets 2,000, continues the aggression. I feel like there's very little getting away from this in a 3-bet pot. He announces all in. 7,500 is 5,500 more. Shake the head from Joe Hasham. Perhaps fearing the kings, queens, and obviously king, queen.
Queens. Now got aces.
Has aces. Bit of a cooler, that one. Bit of a setup.
And looks like James Campbell is the at-risk player here.
Yeah, needs to find the king, and he does on the river.
Unbelievable.
What an escape.
Unbelievable.
How much, sorry? 7,550.
Well, Hasham will still be in the tournament, but losing a big chunk of chips here on day one, when he was a significant favorite, aces versus ace-king.
Well, hello, my babies. Welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague. Live coverage of main event day 4 from King's Casino at the Hilton. That is not the King's Casino at the Hilton. If you're American, that's what you think every building in Prague is like. We're in a modern place. Okay, kids. Feature table returning from a brief dinner break. Simeon Alexandritis, the top stack at our feature table. Hossein Ensan hanging on by a thread. Everybody's favorite dad. I am Joe Stapleton, speaking of dads. Next to me is my stepbrother, Nick Walsh.
What's up, bro?
And joining us live via satellite is my second cousin, twice removed, Maria Ho.
Really important. People would get a little confused otherwise.
Yes, no, we got to know how the whole family tree works.
I didn't think you had.
All right, guys, just a reminder, we are 1 away from the end of play today. We are playing down to 16. That's 2 tables. That's the final 2 tables of EPT Prague.
So what does that work math-wise? Help me out here. It's a table of 8 and a table of 9. Nailed it. Okay, maybe any of the 2 analysts could have helped me out on that one, but it's fine. I'll just do all the math myself. Pocket 8s for Steinbrenner. Under the gun. One of the bigger stacks at the table. Caminita, ace 9. Kind of a... Oh, that's optimistic. Calls. I can promise you it is not this cold in the room. I don't know what's going on with Alex. He must come from a very warm part of Greece.
That's the way that I dress when it's like 60 degrees out here in LA.
I was thinking of starting an app for girls that it's called Do I Need a Coat? And it just always says yes.
Using the integrated, highly sophisticated AI, I can confirm the answer is yes.
You will need a coat.
Like an extended calculating screen. You know, calculating, yes.
Ensan coming along for the ride with Kamenita and Steinbrenner. King 10-6, 2 spades. Pair of 10s for Ensan. And he is stop and going this one. Kind of fortunate there's no king out there, huh?
Yeah, and we all know who I'm rooting for, so happy to see my man take it down.
Yep, I agree.
Maria's saying she's rooting for Hossein Ensan as if everyone in the world. How likable of a guy do you have to be to win an EPT? Then you go to the World Series. Everyone roots for you anyway. Then you win the World Series of Poker main event, and people still root for you to win. Anyone else would be hated.
It's those kind eyes that Nick was talking about. You know, the man just deserves it. He deserves all the good things in the world.
So last night we ran into Hossein at the bar, and he always lights up when he sees me, came over, and he does this thing when he talks to me where he shakes my hand, but he grabs me by the arm with his other hand.
Yep.
And he held on the entire time we were talking, and I loved every second of it. It was like I was getting a hug from my dad.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, just very paternal, you know?
Yeah.
He's got those paternal kind eyes.
He's also kind of
Like
a boss, too. Go ahead, Maria.
If he ever says to you, Stapes, that he's proud of you, you'll just start bawling.
Oh, my God. I will cry immediately. Hossein Ensan picked up 1 or 2 big blinds that last hand. 2 or 3, let's say. He's got a king. He's in the small blind. 1 player to get through. I feel like you got to suck it up and go here, right?
Oh, nope, decides to put it away.
He folded.
Yeah.
Oh,
Steinbrenner had a hand he could fold, too. Yeah, I'm with you, Joe. Didn't catch the exact effective stack depth, but definitely going to start getting into that realm, absolutely.
Yeah, I certainly don't think it's just an open fold from the small blind. You know, whether he wants to at least limp or perhaps raise or open shove, depending on, you know, how short his actual stack was at that point. But, you know, he can do no wrong. I'm sure he had his reasons.
Yeah, I'm sure he had it all figured out. What'd you say?
So it's my dad you're talking about. Take
Well,
it easy.
You remember the way I talked about your mom, though, Stapes.
That's
so
true.
Clearly,
It's
I
a
have
blood
no
feud.
respect for parental figures.
Absolute blood feud between Maria and my mom.
Oh, yeah?
Dan Chev opening ace-7 suited. Okay, so 2 former EPT champs still in the field. For now. I don't think Dan Chev can get in too much trouble here with the 3-bet coming in from Alexandritis.
You want to play a big pot?
My guess is no. I don't think anybody wants to play a big pot right now. Maybe 2 in Mulder. How many chips does he have? 40 million? 50 million?
New deck, please.
We We are just awaiting one more elimination. Mathematically, Ensan the favorite to be that elimination, at least at this table. We're going to call it a day when we get to the FTT.
FTT.
Final 2 tables.
That's right. Ensan looking at around 13, big blinds. So you could say he's in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Maria, you ever do a danger zone? You ever hit me with a danger zone?
No.
Thank you for your question.
When you're not on, I'm tempted.
Such an opportunity to queue up. Would you ever try a danger zone?
No.
Like, even his mask just looks cool. Like,
That is a pretty dope
Not very
mask.
many people can make masks look cool, but... Oh, is it a Stars mask?
I think it's Stars branded, yeah, and it kind of like
Wow.
matches the same gloss as his
Slick.
jacket. He's all one
That's what
piece
I'm
right now.
saying.
How is there like a really nice Stars mask and I don't have one?
I actually literally asked Brandon for a
What-
Stars mask,
what
and he's
is
like,
happening?
sorry, bro, we got absolutely no Stars masks in all of Prague. I was like, oh, cool. And then the next day I saw about 15 people wearing these bad boys.
You know what's the easiest way to get a Stars mask?
How?
Put on one from a different online gaming site. Of which I have numerous masks that I have to flip around backwards. And San just opening out of the 13 big blind stack. King 10. Steinbrenner, I assume, is going to re-raise.
Seems like it. Look
Yeah.
how short he is. Yeah.
No problem to 3-bet, get it in against that stack size when you're holding ace-queen.
Yep, pretty straightforward.
But you don't just shove in case somebody else wakes up with a hand
Yeah,
behind
exactly.
you, right? Like ace
Exactly. You
king
got
or something.
2.12 mil, and a cold 4-bet given this dynamic would be excruciatingly strong, and you could actually probably really confidently get away from your hand most of the time.
Ace queen, yeah.
It would be super weird for somebody to have like a cold 4-bet bluff here, knowing how short Ansen is, and he's opening, from the cutoff already. So I think you keep people pretty honest. You just 3-bet, take it down, easy game.
SC's Bluff on Twitch asks, where's Two in Mulder? He is in Prague. Thank you for your question. Surprised you didn't know that.
Bad card is not good for a stream, no? Bad card is not good for a stream.
Bad card?
Yeah.
If I do this with that card?
I don't know. My card was not bad.
See how he's looking out for me?
I know, he's always looking out for us.
Always looking out for me.
He's
Oh,
like,
all right, you two, I guess. By default.
He's just trying to make a good stream. It's not even about him anymore. He's so selfless.
No, he's here for the people.
He's a man of the people.
Pocket eights again. This time Alexandritis making it 105. Steinbrenner. We gotta find George. He's missing. A 3-bet from Steinbrenner in the cutoff. 300K. Kim on the button with ace-9 suited. Release. Caminita, ace-deuce. Also, release. Danchev also with king-jack. That's pretty good news for eights. This is about the only time I believe in blockers.
When two people have the same hand?
So I don't believe in blockers when I have king-jack, so it means my opponent can't have king-jack. Clearly, those blockers aren't real.
Okay.
But if I have 2 8s and 2 people have king-jack, I do believe that they are blocking each other's outs in that respect.
I see, yeah.
I believe in post-flop blockers.
Steinbrenner really getting away with some 3-bets. I mean,
wow, yeah.
we saw a couple hands earlier. he had ace-10 and 3-bet against ace-queen. I think given the fact that it was about, what, 44 bigs effective when he 3-bet just now, that sometimes people will peel with eights to try to set mine, but kind of surprising to see them just not really defend their opens very much against the 3-bet.
So, Maria, I just want to let you know that there's a new term. If it's a French player, it's called set miming. And then they have to pretend to rope in their set with like a fake rope.
Set miming.
A little something Nick came up with.
Don't pin that on me. He keeps trying to push it, Maria. He keeps pushing it out there. He's not getting much of a response yet.
You know that it's made it when they make an animation out of it. So we might have to hold our breath on this one.
I mean, I was there for the birth of artisanal sourdough, but yeah, I'm not sure if set miming is going to make it. Although it would make a pretty dope animation, so now I kind of want it to be a thing.
We are seeing a flop for once. King high. There was an 8 out there as well. And 2 diamonds. You want to play a big pot? We're going to need a little bit of help for Steinbrenner on the turn.
Got a pretty nice hand to call with, no doubt about it.
Big Toro is calling for the 8 of diamonds on the turn, please. 8 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds. Man, if that happens, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble.
8 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds. Oh, but it is the 7 of diamonds.
Flush for Alexandritis. Oh, good call. Someone just noticed. Olio, bust your ass. Noticing that we dropped down to 16 in this hand. Paul Tedeschi out in 17th place for 45.5K. Oh boy. 2 pair for Steinbrenner.
This is going to cost him some chips. I mean, I don't think that if Alexandritis decides to lead in this spot, which, okay, I'm kind of surprised that he doesn't. I get that the ace came, so maybe he thinks that Steinbrenner will go for some value with just a pair of aces on the end. But of course, with 2 pair, he will get a bet out of Steinbrenner. But I think when you check raise here as Alexandritis, it just looks so strong that you just absolutely will hate your life with ace-8 at that point, and we'll probably get away from the check raise.
Well, play at the other table is over, so we're either coming back tomorrow with 16 or 15. With or without Steinbrenner. How big a pot are we going to play?
So the bet was 300K. Steinbrenner makes it, sorry, Alexandritis, excuse me, makes it 975 total.
Sorry, 975. 675 for Steinbrenner to call on what is going to be the last hand of the night. The last hand of the day. Guaranteed to make day 5 as long as he does not move all in. Time bank card going in. Those will be refreshed tomorrow. Not just refreshed, added to. If you have any left over, you get to keep them, throw them in the bag.
Yep.
Just put it in the bag.
As played, I feel like this is just an incredibly strong line that most players aren't going to be taking as a bluff.
I think it is quite telling that the king is out there, Maria, right? Because if you had the king of diamonds for whatever reason, you don't really have a reason to turn your hand into a bluff, do you? And the king of diamonds is a card that is going to be a very good card to turn into a bluff, right? So that's a big thing that's going to change based on this texture.
Nice lay down and nice hand for Alexandritis. He's going to remain this table's chip leader. Simeon Alexandritis, that is. 81 bigs headed into tomorrow. Here come the bags. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank today's guests. Thank you, Sam Grafton. Thank you, Maria Ho. You're welcome, Joe. It was a pleasure.
You're welcome, Joe. It was a pleasure. I actually won't be back with you guys for the next 2 days.
That's right. Maria's
That's the bummer.
last day of joining us here in Prague, which we will pick up tomorrow with Hossein Ensan, looking to win a second EPT title, with Dimitar Danchev looking to win a second EPT title.
I don't have ID.
Kim looking to do a little better than last time.
What you had there? What did you have there?
Always cool to see folks from countries that we don't get very often here.
Bad river for me.
Yeah.
All the pressure on Hossein Ensan. So it does not look like it. Let's take a look at the chip stacks from this feature table.
What do you have on Jack, Queen, 10, 7?
Simeon Alexandritis coming back tomorrow with 81 big blinds, 47 for Steinbrenner, 44 for Kamenita, 34 for Danchev, 24 for Kim, and Hossein Ensan hanging on by a thread with 11 big blinds. And we'll finally start getting into some of those payouts tomorrow. 10th place, 9th, maybe 8th, almost to the 6 figures. Who knows what happens? We could get all the way down to 6 or possibly even 5th by the time we end play tomorrow. You can go to the PokerStars blog for live updates from the main event tomorrow or a recap of today's event. Everything we did not get to show you on the stream. There'll be a lot to read about there. Sterling work being done by the blog. Join us tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel, 12:30 Central European time for day 5. And that's it, my babies. We'll see you next time.